Thank you all for being here today. And I just want to, before we start this meeting, I just want to...
But if you can hear me clap once.
Oh, it's okay. It's an exciting day today, I know. Oh, yeah, energy. So, interesting AI lesson today. Never mind, no one's interested. All right, let's get started, please. All right, this public regular meeting of the Board of Education for September 9th, 2025 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tab. This meeting is also being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28, and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check district website for replay times. Good evening and welcome. Thank you all for being here today. We have an exciting day today. Before we start, a few housekeeping reminders. We are, of course, glad that all of you have taken your time out of your day to be part of public education, caring about the work here and the work we do to help our students and our community. So thank you all for being here today. Just some housekeeping. If you have some signs or banners, just be mindful of the person behind you that you're not blocking their view. Also, please keep the aisles and stairs clear for safety reasons. Just remember there are stairs there, and to take steps each way down. We also like to just in general, everyone be mindful and respectful of each other. So thank you. We have a full agenda this evening. We also are going to be honoring the legacy of Michael Chappie Grice. We'll be also voting on the purchase and sale agreement for the future building of the Center for Black Student Excellence. And slightly more boring, voting on a new lobbying registration policy. Yeah. But less boring than that, receiving our integrated grants annual report and update on the student investment account. Thank you. Yay, 5 of you. Let's begin with Dr. Armstrong, our superintendent's report.
Thank you, and I think our slides are being loaded. It's always a pleasure to bring forth the report. This month, we are starting with the start of school. We're so excited to have our students back in the classroom, and I'd like to show this short little video. Just a fun fact, our pre-Ks, our 3-year-olds, are class of 2040. So that's a fun fact for you to hold on to right there. So another thing we were excited about is the community that joined us for Community Care Day that took place primarily on August 16th. And so we captured some images of families and community that came together. So just thank you for that participation, and just recognizing while, not all schools are shown here and reflected, we were just excited to make sure that our schools were welcoming places for our students and our staff on the first day of school. So thank you for that. And speaking of our staff, we have a couple of things we want to celebrate. We have an educator from Lincoln High School who was the recipient of Oregon History Teacher of the Year Award. And so super excited about that. We also had Miss Regini and Mr. Noner, who embody the excellence we are building here for the Oregon Presidential Award for Excellence in Science and Math. And so just super excited to celebrate our educators there. So a learning activity that is coming up on October 10th at Benson High School. There's some familiar faces of those who will be presenting, and just want to continue to invite folks to come out. This is unique because our PPS students are co-leading workshops, and we'll have topics like mental health, financial literacy, and community alignment. And so we are excited, and I am looking forward to bringing insights from PPS at this very important learning day in Portland. I also want to lift up the Wellness Center at Benson High School. It is open. It's serving youth 0 to 21. You do not, obviously, need to be a Benson High School student to attend. And we look forward to the preventative care, physical and mental, that will take place at that Wellness Center, and just want to lift up and celebrate that opening. So as you all know, we have been leading out with the word legacy, and we have a campaign that is all about legacies being made at PPS. And each month I am going to lift up members across our community who are being made or have been made at PPS. And the person that I am highlighting today is a student who built a Lego set, was a student at Grant High School when he first participated in this, Alex, the Italian Riviera set. It's 3,200 pieces with 10 mini figurines. And his success is a reminder that PPS alumni continue to innovate, inspire, and build. And so just want to lift up that legacy there for you all today. And then lastly, I think you all know I try and end with the ways in which we're lifting literacy. And so here is a short video for you all to see.
When I was younger, I was forced to read, and it kind of felt like a chore. And I was like, I don't want that to be their experience. So we came up with Books Between Us book club for elementary kids. So we read about 20, 30 minutes. And then after that, we come back for a discussion to kind of talk about what we've learned, what we've read. So then we do an activity. That could be either one of the times we made bookmarks, we put together pencil pouches, just a whole host of things that kind of revolve around what the reading is about. The kids that didn't really like reading in the beginning, they told us that they enjoyed it and that they would come back, next term. And then the kids that came in already loving to read, they were like, I still love reading. Being that we have to read our entire lives and it's so fundamental and it's a building block in education, this is something we're gonna have to do forever. It's like, how can I make this fun? And that's kind of just what I wanted to strive to do, is just make it fun and more enjoyable. And I think we've done that.
Yeah, so what's exciting about Connect Her is it's a nonprofit that supports youth who have dealt with violence or experienced violence and trauma. And so just super excited about that work that's happening, and just am excited to know that we have programs like that building community and literacy alongside us. That was my pause for applause. And lastly, just continue to follow along the work on our social media. And as you all know, the rise in you is the rise in me. So thank you. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Next up, we have Student Representative Retorto. Do you have a report for us?
Thank you. My report's pretty short because, again, DSC has not started. Next meeting, though, finally DSC will have started, and I'll hopefully have more to report to you guys. But this week, since school has started, I've had quite a few conversations with students and teachers about Lumi Story AI, since it was in the news. I thought that would make a good topic for today's report. Now, for many of my conversations, there was a lot of confusion and want for communication because, again, it kind of hit the news and was like, oh, this is happening, and everyone went, what? Especially the teachers would love to get hands-on with it, especially since there was a lot of skepticism, and a lot of people, are hearing AI and schools and some very big question marks are coming up. So yeah, the ask from students that I've engaged with the past few weeks since school started, and from teachers, has been a want for some more communication, as to what's going on. So that's the student report for today. But I'll have more for you next meeting, I promise.
Thank you. I tried to use AI today to make the seating arrangement. Yeah, I actually did. But with all the criteria and things, because my goal is to have everyone kind of have different neighbors and maximize that, and it kept putting Director LaForte in the corner, but everyone rotates around her. So instead, I used a random number generator to produce this seating arrangement. So random number generator 1, AI 0. That won't be for long, so enjoy your freedom. Moving on. Next, we have general public comment. Yeah, I'm being serious. That's a real story. We will start with student comments first. So before we begin, just kind of review some guidelines. First, the board thanks you for taking the time to attend this meeting and sharing your comment. Public input, especially from our students, really informs and helps our work. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. We'll remind also that PPS staff who are giving public comment that they may not provide testimony about students that could violate confidentiality protections under FERPA. This includes testimony that may include or identify students, their school community, or any possible identification by direct or indirect linkages such as school grade or special education or other status. For materials that you would like the board to receive, please hand them over to Ms. Bradshaw over there, who will then pass it to us. If you have any other materials or items that you would like the board or superintendent to receive, we ask that you please email them at publiccomment, all one word, at pps.net. Make sure when you begin your comments, please clearly state your name and spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When the red light goes off, that means please finish your comments in 30 seconds. So let's start off with students. Do we have students sign up for a comment today?
Yes, we have Naomi Anderson.
Yes, please. Thank you. Take your time.
Bobby and represent.
My name's Naomi. I'm in the 4th grade at Fabian Elementary, and we are only 2 weeks into school for my school, and we just recently figured out that one of our 4th grade teachers, Miss Shea, would have to leave 4th grade and go down into kindergarten. I'm pretty sure because one of the kindergarten teachers had to go down to teach kindergarten in Woodlawn. It was really hard for us because most of us that were here last year, who were in 3rd grade, we had only 2 teachers, and it was 33 in each class. It was terrible. I had to teach one of my friends that sat next to me And because they couldn't really hear my teacher because of how loud it was. It was terrible because it was hard for me to learn it. And half of the time I couldn't help her, and it felt really bad. And to figure out that that might have to happen again, I just felt like it would be terrible. I've heard lots of kids in my school that are in my class say, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that we have a smaller class and we don't have to go through what happened in 3rd grade again. Once they figured it out, kids started crying. Not just the kids in Miss Shea's class, the kids in my class, because they figured out they would have to go through that again. It was terrible. And I just want to say thank you for the people that helped make the choice of having that not happen. And I'm just really glad that's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Takes a lot of bravery to come and give public comment, but you did that like a pro, so thank you. I noticed there's some people standing out there, but there are some seats open here on, I believe, on this side. If, in case you don't see any, you would like a seat.
I promise they don't bite. Most of our audience members are very nice people.
While people are looking for potential seats, Ms. Bradshaw, is that all for student comment?
That's all for student comment, yes.
Okay. All right, let's next go up to general public comment.
We have Teresa Street, Tracy Christensen, Derek Ronta, and Heidi West.
Seems like I'm only one every time. Should we start?
Yes.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
I hate going after the kids. It's always amazing to see them up here. It's very brave of them to come and speak in front of the board, so I always appreciate that they do that. My name is Derek Ranta, R-A-N-T-A. I'm a parent of 2 students at Cleveland High School and a recent graduate of Cleveland, and I'm the president of the Cleveland High School Booster Club, and I've come here numerous times asking for things, so I'm coming again tonight to ask for things, because we don't ask, we don't get. But I also want to thank you. We've come in the past to ask for improved lighting at our stadium, and you guys have been able to deliver that. The school has a number of issues, as you guys are all aware, but I think the bond is settled now at this point, so I'm going to speak just from an athletic standpoint tonight. A couple of things that we still need to emphasize and focus on at the school, even though it's going to be modernized and torn down essentially in a year. We would really appreciate if the school district could do a better job of protecting the safety of our student athletes. The homeless population around the school, and particularly around the stadium, has been allowed to continue to prosper, and we have students that have to walk by a number of homeless tents. I know it's a crisis in the city, but I don't think the students walking to PE should have to deal with this, not to mention kids on the soccer team, girls going home from soccer practice at 9 o'clock at night, having to walk by tents and inhale meth, as they've complained this year. Secondary smoke from various sorts of things. So I really would implore the school district to do a better job of policing the area adjacent to the stadium and to the school. It's not being done to an acceptable level, in my opinion. Additionally, we don't have potable water at the concession stands at our school. We've been asking for that for years, and we still don't have it. It seems like a pretty modern day convenience, not even a convenience, just a modern day necessity. So I think that's a public health issue that PPS should address. I know that the pep band situation is being resolved hopefully at this point, but I would also implore you to put an effort and understand the importance of that service to our community. I think it really engages everybody and just adds a level of things that is needed to our community and is really important to us as a Cleveland community. And then the last thing tonight is to again, reemphasize our desire for the turfing of Powell Park. From an athletic standpoint, I think it's an incredibly important activity. It can be done without the modernization of Cleveland. We have somewhere between 8 and 10 levels of sports trying to practice on one field right now. Turfing of Powell Park would open up an immense amount of facilities for them all year long, and really level the playing field equitably throughout the city that our students don't currently have. The baseball stadium or the baseball storage area was just broken into again. Probably it gets broken into about 3 times a year, and unfortunately, they cut all the nets that the kids use for batting practice, so they will not have to go back out and fundraise to replace those nets, because obviously the school district's not going to be able to pay for it, so they'll have to do that themselves, which is just, it's a really unfortunate thing. It's very deflating to the community, to the kids who play sports at the community, to not have that. If we had a better secured facility at Powell Park, along with all the modern amenities, these sorts of things wouldn't happen, and our kids could have a better opportunity to perform. So thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Appreciate it as always.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Do see we have Heidi West, who's virtual.
Okay. Heidi West, whenever you are ready.
Hi, my name is Heidi West, W-E-S-T, and I'd like to shed some light on the real-world consequences of the PIL high school cluster policy. While this program does benefit schools that may not have enough players to form a team, it also has significant exclusionary effects on some students. I'm the parent of a 6th grade girl who attended Preston Elementary and now attends Hosford Middle School. Because of our address, she'll be separated from her cohort when she enters 9th grade and will attend Franklin High School. Under the current cluster policy, she's required to play for Franklin, their sports teams, rather than the team at Hosford, where she currently goes. This policy overlooks the importance of community, school spirit, the social needs of middle school students, and it also places a burden on families who need to transport their children between schools. While PPS offers transportation, many students don't likely even attempt to sign up for sports due to this logistical barrier. Research consistently shows that school spirit is linked to better academic performance. When students feel a strong sense of pride in their school, they're more engaged, perform better academically, and develop stronger social and civic connections. Middle school is a time when friendships are crucial to emotional development. These relationships build self-esteem, communication skills, and coping strategies that students carry with them throughout their lives. PIL's mission on their website is to build community and academic performance excellence through equitable athletic programming. However, for students like mine, being required to play for a school outside their established community undermines the mission. This policy also affects other students like Tubman, Fabian, Ockley Green, Lane, Harrison Park, and Beaumont, who are also forced to play for schools outside of their own clusters. Considering the number of students affected and the clear benefit of the school spirit and sports participation, it's essential to reevaluate this policy to encourage, not limit, student involvement. As it stands, the policy reduces participation and adds unnecessary barriers for students and families. Finally, I just want to share the emotional toll this policy has had on my daughter. She played recreational and club volleyball for over 3 years with the hope of continuing in middle school. However, she chose not to play for the Franklin cluster because she was already stressed out about starting a new school and felt anxious about playing with kids she didn't know. Now she comes home after school talking about how all her friends are attending practice while she's being excluded. She shares how all her friends had volleyball games over the weekend and she feels left out. There have been countless tears, and this is just one child. The emotional exclusion could have been easily avoided. I urge the PPS school board to reconsider this policy, ensuring that all students have the opportunity to participate in sports at the schools they attend. As educators, I trust you understand the profound positive impact athletics can have on students, and I hope you'll update this policy to reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for providing a comment. Ms. Basha, do we have anyone else sign up?
Oops, sorry. No,
Okay.
not on this topic.
All right. Yeah, this one's for general public comment. We have multiple public comments today, depending on the topic of the. So we also have a CBSE public comment, as well as a policy.
Ms. Locklear. Ms. Locklear, I see that you are on the waiting list under
She's-
Resolution 7175.
She's scheduled to speak
Yes,
during
I
that
was just
resolution.
confirming.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we have comments from our union partners. President Angela Bonilla.
Hello. Whew. Hi. Good evening. My name is Angela Bonilla. I'm the president of the Portland Association of Teachers. Thank you for the time to address y'all tonight. As always, I want to start with kudos. Kudos to James Loveland and his team for supporting our school community that was impacted by violence this past week. The Student Supports and Health Department floods the schools with additional mental health support, and I hear from staff that it was needed and helpful. And James has also met with me to discuss grant opportunities to increase these supports in the future over time instead of just during the emergency, as well as affinity groups for our educators. So kudos to James. Kudos to Dr. Freeman for her open communication and collaboration. As the new Chief HR Officer, she's really done a great job, and it's a great start, keeping me and our OEA staff informed and put us in the loop early and often. And also kudos to every educator and student that survived the very, very hot days at the start of the school year. And to our school board members who've been so open and collaborative as we elevate issues from our sites to y'all. Thank you for your willingness to reach out to workers, educators, and families, as well as following up with me when issues are resolved or to check if they are resolved. So I just want to elevate some of the concerns around spending and transparency because I know that a budget review is coming later in this agenda. I've heard from dozens of PAT educators and PAT members concerned about the Lumi AI after seeing the beginning of the year address, as well as articles in the news. We finally got a response from the information request and saw that there's a contract for $148,000 to pilot Lumi AI, as well as train educators to use this and train the trainer support. And I do know that we are also dealing with large class sizes, especially in our high schools, less library, less art, less theater, less dance, less time with social workers, with counselors, with school psychologists, due to underfunding from the state. So why are we then entering into contracts with AI companies without consultation with educators? And that I know when talking to high school educators, they definitely did not ask for. I know a few kindergarten classes right now with over 20 students who could use an education assistant. And whose salary would be half that amount. I'm also concerned that this contract came in about $2,000 less than the threshold for board approval. Even if the board didn't approve it, this should have gone through our proper vetting channels. And I wonder, has this gone through our green goals and our climate impacts? What about the lack of regulation of AI in general? And we don't have to accept AI and it will send a strong message if the largest district in the state does not adopt programs that allow AI access to students. In addition to that almost $150,000, we also found out that PPS signed a 5-year contract in June with the Portland Police Bureau for a total of $2.5 million. In 2020, the superintendent and the board canceled the contract we had with PPB for SROs, school resource officers, and committed to not having police in our schools. And I just am wondering if that's changed. I know there were some schools that had agreements with police officers to have them in and around the school at the beginning of the school year. So I got some texts from staff asking, hey, why are there police? Like, is there something happening? And so trying to figure out why the district is spending funds to bring police to our after-school sports events while also laying off educators, letting go of community agents and security staff. How are these spending habits aligning with our goals and our values as PPS? And then lastly, I want to discuss the vote to buy One North for the Center for Black Student Excellence. I am definitely for a Center for Black Student Excellence. I was once a Black student, and hopefully my educators would say I was excellent. But I do think that my concern is around the private-public partnership and how we are making sure that we have these public dollars being stewarded by the folks who voted for it and the workers and staff and families of this district. As a leader of a public employee union that is responsible, I feel like it is my responsibility to make sure that our public funds are being used to support our most marginalized students with direct oversight and public accountability. I'm only concerned because I've seen how this has worked in other districts across the nation, where in attempts to support and serve Black and Brown students, those attempts have instead led to privatized public education in ways that were detrimental to those same communities, moving funds and resources from public control to private hands. So when we do things like use public bond dollars to buy a building for private organizations, I have to ask, what is the oversight of that spending, the efficacy of the services provided from these organizations? I just want to make sure that we lift up that reality of the difference between intent and impact, because I know the intention is to do good work, and we have good people leading this work. I just want to make sure that I just hope that the presentation we will get today will answer some of the questions that we have. You know, how can we ensure that our entire Black community is involved in all aspects of decision making, not just called on by private entities to come influence public school board votes? Who is meeting with our Black students, families, and educators and staff on the everyday issues that impact their ability to thrive and be the Black excellence that we purport the center will promote? What systems besides this new building will we be putting in place outside of the private-public partnership? I would hope that we're thinking 2-3 steps ahead, because not only are our Black students disproportionately disciplined by PPS, but so are our Black educators. So this is a systemic problem that I know the CBSC has worked on in their vision. Can we make sure that those steps are being discussed early and often? I know that we have several Black PAT educators who were also Black public school students of PPS. And how can we make sure that they're part of the conversation in some real tangible ways? And we as a union have only been engaged once decisions are already made. And we want to support transformational instead of transactional relationships. We want to be part of the conversation in a real way. And we also want to know what properties were considered, how they were reviewed, if the community was given options to review and look at spaces outside of One North and Jefferson, and how those were shared and publicly. And if there are any buildings with historical significance in the Albina community that could be repurposed for this center. You know, I understand that often there is this concern of folks being, called racist if they voice concerns, or saying, you're only adding this extra scrutiny because these are Black-led organizations. But I am, trust me, very critical of everybody, and question a lot of things. So we want to make sure that we don't have low expectations and not have these answers before we rush through decisions, because we're trying to fix a problem that has built a lot of frustration and a lack of trust. But what if instead of rushing through this process and approving a building, we allow those with institutional power to actually work to build that trust with those same communities? Because we can't mirror the same systems we're trying to dismantle. I worry that this is similar to the bond issue, where we put forth a bond for a ton of money and then ask for a proposal for the building, right? Like, how do we make sure that we have answers about maintenance? And, when I'm seeing schools falling apart just down the block. Boise Elliott has not had many improvements in that building. It's falling apart. And so of course, I understand bond money is specific for certain things. So how can we make sure that when we build this center, we actually have it be sustainable, right? We need to make sure that that the history of broken promises in this district and in the state against Black communities is acknowledged, and we don't make the mistakes again. And I have full faith in Nicole Watson and her ability to connect with community, to truly see and hear all of us, to work in tandem with us, to make sure that that vision is moved into action. So as long as she's given that space to do that work, to do what she knows is right, I know she'll push for community to be engaged in every step of the process. And so I want to make sure that I emphasize that I want to have a center for Black student excellence. I want to have a center that is sustainable, so it doesn't disappear like so many district initiatives that start with hope but move too fast without plans for long-term health. I want to make sure we have public control of public funds, public oversight and transparency over public-private partnerships. And I want to believe that all of this will work, but I've also worked at this district for almost 12 years. So I've seen many well-meaning initiatives fail spectacularly. So let's just make sure we don't let down our Black community by not doing the due diligence and maintaining that public oversight of this project. And that when this decision goes through, we are answering all of those questions about how we can make this a sustainable, consistent force in the lives of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, President Bonilla. All right, next up we have, sorry, as I orient myself. All right, we have board committee and conference reports. Today we'll hear reports from the following committees: facilities improvement and oversight, policy, teaching and learning enrollment. We also get a conference report from directors Chase Williams, Split, and Engelsman on their attendance in their summer's OSBA summer conference. Do any of you want to arm wrestle to go first?
Audit, you forgot about it.
Did I forget audit? I'm sorry, audit.
I'll go first. I'll report on the policy committee. So we held our first meeting on Monday, August 25th with board directors Chase Miller and Engelsman, so nicely matching. They're coordinating their outfits together. We met to talk about some of the ideas that had been talked about over the summer. One of them was a universal dyslexia screening policy. Board member monthly stipends are on the list. Simplifying the field trip policy. Updating purchasing and contracting policy to the extent that we can. I'm going to ask the entire board, if you have ideas, to send them to me. I can't guarantee that we'll discuss all of them. The dyslexia policy, for instance, I learned that we already have a policy and that our practice exceeds what is required by the state. So that one's off the table. But other ideas, welcome to. I think I heard request for a boundary change, the PIL, how we deal with clusters to keep kids together. Anyway, that's it. Our next meeting is coming up, I believe, on the I'm sorry, I didn't look this up. The 28th, I believe, of September. Yes, Monday the 29th, 4:30.
All right, I'll go. How about I'll do facilities? How does that sound? So we had our first, this is really loud, sorry about that, our first facilities committee meeting on August 12th, and we discussed a committee charter, which I'm really excited about. I went over a draft. We'll see a full version next week that aligns with our long-range facilities plan. We clarified our committee work versus staff work, and discussed allocation of our responsibilities to other committees, like where do we have overlap with TLE and policy in particular. Let's see, we talked about a work plan, creating a work plan for the year. In that, it was noted that the Bond Accountability Committee may report to the full board just to, reduce any duplicative efforts on their part. And then we will be having bi-monthly seismic updates. We discussed updates on the 2020 and 2025 bonds, including the high school modernizations and health and safety projects, and where we might move around some funds that, there's not a lot, there's some small piles of funds. We're figuring out where those are going to go. And we will be having updates on the current bond in high schools, Jefferson, Wells, and Cleveland, at the meeting next week on the 16th. So I'm really looking forward to that. We did, coincidentally, ask specific questions about heating and cooling on August 12th. So thinking that we were preparing for winter, not knowing at the time that we would end with a very, very hot summer. So the staff shared that this type of work is actually considered an improvement, building improvements, and does not fall under deferred maintenance. So we discussed coming up with a framework that marries the two so that we're prioritizing these two things together. So I'm really looking forward to that. The athletic fields projects, we discussed sequencing that work now, which would be, we're talking about the Grant Bowl, we're talking about Powell Park, we're talking about the athletic hubs, so that the goal is to start the permitting process this fall for all of them, so that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing what the staff has to present next week. We did hear an aggressive timeline. I love aggressive timelines for lighting at the Grant Bowl on December 1st. So I've marked my calendar and crossed my fingers. Let's see, seismic improvements. I already touched on that, but we will be hearing a report tonight, which I'm also looking forward to. And looking forward even to October. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm going to be requesting a staff report on basically all of our open work orders, what's open and what needs to be prioritized. You just kind of get a sense of what's out there. So that's what's going on in facilities. Nothing much.
That's great. Thorough. You go next.
I can go next. So the Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment Committee had our first meeting on August 14th with myself, Director DePass, and Director LaForte in attendance. We spent the majority of our meeting discussing and refining the committee charter and discussing the scope of the committee and our work and what level of engagement feels right for the committee. There was general agreement around the importance of being a conduit for community engagement on matters pertaining to teaching, learning, and enrollment, as well as the importance of being a thought partner and representing the community's interests through collaboration and engagement. We also discussed the draft of a resolution directing the superintendent to explore costs associated with outdoor school and whether there might be savings that will preserve a fifth day for PPS sixth graders, and the potential of raising funds to cover those costs, as well as efforts to educate legislators and the community about the actual impact versus the perceived non-impact that these cuts will have on outdoor school. That resolution is an agenda item that we'll discuss later this evening, and our next meeting is scheduled for September 18th.
Great, thank you. Audit Committee.
The Audit Committee's first meeting is scheduled for October 16th. One of the items on the agenda for that meeting is to discuss new audit topics for the Office of Internal Performance Audit to complete. While this discussion will take place in the Audit Committee, I want to remind all of the board members that your input is also wanted and welcomed. I met with our internal auditor today and discussed specifically how we would go about soliciting that input. As a result, our internal auditor is going to email each of the board members individually by the end of the day tomorrow, asking for their input. Included in that email will be a list of audits that have been previously considered. Board members could suggest one of the previously considered audits or something completely different. Please send your response to the email directly to the internal auditor. She will accumulate those responses and share the combined results with the meeting on October 16th. That is the end.
Thank you. Wonderful. Let's have some conference reports.
You want me to go ahead?
Let's have Director Slate go first.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. Several of us, three of us, attended the Oregon School Board Association conference in Salem, Oregon. in August, and there were 2 full day, or I guess 2.5 days of conference workshops for each of us to attend. I would say that for those of us that were new, there were a lot of workshops on the first day that were super helpful for us to learn about really how to do our jobs as board members. So I think it was a really vitally important training for new board members that first day. And the other 2 days were also really helpful. But I think my favorite thing, or the thing I think maybe had the most value, was getting the chance to be specifically with other school boards in the Portland metro area. The Multnomah County table, they like divide us out by counties or different regions. Our region happens to be our county. Was a really fruitful conversation, and I think a good example of the types of common ground that we found would be Preschool for All, and the importance that all of us that were in the room felt for that program, which has been in question recently, in direct jeopardy even at times in the last several months. Preschool for All is in some of our elementary schools. It's benefiting kids all over our district and all of our districts throughout the county. And so hearing from others in the community about how Preschool for All has worked in their communities, how it's helped their young students be ready for kindergarten, really inspired me at least, and kind of laid a foundation for relationship building with those other districts on a variety of topics that affect us all. Leave it at that.
Thank you, Director Split. Just cold call someone. Let's go, Director Engelsman.
I did not go. I wasn't there. I was out of town.
Okay.
But I will report in a month. When
In a
I
month.
go somewhere
Great.
else.
Thank
Though
you.
I like Salem.
I can go. How about?
Yeah.
Okay, I went, and it was a really great weekend. Thanks to Christy for driving. There were some great breakout groups as well, which I really enjoyed. One of which was learning how to use Robert's Rules of Order, which hopefully I won't screw up tonight. Got some practice. And one that I was actually particularly interested in was about sharing our school successes, how our communities really receive news through diverse channels. It's not just our newspapers. It's often through social media, and how negative stories can spread really quickly, and how as a district we should really think about focusing on proactively on positive communication about our student achievements and what's happening in our schools. And I really believe really strongly in that, and I just wanted to shout out whoever has been working on the social media for PPS. I'm pretty dialed into the high schools with high school students, and I've noticed that the principals are posting, almost daily. So I don't know who's in charge of that, like who's coordinating all of that, because it's fabulous. I'm like, who is it, Kimberly?
Listen, it's a team effort. We're proud of
all
everyone.
I know is that it's working. You're doing a great job. I really enjoy seeing their faces talking about what's happening in school every day. So keep it up. And it's actually, I thought for me, I'm like, I think we'll start having biggest facility wins of the month on our agenda. So really enjoyed that. It is really important. I think that communication staff can be kind of unsung heroes at times, and they're really important. And we talked a little bit about the Oregon Accountability Bill and the implementation that will be coming up starting next year. 2 new indicators, K through 12 attendance, K through 2 attendance and 8th grade math will be measured. And schools will be administering interim assessments 3 times per year using approved vendors. So participation is mandatory. I'm looking forward to learning about that this year. And that's vision-directed planning and strategic governance and all that good stuff. So it's a good time.
Awesome.
Learned a lot.
I'll try not to repeat too much of what Director Split and Director LaForte already said, since we were in attendance together. But there was a lot of great learning, especially as a new school board director, on how to be a school board director. I went to a session on good governance and how to work in collaboration with the superintendent to improve student outcomes. We explored using policy to operationalize governance, and how to work and act on behalf of a board where we speak in a collective voice. We did a deep dive on school finance and Oregon's funding system, and we were a little bit ahead of the game since we had just learned about weighted enrollment from Dr. Morrison at our last board meeting. I went to another public meeting training session. We did one as a board, but this was a little bit of a deeper dive, which was great. On Saturday, I attended hot topic roundtables on board member stipends, book bans, and school boards' roles in lifting literacy, and a surprisingly entertaining session on parliamentary procedure, which hopefully I too will not screw up tonight. I went to a session on vision-directed planning, which encompasses setting high expectations, measuring progress, and working with the superintendent and the community on priorities and goals to achieve student success. We had a regional roundtable that was interesting. In addition to Preschool for All, we discussed cell phone policies and implementation challenges across Multnomah County. And on Sunday, there was a great session on educational equity and another on policy fundamentals. And like Director Split, my favorite part was connecting with board members from neighboring districts. They were glad to see PPS make such a strong showing, and it was really great to be able to collaborate with them and exchange ideas and compare notes.
Thank you for the great reports. And sorry, Director Engelsman, for me cold calling you accidentally.
Just like everyone to know, I wanted to go. I was out of town. I regret not being able to go, and I'm glad I have these people to learn from because it sounds like it was really good.
All right. Next up, I am very proud that we have this on the agenda tonight. And I was also thankful that Vice Chair DePass would like to is taking, but we are honoring a very special educator in our district. So Vice Chair DePass, would you take it away?
Thank you. So dear colleagues, students, and community members, it's so great to see you in the audience tonight and just see the faces I've known all these years, and to see that you're here to also help us honor Michael Chappie Grice. We're gathered here today to honor a remarkable individual, Michael Chappie Grice, whose lifetime of service to Portland Public Schools has touched the lives of generations of Portland students. For decades, maybe 5 or 6, Mr. Grice has been a staple around here for decades, more than the vice principal at MLC, more than a mentor, a guide, a trusted colleague, and a steadfast supporter of students, teachers, and families alike. He has been, as many have said, the right hand that steadied and strengthened our schools, serving directly under Dr. Ernest Hartzog, the Deputy Superintendent of Schools, under Matthew Prophet's leadership. This was a golden time for Portland's Black students, and Michael was part of the success we experienced. Throughout his career, Michael has exemplified the highest ideals of education: integrity, dedication, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to equity and excellence. Every decision he made, every student he encouraged, every teacher he supported reflects a deep belief in the potential of every child and in the power of community. His leadership has inspired colleagues to do their best, lifted students to reach beyond what they imagined possible, and strengthened the very fabric of our school communities. The impact of his work is not only measured merely in programs or policies, but in the countless lives he's shaped, the futures that he has nourished, and the joy and hope and courage he has instilled in so many generations of young people. Whenever Michael came before this board, excuse me, he had words of encouragement for us and never words of admonishment. He is led with civility and grace, and we can all learn from his example. It is fitting and is right that we pause to recognize and celebrate Michael Chappie Grice, not just for what he's done, but for who he has been: a beacon of dedication, a champion for students, and a pillar and model for Portland Public staff and students. Therefore, on behalf of Portland Public Schools Board of Education, it's my deep honor to proclaim this day, September 9th, as Michael Chappie Grice Day. May his legacy inspire us all to serve with the same passion, care, and commitment that he's shown every day of his extraordinary career. Thank you, Michael, for a lifetime of service. Portland Public Schools and our community are forever better because of you. I now want to just let everyone know we've invited public testimony, and we've only invited 2 people because the calls and texts that we've got and people sending in videos was so overwhelming. We would be here all night and all day tomorrow if everybody that wanted to say something kind. I wanted to also acknowledge this evening I learned there's a student in the audience who told me he's been a mentee of Michael Chappie Grice's since the 2nd grade. How long is that? It's not that long, but it's 15 years. So, yeah. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here to honor him. And we have two people signed up to testify, and they'll be given 3 minutes each, just because we like to keep everybody to the same time limit. I believe Mr. Yusuf Leary and Principal Tamala Newsom are going to come and speak. Thank you.
Good evening. Folk that know me know good evening. That'd be all of you. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Tamala Newsom, and I am the former principal of Rosa Parks. Had the privilege to build Rosa Parks. Served there many years before I retired. But as they would say, this is not about me. So it's an honor, an absolute honor to be here and be able to speak about Mr. Michael Chappie Grice and what he did for the students and the community at Rosa Parks School. He was there almost from day 1, and it might have been day 2. And was there the entire time that I was principal, retiring in 2019. And when I left Mr. Grice, still working and supporting kids at Rosa Parks. He was a mentor to our boys in 4th and 5th grade. He advocated, but he also taught them how to advocate for themselves. He worked with families. One thing that he did that I will always remember is he bought pocket dictionaries, and he made sure that every young man had a pocket dictionary. It was like a part of their dress. And sometimes he would stop by, not necessarily on the day that he was going to work with the group, and he'd see him, and you should see him pulling out those pocket dictionaries, because he wanted them to know that that was power, that was knowledge, and that they know the words you're using, use the words you want to use to express yourself. Another thing that he did, I would say, well, he mentored me too, because he would stop by my office, he would check on me, he would see if there was anything he could do. And I just appreciated that smiling face. Sometimes it's lonely out there. And so to know that he would check and just supportive, always having a positive thing to say is so important. And Mr. Grice brought that to Rosa Parks. He was committed because he was there when he said he would be there. In fact, he would be there sometime when he didn't say he would be there. He was confident in our school, he was confident in the children, and he built confidence in the children that he worked with, and he was consistent. Because one thing you know about kids, you have to be consistent. You can't show up sometime and not show up sometime. He would step in where needed. We had a program that started at Rosa Parks and fortunately went to other schools. It was called Project Harvest. And Project Harvest stood for helping adolescents recognize valuable educational strengths for tomorrow. And that program lasted till the pandemic, and it was to take our black boys, yes, I said black boys, to college. They would go to Oregon State, they would have a class, They would walk that campus, because I got tired of telling my kids, and when you go to college, and they looked at me like, who? College. So I said, you know what, we gotta show them college. And I only allowed black men to take our black boys, and finally high schools got in. So I'm gonna close because I know I have to. But remember, if you remember anything, remember what Mr. Chappie Grice stood for. And if you find in your retirement or free time that you can mentor kids at a school, if he was here, he would tell you do it. It's so worth it, and thank you.
First, thank you for that. And my name is Yusuf Leary. I am the current president of the Oregon Alliance of Black School Educators. And I'm here tonight to recognize and celebrate the remarkable leadership of Mr. Michael Chappie Grice. Mr. Grice served as a RAPSI president in the 1990s and rejoined our board when we became a statewide organization in 2020. Throughout his career, his work has been about creating spaces where black educators are not only supported, but empowered to thrive. Many of you may remember him as the local conference chair for the 1989 NABSE conference, and NABSE is the National Alliance of Black School Educators. It was hosted here in Portland. That gathering was recognized nationally as one of the best conferences in NABSE's history, a testament to his vision and dedication. But Mr. Grice's impact reaches far beyond the titles, the accomplishments, and his roles. About 5 years ago, I was mentoring a young man who couldn't stop talking about his other mentor, Mr. Chappie Grice. He told me about how Mr. Grice had taught him how to fly planes. Imagine that. A black educator not only inspiring young people, but literally teaching them how to soar. That's the kind of transformative influence Mr. Grice had on the countless students within our school district and community. And we honor Mr. Grice. As we honor Mr. Grice, it's also important to look forward. His legacy reminds us as to why we must continue to build spaces where black minds are nurtured and inspired. That is the vision behind the Center for Black Excellence, is what we're talking about today. The center is not just about the future. It is also an acknowledgement of our past and the educators who paved the way. Too often, black educators carry the responsibility for caring for students who are overlooked in school settings. The Center for Black Student Excellence provides community support, resources, and the resources needed to ensure that the next generation of leaders, the next generation of Michael Chappie Grice, can thrive. Mr. Grice showed us what it means to lead with vision, care, and courage. The Center for Black Student Excellence gives us the opportunity to carry that promise forward. We wish Mr. Grice well, and also want to give an appreciation to his wife, Mrs. Gwen Grice, as well. And with that, speaking for myself, but also our community, we want to thank Mr. Chappie Grice for everything that he's done. And we hope that he will inspire, and also his legacy will inspire many to come after him. Thank you.
If my board colleagues would indulge me, we have a small plaque with the words that were read today, and we'd love to present this to Mrs. Grice. And if we could just take a quick photo. Just get up out of our chairs and all photo. Yeah, we'll come this way, and we'll just get a picture of you, your family. Okay. Get the new board members, like, this is what we do sometimes. This is just a small plaque with the words that were read this evening. We love Michael, and so thanks, keeps it. That's for you, and we'd love to get a picture with you. And thank you for sharing this.
And we love you, Mr. Grice. We love you.
Yeah, big warm thank you for the two of you that shared the stories. That was amazing, and also a huge thank you for everyone here to show up to help honor a very special person. So thank you so much. Always just amazing to make some space for some of the most amazing people. That's it, period. Some of the most amazing people. All right. That was a big volume change, I'm sorry. Next we have on the agenda is voting on the purchase sale agreement for the Center for Black Student Excellence. Dr. Armstrong, could you introduce this?
Thank you, and good evening, board. I am excited to bring this item forward. I don't understand the energy of slow down because we've been waiting 5 years for this moment. And because of that, I think it's important to share the timeline leading up to tonight's recommendation to enter into a purchase sale agreement for this building for the purpose of serving as the Center for Black Student Excellence. In March, the district's, well, I'm going to go back because in 2020, our voters voted for $60 million towards the Center for Black Student Excellence. And I'm excited knowing that we won't fully use that $60 million, which means that our facilities in the Albina area in North Portland will benefit for upgrades and renovations. So, yeah. But fast forward 5 years. In March, the district sent an LOI to the seller. There was not an agreement on price. So we commissioned an appraisal, which we received in May for $15.2 million. The parties continued negotiations on price and ultimately agreed to $16 million. We finalized an LOI in June, and the parties began negotiating a purchase sale agreement, which is before you tonight. If the board approves the agreement tonight, we will formally begin a 90-day due diligence period. During that time, we will obtain and analyze a lot of data about the building and development operating plans and budget to be shared with the facilities committee and the board. At the end of the due diligence period, district staff will make a recommendation to the board about proceeding with the transaction. That's basically the close of the sale. We anticipate a board vote in early December, and if we're going to proceed, the seller requires the transaction to close no later than December 29th. So with that, I'd like to present my team who will share more about One North, and we are excited to do that, and I am going to turn it over to Nicole Watson, our Senior Director of Family and Community Engagement. Yeah.
Good evening, Board of Directors and community. My name is Nicole Watson. I'm Senior Director of Family and Community Engagement. Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is a strategic update on our efforts to acquire a permanent home for the Center for Black Student Excellence. We believe that we have identified the right site. This session is a critical step towards that vision, and while we know that there has been lots of public conversation about this project tonight, we will bring you clarity, transparency, and accountability as we talk about the vision. I've structured tonight's presentation briefly to ground us in the Center for Black Excellence, the Center for Black Student Excellence, around the context, because I think it's important to share the urgency of our current moment and to walk through the site that's under consideration. And I'll close tonight with my recommendation and next steps. However, it's important to note that while this is a next step, it is not a final step. It is, however, an intentional one. The due diligence period puts the hard work in the open, with community voice continuing to guide us every step of the way. So let's talk a little bit about the purpose. The Center for Black Student Excellence is more than a building. It is a systems level redesign. It's a place, it's an approach, and a reflection of our commitment to Black students and to our families. Launched in 2018, PPS began what they called reimagining public education. By 2020, our voters gave us a mandate with over 75% approval to prioritize this work. The Center for Black Student Excellence, while accessible to all students, envisions both material and symbolic transformation that centers Black-centered curriculum, healing-centered approaches, and culturally grounded support. Before I continue, I'd like to take a moment to center gratitude in the incredible opportunity before us. The Center for Black Student Excellence is not the work of one person or of just one moment. It is the culmination of years of vision, labor, and care. I would be remiss if I did not pause to recognize the brilliance that helped shape this initiative. I want to publicly acknowledge the stewardship of Camille Idedevo, who I like to call the leader of this vision, where I get to hit a home run from third base. The former director, Toy Watson, and the contributions of former program manager, Quinn Peoples. Their work laid important groundwork for where we stand today, and it deserves to be named in this space. And an intentional shout out to the incomparable Erin Fraser, Executive Director of Center for Black Excellence, who has been a true sister and partner in this work. This moment is a culminating effort of her leadership, and we are grateful to be at this historic moment alongside her. So let's talk about this current moment. We have reached an important milestone, y'all. After years of visioning and planning, PPS has identified the One North property as the leading candidate for the Center for Black Student Excellence as our headquarters. This site stands out because it's more than just sizable square footage, and I can't wait to tell you all about that. It's deeply rooted in Albina's history, it's move-in ready, and it offers us a chance to activate the Center for Black Student Excellence far sooner than any other modernization or new construction would. We are now in what we call the due diligence phase. That means we're testing whether this site can fully serve the programmatic, cultural, and community functions that our students, whom I like to affectionately call our babies, and families deserve. We know trust is earned through transparency. That's why tonight we are showing you both the promise of the site and the risks, as well as how we intend to mitigate them. Our stewardship of public funds requires us to be thoughtful, intentional, weighing costs, timelines, and alignment with the community's vision. This delivers on the promise voters approved in 2020 with responsibility and with impact. So let me show you the site. This is the One North property, which consists of 2 buildings totaling over 75,000 square feet, completed in 2015 and designed by Holst Architecture with sustainability at the forefront, including our solar arrays and thermal optimized materials. This site is centrally located in Northeast Portland on the corners of Vancouver and Fremont, and is fully ADA accessible, making it physically ready for partially programming while allowing for long-term flexibility. Culturally, this location sits in the heart of Albina, at the intersection of its legacy and its future. The alignment of these community investments is beyond powerful and truly magnifies the moment. From a zoning and infrastructure standpoint, the CM3 design provides flexibility. It means that we can use this space for district programs, partner with community-based organizations, and adapt it over time as it evolves. And again, I want to pause for a personal note to say when I looked and designed this deck for you all, I placed this picture and it had not even resonated with what I was placing in. For me personally, this is more than just a site. As I look at this picture, I grew up blocks away from here. My grandmother lived on Kirby, enabling me to attend Boise Elliott Elementary as a child. Kirby, baby. And my family church, Open Door House of Prayer, sits nestled on Fremont just a half block down. Many Black Portlanders can share fond memories of this corner, which carries memories and meanings from the old Craigos to the 1222. Reclaiming it as a home for Black brilliance, which deepens its symbolism. This next few slides is a little bit of a brag post where we wanted to show a little bit of what's inside on the first and second and third, fourth, and fifth floors of the West Building. As you can see, the beautiful architecture, the atrium. One of the elders that I was talking to in the community this evening was talking about how it already looks like some of the modernizations that we can already brag and boast about. Our next slide is the East Building, where it has the stadium-style seating for community engagement events and some of the workspace that's hovering above, which gives our babies and families an opportunity to work, but while being adjacent. So why One North? I want to anchor that in 4 points: time and technical clarity, design meeting sustainability, it being embedded in Albina's story, and aligned with Albina Vision Trust. One North is fit for purpose, but One North isn't just a site. It sits at the heart of the historic Albina district where generations of Black Portlanders lived, thrived, played, prayed, and were later displaced by urban renewal. Today, Albina Vision Trust is actively working to restore land, cultural institutions, and the legacy of our community. One North lies in proximity to Albina Vision Trust's ambitious community-rooted redevelopment projects like Albina One, the first 94-unit affordable housing development, and already providing deeply affordable family homes, which are supported by our culturally specific services. I happened to attend the Albina One recently, the block party on Saturday. It was lit. And it just speaks to the promise of what this opportunity is before us. And it means that this particular site meets both our immediate and long-term needs in the center. So let's talk a little bit more about the benefits. The cultural and symbolic fit, it is functional readiness, its strategic location and visibility, and its fiscal alignment. As I said, its move-in readiness positions One North as a strategic asset for Center for Black Student Excellence. We can begin partial programmatic activation almost immediately while simultaneously supporting the broader Albina Vision redevelopment journey. This is not just a building that we are securing. We're reclaiming ground that can serve as a living, evolving home place for Black educational leadership, community partnerships, and cultural healing that we desperately need in Albina. As I've demonstrated, the benefits of One North extend far beyond square footage. It is a cultural return to Albina, a strategically visible site and fiscally responsible within our bond allocation. These 4 dimensions listed before you, the cultural, the functional, strategic, and fiscal alignment seamlessly with our vision for the Center for Black Student Excellence. But I want to build a bridge for you, a bridge into student access and community access. I want to pause because a building alone is not the story. What matters most is how students will access and experience this incredible space. The Center for Black Student Excellence, while not being a traditional site, I want you to reference back to the vision, and hopefully you all have taken a look at this 194-page document that outlines what community asked us to do thoroughly, and know that this means that we dare to do things different. I want to recall it being a systems redesign. That system redesign meaning we dare to do things different and dream differently, meaning it can be a hub, a resource center where students gather for enrichment and leadership, wellness, and culturally programming that affirms who they are. And just as important, this will not just be a PPS-only site. One North's design and location make it ideal for co-location with trusted community-based organizations, that culturally specific partners that families rely on already for mentoring, tutoring, wellness, and connection. By bringing these partners into the center as what we might call satellite spaces, we create continuity. Families can access PPS services and the partners they have known to trust under one roof without having to navigate disconnected systems. When we think about student access, I want you to remember the Center for Black Student Excellence is not designed to be a traditional K-12 site. It is a flexible hub where students will gather for enrichment in arts and wellness and leadership development, as I've stated. And I want you to think of after-school programming, summer intensives and enrichment, and student convenings, just to name a few. When students are on site, it will be for experiences that affirm their brilliance and expand beyond the traditional school day, after school, on weekends, during the summer, providing opportunities for that enrichment, that leadership and wellness, which means that they cannot always access that in their classrooms. Importantly, students will experience the Center for Black Student Excellence in multiple ways. Inside the center, through direct programming and gatherings, within their schools, through the resources, professional learning, and cultural affirming strategies generated by our work and culture in the classroom, and in the community through events and exhibitions that bring our families back to the table. And I know we've asked a lot of community. The engagements that are listed in our vision speak to how exhaustive that team labored amongst community to hear. This builds directly on that engagement work, which began in the fall of 2022 through the spring of 2023. And it continued with Culture in the Classroom, initiative which was led by our incredible PPS design team from January 2024 through June 2025. Across that period, the design team hosted several community engagements, co-designed instructional strategies, and centered Black and Native students and families in reimagining what culturally affirming, deeply engaging, and data-driven instruction looks like. This work is embedded all throughout our strategic framework, which we reference as our District Continuous Improvement Plan. In the Center for Black Student Excellence vision, page 66, clock it, the community was clear. We needed dedicated space for students, staff, and families to experience Black joy and healing. The center is designed as that resource hub where students gather for affinity, staff for professional learning, and families for honest and restorative conversations. Its resources extend to families who have been displaced and are grounded in priorities identified directly by students, our educators, and our community. So this is not a new initiative. In other words, we're not new to this. It is the continuation of years of listening, designing, and building with community. Center for Black Student Excellence is the next step in carrying forward that work into a permanent living ecosystem for Portland's Black students and families. I want to pause a little bit and talk about the programming. Now, while we don't know what we can put there because we've got to do our feasibility work, this is what could be possible. What's listed on our slide is directly listed from our community vision. And so the Center for Black Student Excellence should not just be offices or meeting rooms. It must be a place where students can create, innovate, and prepare for their futures. Inside One North, we envision and dream carving out spaces for a STEAM lab, a maker space, for creative studios. Maybe they make music and video, photography, podcasting, giving students hand-on opportunities to explore industries of their future. This isn't just enrichment for enrichment's sake. It is about career and college pathways, internships, mentorships, and readiness programs that prepare students for post-secondary success and emerging STEAM careers like AI. So when we talk about One North, we're not just talking about offices. We're talking about labs where students can build and design, studios where they can create and spin, and spaces where their brilliance is showcased to their community. When I think about the co-location of our trusted community-based organizations that already serve Black families, when families walk into the One North building, they will find PPS alongside the culturally specific partners they already rely on for those mentoring, those tutoring skills, the wellness and cultural connection. By creating satellite spaces for our partners within the center, we create continuity. Families no longer have to navigate those disconnected systems, as I've mentioned. Instead, they will encounter a unified ecosystem of support under one roof. The site's proximity to Albina Vision Trust, Albina One, and Center for Black Excellence makes this co-location strategy much a larger part of the cultural and community renaissance in Albina. It is also fiscally sustainable throughout our thoughtful of our co-location, which creates opportunities for shared resources and lease revenue while deepening trust with families that we serve. So, as we move forward, I want to show how this vision translates into student success and community partnership by listing out our risks that we've identified and the mitigation plans that we have in place to respond. I want to begin by knowing that every property we might acquire carries some risk. What matters is whether those risks are manageable. And in this case, they are. We've been intentional about identifying the challenges, planning for them, and even turning many of them into opportunities. Transportation and parking. Challenges are common in urban settings, right? We are in a city who is promoting us to the 20 is plenty, and we are absolutely trying to move away from our cars and into more sustainable ways of transportation. I didn't come up with that quote, that's the city of Portland. But 20 is plenty. At One North, we are addressing the transportation and parking challenges through shared use parking agreements, employee and public transit incentives, and exploring alternate curbside or walking options with the city partners. These solutions align with our values of sustainability, walkability, and access. The other risk that we've identified is the alleyway, which is city-owned and slated for public improvements. So the alleyway between the two buildings does require our attention. It also raises security considerations around how students and the general public might interact. That's why we are engaging city bureaus early and ensuring that contract language with partners protects our babies. And at the same time, this is an opportunity to shape long-term community access in partnership with the city. And we're not new to that either. We've done that before. With commercial tenants already in place, PPS would inherit some operational responsibilities. And rather than viewing this as a burden, we see it as a revenue-generating opportunity. With the right property management strategy, tenant lease options can help offset costs and support the center's sustainability. Our last two risks that I want to note and flag for tonight is parking and the landlord piece that I just kind of alluded to. So parking is limited at One North, with fewer than 10 on-site stalls and only temporary access to the adjacent church lot, which I want to name in this space, is currently Life Change. Our approach is to pursue off-site and shared use agreements with nearby partners, including the church, while also incentivizing employee and public transit use. In this way, the site's urban accessibility and walkability becomes a strength, not a weakness. As for the existing commercial tenants, these leases are not a burden. They represent a financial advantage, creating revenue that helps offset operational costs and sustains the center while we also build out ongoing and up community partnerships. What I want the board to take away tonight is these are not deal-breaking risks. They are manageable conditions and, in several cases, opportunities that we proactively address so that the Center for Black Student Excellence can thrive. My next steps and recommendations. We have done the hard work of our due diligence. What remains are the operational details, feasibility, partner consideration, and program design. That's the fun part. And we are prepared to execute on every single one of these deliverables. Our next steps are concrete. We need to go back and engage community directly around co-designing student programming and establishing a property management strategy that ensures long-term fiscal sustainability. What we need from the board tonight is authorization to proceed. Approval of the purchase and sale agreement allows us to move from vision and into reality, from identifying a site to activating it for students, our babies, our families, and our community. Our recommendation is clear. Approve the purchase and sale agreement for One North. This vote affirms the commitment Portland made to Black students and families in 2020 and sets us firmly on the path to delivering that promise in a tangible and timely way. Thank you. I want to
Thank you, Senior Director Watson. Board, what questions do you have for the team or me?
Okay, my concerns are similar to Angela's, actually. She said it very well. We all know we don't have any money for operation. So I'm saying, how do you see that, how do you see supporting all the programs if Portland Public Schools can't provide funds?
Do you want to take that one, Dr. Armstrong?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think we can tag team this. So one of the things that we'll identify through the due diligence process are the resources that we will be able to generate with the lease. As you know, when property is rented out, we are able to use those funds on programming or any other use. It doesn't need to go back into buildings. And so we're looking forward to seeing what that would yield through the due diligence process for not only the maintenance and management of the site, but how that might contribute to programming. And I will say that we believe in the partnerships that we have across the city. And I think when we think of the Center for Black Student Excellence, we're thinking like it takes a village in that approach. And so we're excited to go through the next 2 months of being able to bring information that will answer those questions. And I just want to note that we will bring those answers to the facility committee over the next 2 months on the results of the due diligence and be able to spend some time in conversation about some of the items that may come up during this process.
And I can follow up with Dr. Armstrong if that's all right. I also think we need to be clear that PPS will always, our partners are not replacing PPS in this site. So we will maintain our presence and maintain full site and control on all decision making. And this approach isn't inconsistent with what PPS has already done. We've worked with community-based organizations and partnerships all of the time, some of which rent space and buildings from us in this very site. One North simply just gives us the dedicated home to bring all of those services under one roof, but it doesn't mean that those partnerships somehow nullify the work that we are doing. This work is strategic in alignment with our district's continuous improvement plan and in alignment with your board goals. And so that is going to maintain our residency there, and it doesn't mean that working with community-based partners gives them more insight into what happens in that building. It's our space, we'll dictate what happens inside it.
So I think 2 key points is it's not a school, and it is a building that we'll continue to own. It's an investment for Portland.
Yeah, I know. After reading everything, or almost everything, I did look up, I emailed Roseanne and asked, I figured we already rented space out, and she said, oh yes, and we have a rental team.
Yes.
So it's not as if this is new.
No, we are a major landlord. We do this all the time. We're not new to that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that made me more comfortable.
But I think once the feasibility study is complete, it will tell us absolutely what operating costs we can generate. We don't know that quite yet. That's why due diligence is deeply important and necessary, so that when we come back to you, we can actually tell you what the bottom lines are, what's possible in the space.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I could add, one of the purposes of the purchase sale agreement is to allow us to really get in and investigate what our opportunities are without the seller being able to sell the property to someone else while we're working through all the questions that we all have.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Director LaForte. And then I'll go to you next.
I've got a few questions. Just so I'm clear, as the expectation, I'm not sure who to direct this to, that all tenants of the building will pay rent, including our wraparound service providers that currently have contracts with the district. Like, have we had that conversation? Anything about that?
I do think that that's important to flag. The partnerships that exist in ResJ have been partners with over 52 of our sites and for longer than 25 years. We have no interest in sunsetting what is in ResJ and elevating that in CBSE, or the Center for Black Student Excellence. I do believe that those partners can work alongside us, but I want to make sure that Dr. Adams has an opportunity to weigh in. But that is not the idea, is that partnerships would cease to be under his department, only to exist in the Center for Black Student Excellence. They need to serve all 52 of our sites and even more of that, and this just gives us more opportunity to be intentional in how we're providing our services with our contracted partners. Dr. Adams, does that feel?
That was great. Thank you.
I think her question was more on the rents on that. And the question, I think, being, correct me if I'm wrong, being that will all partners that use the space outside of Portland be obligated to
I think that's a great question, and I think it would be a little too early to answer. And so I think part of what the due diligence will give us is what's possible. But the idea would be to develop a property management strategy that allows us to use the rents to help endure the facilities and deferred maintenance and all of the things that need to happen in the site. And we do that all the time, but I don't want to overpromise what we might be able to do until I know for sure what this feasibility study indicates.
And we also want to engage our real estate department. We have about a dozen folks who make up the real estate team, and so it's important to have them in that conversation as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is the expectation that PPS will be responsible for operations and maintenance of the building? And if so, can we define what those operations costs are? I'm not going to get too in the weeds. This is like.
We have 90 days to conduct our due diligence, which the board will receive some updates and some analysis, and board will have final approval on whether to purchase the building. But I do believe, and maybe Liz can speak to a little bit more of that, but the operating plan for budget is something that we can determine during that 90-day due diligence phase.
And I definitely want Liz to answer, but I also want to say that those conversations will happen in the facilities committee from this point forward until we bring back to the full board the final purchase sale agreement. But go ahead, Liz.
I can just confirm what's been said. The seller will provide us with the operating and maintenance historical data so we can build out pro formas and operating budgets for the building.
But I'm assuming that we're going to be responsible for that, the PPS is.
If we are the new owner, yes, we'll be responsible for that.
And then there was another call out. It is a commercial building. Tenants that are not nonprofits, that are for-profit businesses, I believe that we'll be responsible for paying the property tax. I mean, obviously we'll have rent. That there will be a potential tax bill that comes along with this building, which is a little bit different than our schools. So when I read about an operating agreement for common areas, what does that mean specifically?
So we are still working through, there's an LLC that's been created for that common area in the building. And what the legal implications for that relatively small area that's part of our due diligence. You are correct that the for-profit tenants who will be there post-closing if the deal goes through, there is a property tax obligation for that. And our general understanding, and I haven't seen every single lease yet, Director LaForte, but that they're largely triple net leases, and so the property tax obligation falls to the tenant for that expense. But we are confirming that across the tenants. I don't want to, like Nicole, I don't want to overpromise what we haven't fully seen yet.
Right. And I don't want to get in the weeds before you do your due diligence. So just I'm thinking how, getting to a yes vote tonight.
Thank you. Student Representative Torto?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, definitely looking forward to seeing that budget impact statement in December. Now, I would like to echo some things that our own Angela Bonilla said, in making sure that we're including members of our community in this due diligence process. Not only our Black staff and educators, but also our Black students, who are going to be the ones using this space. I would definitely like to see, a report, on some conversations with our Black, staff and students in what they want out of this space. When you go to, Ockley Green Middle School, which is where I went to middle school, it's like, what do those kids want out of this space? What do the kids at Harriet Tubman want out of this space? And making sure that is guiding this. So definitely looking forward to that. I know that's coming up in our in the due diligence process. And in terms of the fiscal stuff, also, I would also love a report on what the long-term plan is for operations and oversight, so that we make sure that we're not just serving our Black students today, but forever, and make sure that we can keep this facility running.
Thank you so much, Representative Torto. I would also just like to add one, it's for all of our babies. And I hope to work with you and our district student council on making sure that we leverage the voices of color for our students.
Yeah, and I'd also like to add that I hope that this is just the beginning of the conversation on some of those requests for all of our real estate items across Portland Public Schools. We do have a ton of properties that we need to begin having conversations on that may have leases or may be completely vacant. And so I think that the real estate conversation is a broader conversation in general. And then also just to point out that we have began having conversations with students. I know myself had a conversation with students at Jefferson High School, and I know that those conversations will continue.
Yes. Thank you. Any other questions?
So I think, hi. I think what I have, and I'm hoping that as everyone gets to know me up here, that you will, what I say at face value, and I offer transparency. And so I just want to,
please.
It's on green. Am I just too far? Okay. I believe in transparency and honesty, both here tonight and in my world everywhere. And so I want you all to know, here in this room and everybody listening remotely, everybody watching later, that a week ago when I started looking through all of the materials for the first time, because I'm a new board member and I was not privy to everything that happened in the spring and even in the early summer. I also am not sick. I just cannot kick something for 2 months. So my apologies. And so when I started reading everything a week ago, which is a lot, I got very nervous and I got very scared. And I will be honest and tell you that my initial reaction was to not vote because I didn't understand what I was voting on. And so I asked a lot of questions to make sure that this is an initial vote. And so everybody who has filled my inbox over the last week sharing some of these concerns, this is an initial vote, and then we will be getting a lot more information before we make a final vote in December. And so I started in this scared no camp trying to figure out what to do and asking all the questions. And then I thought, well, maybe I should abstain because isn't that what people do when they don't have the information they have? And I was assured by PPS staff, by district, that the information is coming. And the information is coming, and I expect, and all of us expect the information to come before we get to the final vote. So the due diligence is a factor, but it does need to happen in order for us to have the information we need to make this close. I wasn't at a no or an abstention because I don't want the CBSE to happen. Quite the contrary, I want it to happen. I want it to thrive. I want it to succeed. I want it to be self-sustaining, and I want it to be here for a long, long time. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in a different political and financial landscape than we did in 2020. And arguably, I will say that the political landscape that we find ourselves in today or yesterday, when we got a new Hispanic reasonable suspicion test from the U.S. Supreme Court that's different from everybody else's reasonable suspicion test, arguably we need the CBSE even more now today because of the constant attacks on everybody who doesn't fit a very slim margin. So it was those reasons that I was scared, and it's these reasons that I want it to thrive. I have worries. I have worries that have been mentioned already. Do we have a rental agency to find organizations to fill a 72,000 square foot building? I have worries about who will pay for security, who will pay for window cleaning, for concrete repair, for the electrical to keep the very lights on. Part of what we heard in our strike was that we don't have funding to keep lights on and to keep rats and mold out of our buildings. And so how are we going to take on a new building? I have worries about how it seems that there will be no or limited students there during the day. And so I ask, how do students get there? How do they get home? Where do they park cars while they're there at the CBSE? We don't have yellow school buses sufficient to get our kids to school at a reasonable hour, and we in fact cut buses, which means elementary schools start at an ungodly morning time early and end so early that no working parent possibly could do anything except for pay for after school hours. And so how do we get our kids to the CBSE? I have worries about what happens if the organization's renting space just up and leave. Or, as Director LaForte asked, if we rent to for-profit organizations, who pays the much larger property tax bill? For anybody wondering if PPS has the money to spend, this is a bond money, so it is different. While we desperately need teachers in classrooms, while we desperately need librarians in libraries, and while we desperately need bus drivers in buses, none of this money, and I want everyone who's questioning it, none of this money can go towards that. Please reach out to your legislators. Please reach out to the governor. We need more money, but none of this money can ever go to that. It's going to this building. I say that because my inbox has been filled with people saying, how can you possibly buy a building when my fourth grade needs a new teacher? They're very separate. So I'm saying all of this for one huge reason. PPS doesn't have a penny to spend on this. We're going to be having conversations about closing schools. We've already dealt with deferred maintenance and lack of proper HVAC in schools, leading to schools closing due to heat over the last couple of weeks and kids missing important instructional time. And like I said, last year we cut buses, which resulted in schools starting early, and it's not good for students, it's not good for teachers, it's not good for front desk staff, and it certainly isn't good for working parents. So PPS doesn't have any staff to give to the center, not without taking more staff from schools that are already underwater. So I say all of this because I need the CPSE to work, and I need it to be self-sustaining in order to get to a yes vote in December. So I'm here today to say I want this to thrive, and I hope that all of these questions that are being directed at all of you, which felt like they're coming at record speed because we are thinking this through because we want it to thrive, that we can get the answers, that our community can feel safe saying, yes, we need it. This is sort of Portland's way to stand strong against everything that's coming our way. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Director Inglesman, and I assure you we will get you those answers and we'll get us to the finish line in December.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love the practicality of my colleagues and also have a lot of questions and expect answers to come out of due diligence. But as I've been perusing the materials and reviewing the vision, I'm reminded of the words of Toni Morrison, who said, as you enter positions of trust and power, dream a little before you think. It is time to make due on the debt that is owed to Black students and families in this district. That is generations long. When we talk about what we can and cannot afford, what we cannot afford is to continue to shortchange our Black kids. So I'm putting my trust in you and the team to come with the answers. I believe that this is something that y'all are not only putting a lot of thought into, but a lot of heart into. So I look forward to finding out, all the answers to these questions during due diligence, and I am beyond excited for the opportunities for our kids that will come through the Center for Black Student Excellence. Thank you for this work.
Thank you. Director DePass?
Thank you for your comments there. Some of you in the room have heard this before. And first of all, I want to acknowledge people in the, I'm looking at Ms. Ladd, who was instrumental in getting this effort started 5 years ago. So thank you for being here tonight. I know there's others I can't remember, but some of you have heard this before. So for 170 years, PPS's pattern of response towards the struggles of communities of color, especially Black and Native American students, stems from institutional and cultural racism that continues to exacerbate the inequalities and the outcomes that we see today. In fact, the origin story of Portland Public Schools is one of a district that viewed Black and Native children as burdens to educate. And I'm sharing this because I learned this in the last few years, and I think it's important for us to all be grounded in this history. One of the earliest instances of active exclusion by PPS occurred when William Brown, a resident of Portland in the 1860s, tried to enroll his children in one of Portland's only 2 public elementary schools, launching what would be the first and only case of official segregation of Black children in Portland. After repeated attempts to enroll his children in PPS and being denied, Mr. Brown appealed to the Board of Education, including directors whose names I won't recount tonight. Again, his children were denied access. The school board explained that they resisted integrating schools by saying, if we admit them, then next year we'll have no money to run the schools. And I think that's germane to our conversation today. So in 1867, the Board of Education was afraid to provoke the taxpayers and rouse the ire of white families, and rather than risking the anger of PPS white parents, the school board eventually allocated $800 for a segregated school in downtown Portland. 26 black students, many of whom attempted to attend one of the 2 public schools, were enrolled in this school, and every year at school board meetings, the school's existence was called into question until it was abolished in 1872. And 30 black students were welcomed into an integrated PPS. So the faces and tactics have changed. We have an obligation as leaders up here to do the right thing after 170 years of history of a failure to educate our black children. And that's all I'm going to say, just history lesson.
Director Splett.
Yes, thank you so much. I also just want to thank Director DePass for the history lesson. I think that's a really important reason why we're here tonight and why I'm enthusiastic to move this forward and do the right thing for Black students and by all students that can be served by the facility. I want to thank everyone who did the work, had the patience, came tonight and many, many nights to watch us do this work. I see you. I wish I could see you tonight. I should have mentioned earlier, I'm on the downside of having COVID and decided it would be better for everyone if I took another day out of the public. So sorry that I'm not there because it's a huge night for a lot of you. I think tonight we're keeping a promise that was made 5 years ago, simply put, and it's our obligation to keep the promise on this front that we've made to our voters and that the past board committed to at that time. So to me, that's what we're doing. We're moving forward with what we promised to do as an institution 5 years ago. I do want to just offer 3 brief comments. Nicole, you did such a good job presenting tonight. I guess, what should I call you? Ms. Watson, how about that? Thank you so much for your work and for the presentation and for all that you've done to make this happen. In the due diligence and in the work over the next few months and in the work to follow, if all goes well, I'm going to be really interested in hearing about educator engagement and putting together the work that's happening at the CPSE. I also really want to echo the concerns about, not echo concerns, but just echo thoughts about figuring out how to minimize operational costs for the district given intense budget constraints that we have, and using bond money as much as we can in the ways that we can to support the facility so that we don't have to or can avoid spending those dollars that I think need to be in our classrooms where they're often serving students of color as well. And I also just want to say that as somebody who represents Zone 1, we have a school that has a large Black population that would really have a tough time ever getting over to the Center for Black Students Excellence after school. And so I hope that we can think of how maybe we can do some targeted work with summer or enrichment programs on weekends where we help bring some of those kids from Markham specifically and from other schools around the district that are pretty darn far from Albina. I know there's sizable Black populations at schools like Clark, schools like Rosa Parks and Cesar Chavez that are just a little further afield. So I hope we can think about how to make sure we're getting that programming, and I want to hear how we're planning on getting that programming to kids that might be farther from the center as well. Thank you so much, everybody, for your work. And I'm really grateful to be here to help move this forward tonight.
Thank you, Director Splett. I just want to put my comment in. Go ahead. Yeah, I just want to express extreme gratitude for all the people who really put a lot of work into this. This is a community effort. Hundreds of people waiting for 5 years, and it's better now than never. But if you're like me, if you know me, I wish this was done yesterday. So I'm eager to get this done. I also want to make some space for understanding that, and also some grace, because I think I speak for everybody, including staff and all the board here. We all really want the Center for Black Student Excellence to be super successful. So successful that people are going to ask us to open it up all over the city. I think that is the ultimate goal for all of us up here, all the staff I talked to. I see so much enthusiasm across, just staff and board members about getting this through. And I just also want to ask us to be a little bit graceful, because unfortunately, this project has spanned across 3 separate boards, right? And some of us just jumped into this. And everybody has a different way of showing support. And what I really want to stress is that if we're doing a road trip, there's people like me who just want to turn on the ignition, step on the gas, and we need people like that. But there's also other people that want to check the gas and make sure the engine is running. And we have those people on the board too. And we need all those type of people to get to our destination. So I just want to be sure that I make some space for grace. We have a majority brand new board who just jumped into this, and we're asking them to do this big heavy lift, and they are showing their support in their own way, and it has really, really been very inspiring to see this kind of work. So I just want to make sure we recognize that. I don't really have anything else to say besides that. Besides, let's get to voting, right? But I wanted to talk to Director Sullivan first.
Well, I just did want to say that when I was new on the board 2 years ago, there was a presentation, and it was similar to this, and it was beautiful, and I thought, wow, wonderful. And then, nothing happened 2 years later. But I also remember in some of the information that we've gotten, there was also talk about taking things into the schools. There's going to be a lot of planning where it goes, it doesn't all have to be in that building. So a lot of planning will go into the schools, so that might answer some of what Director Splitt was thinking about in schools that are further away.
Thank you, Director Sullivan.
Yeah, and I just also wanted to echo, I really appreciate your words. And I know I've signaled a couple of times that we're going to be able to have a discussion about due diligence across the facility committees, and I want to say publicly that we're going to have some hard questions and some tough questions. I think anytime we're making a major purchase, we're making an investment for Portland Public Schools, and it's the board's obligation and duty to ask the tough questions, to do the deep dive, and it's our responsibility to respond with information. And I can publicly state that I have no reservations about the alignment and the focus and the drive for this board, all 7 members, to be enthusiastically behind me and what we need to do on behalf of not only Black students, but for all of our students. So I'm excited to get this going, and I will say that we don't take the questions as a pause or a concern. We take it as an opportunity to answer, and we look forward to doing that over the next couple of months in the Facilities Committee.
All right. I want to thank you all for the presentation and sharing. That was amazing. Before we begin board discussion amongst ourselves, we need to put this on the table. So do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7165, authorizing execution of purchase and sale agreement for the Center for Black Student Excellence building?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I have Director DePass moves and Director Chase Miller seconds. Why don't we start with public comment first? Okay, because otherwise it'd be kind of awkward to insert it right in the middle. All right, so Ms. Brashaw, do we have public comment? Could you call the people up?
Yes. We have Aaron Frazier, Sahan McKelvey, James Posey, and Gary Hollins.
Do we have a particular order?
You may go in whatever order you like.
Okay.
Start when ready.
Then I'll get us started. Good evening, and thank you for having me. My name is Aaron Frazier, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Black Excellence. I would like to thank Portland Public Schools leadership and staff, and the countless organizations and individuals who have provided input, guidance, and partnership on this project. Collectively, this community has dedicated thousands of hours to co-create the Center for Black Student Excellence vision and spent years exploring options for a physical site, analyzing the pros and cons of co-locations, examining properties already in the district's portfolio, and surveying the market for buildings that met the standard of excellence expected. That time and energy is why we are now in a position to ask you to vote yes to enter into a purchase and sale agreement to acquire One North, an award-winning Class A property in the heart of Albina. We didn't arrive here by accident. Through one pandemic, 2 CBSE directors, 3 superintendents, and the most regressive socio-political shift since the end of Reconstruction gave rise to a century of racial terror, we have persisted to get here tonight. We have dreamed with each other. We have designed with intention. And we are determined to leave this boardroom having laid foundational bricks to build not just the CBSE, but bright, bold, brilliant, and beautiful futures for children, families, and educators who call this place home. Tonight, this board has the chance to make good on its promise to a community of people who, when I took on this role 2 years ago, told me unflinchingly that I was wasting my time and theirs if I thought Portland Public Schools would ever actually open a Center for Black Student Excellence. It was an audible expression of exasperation and exhaustion, and it signaled a belief rooted in repeated experience that at the end of the day, this district had no respect for the commitments it made to Black communities and would always find a way to excuse its failure to follow through for Black children. Tonight, many of those same people are sitting in this audience, excited to be proven wrong. We have shown up to watch as this board moves forward on one of the nation's largest public investments in infrastructure ever made to support Black children, all in a state that tried its best to keep Black people from ever being more than itinerant workers here. That so many found a way to not only stay, but to sow futures in the face of that hatred is indicative of the fight, perseverance, and vision that were ingrained in the Black folks who fled the Jim Crow South and that flows through the veins and lives in the bones of the Black families that make up this community today. That fight, that perseverance, and that vision are why we stand poised to do even more to support our children. And we ask only that you do your part tonight too. Of course, purchasing a building won't fix every problem that has persisted in this district for more than a century. But entering into this PSA paves the way for this board to start healing past and present wounds done unto Black families and children in this district, and to continue co-creating the CBSE. And that you vote yes tonight does matter. Because while some of you are new to the board, this work is not new to this district. We are already running late, not just by a few months, and not just by a few years, but by decades upon decades during which the district abdicated its responsibility to educate Black children in a way that leaves them well and whole, ready to be lifelong learners, leaders, and innovators, prepared to shape the world rather than be subjected to it. And that is why anything other than a yes tonight is a no. That's why asking us to wait tonight is an unabashed wrong. You will not find a better property in a better location on a better timeline for a better price anywhere in the district. And everybody in this room knows it. So we are asking each of you to vote tonight to approve entering into a purchase and sale agreement for One North. We are asking you not to waver, and instead to lead. Now is the moment, our moment, to transform the future together. Thank you.
Good evening, directors. First of all, thank you all for taking this time to listen to us. I think that is valuable and we don't take that for granted. My name is Sahan McKelvey, and I am the Director of Advocacy and Engagement at Self-Enhancement Inc., or SEI. And I'm here tonight to express strong support on behalf of SEI for PPS to approve the PSA for the One North complex for the purpose of fulfilling a 5-year-old promise from PPS to the Black community in Portland to provide a Center for Black Student Excellence. This promise was made in 2020 and approved by voters with overwhelming support. And I understand questions, but I would implore you all to differentiate between questions about this specific building versus questions for any building. Because questions for this specific building deserve answers in the due diligence process. Questions for any building are telling our community that we were lied to, and PPS does not have any intent on fulfilling that promise. The budget for this project is available, and the only thing standing in the way is your willingness to demonstrate with your votes tonight that Black students matter, equity still matters, Black education matters, commitment matters, and our community matters. Our community, as you can see from the enthusiastic attendance tonight, is ready, willing, and available to be activated in support of this effort, and we are eager to work with the district and the Center for Black Excellence to promote educational success for Black students. SEI stands shoulder to shoulder with our community, offering our full support as well. We know what the need is: excellence in educational access, resources, and opportunities for Black students in Portland. And we know the importance of meeting this need. The very future of our community depends on it, as our students are threatened with being left behind and left out in an ever-changing technological world and a political environment that seeks the great that was created by pushing us down. But tonight, we're here to stand up. We're here to hold you to your promise to us, and we're here to shout from the rooftops that we will not wait any longer, because the time for this change is right now. No one can say in this moment that we don't have the necessary resources or that we don't have the opportunity to act. There are no excuses. There's nothing to stop you from doing the right thing other than your own will to seize this moment. Our entire community is imploring you to seize it, and we promise to you that we will then seize the opportunity to step up and activate this space for our students. So please keep your promise to us so that we can fulfill our promise to our children. Thank you.
Good evening, and I am not James Posey, but I've been asked to speak in his stead. So good evening, Superintendent Armstrong and the board. My name is Lakeitha Elliott. I'm a proud third-generation alumni of the best high school in Portland. For those of you who don't know, that's Jefferson High School. I'm the parent of a fourth-generation alumni, so that my grandparents' parents, myself, and my kid have all been demos. So I have a deep, strong commitment to this community and to this neighborhood. I'm a proud product of the beloved community of Albina and Northeast Portland. In my day job, I serve as Executive Director of the Gordley Birch Center for Black Leadership and Civic Engagement. And as I prepared for my testimony for tonight, I went back and I watched the July 28, 2020 school board meeting, where the decision was made to send the historic bond measure that would modernize Jefferson High School and create the Center for Black Student Excellence to voters. I realize that most of you all were not here at that time, and so I'll reiterate some of what I shared in that meeting. First, I want you to know that we have always known Black excellence and success in this community. This center will not create that. This center will nurture that. I often share that myself, Rakaya Adams, a visionary behind Albina Vision Trust and one of the visionaries of this center, Nikenge Harmon Johnson, who leads our Urban League, D'Artagnan Calaman, who is a leader in the 1803 Fund. We all went to Tubman Middle School, a school that was visioned for by our community, a school that our community pushed for. They came to this very room and demanded that the district do the right thing by Black students and create Tubman Middle School. That school that our community visioned for nurtured a lot of us who are leaders now, who are making a deep impact in our community. We're a direct result of what it looks like when our community is listened to and when the district does the right thing. I don't know that they knew at the time that their vision would have such a great impact on the future, but I am thankful for their vision, and I'm hopeful that we have an opportunity to have that kind of impact for the next generation and several generations to come. I also shared at that time that I had served on the Long Range Facilities Committee way back in 2012, and as a member of the Bond Development Committee in 2013. And at that time, we decided not to put Jefferson on the first bond because they were transitioning at the time to the middle college. But we were reassured that it would be on the next one, and it wasn't. And it wasn't on the next one. We have finally passed that bond, but here we are 13 years later, and we don't have a modernized Jefferson High School. We cannot wait for this center to be realized. Today is the day to decide to honor the will of the voters and of our community, and move quickly to make this purchase and move to make this center a reality. There was specific language in the resolution that day, and the resolution stated that the board stands strongly in its commitment to authentically listen, learn, and partner with our community's Black elders and listen to our Black youth to address the cultural and institutional racism that has existed in our system since its inception. And that culturally specific organizations are uniquely positioned to partner with PPS to support racial equity and social equity goals. Well, here we are today, Black elders, Black youth, those in between, and many of our Black culturally specific organizations, and after a thorough community engagement process, asking that you authentically listen to our community and move forward with this purchase. We cannot wait any longer. Please vote yes today. Thank you.
Good evening. I don't know if y'all can hear me. It's kind of different being on this side. Good evening, Superintendent, Chair, Vice Chair, board members. I'm here tonight in strong support of continuing this effort to follow through on a promise the city and district made to our kids in 2020. The Center for Black Excellence was not a staff idea. It was not a passing thought. It was a community-led undertaking rooted in the voices of families and students, and it was overwhelmingly supported by voters. Let's deal with some small facts. The building in question cost $16 million. Out of the $60 million that's allocated, leaving around $44 million. So let's say even if $10 million were invested into enhancements, that still leaves $30+ million that can go directly towards improving structural integrity of elementary and middle schools that desperately need upgrades. This was done intentionally. This is an expanding opportunity for all of our kids, while we're also finally honoring a commitment to Black students who have waited far too long for this kind of investment. I want to be very clear. Conversations around operating costs are being raised here in a way that they have never been raised for any other bond project, ever. This board and previous boards did not ask for operational cost analysis for Grant Bowl upgrades, for athletic hub improvements, or for the $87 million in additional field projects funded in the last bond. Not one question. This is even while the district has faced financial deficit over the past 4 years. Nor were there operational cost analysis demanded before approving modernization projects despite enrolling declines that we all know exist. When we talk about, well, where's the money at? I've always said this before, when this is a priority, we find the money. Just like we're gonna find money to operate the fields that has been voted for, that you guys are gonna be proving for, athletic fields, maintenance, updates, all that stuff that's gonna come out of our general budget for those items, I don't see why it would be any different with this project as well. The fact that this is suddenly a sticking point when it comes to the only Black-centered project this district has ever put forward is telling. It forces us to ask the question, why? And let us not ignore the undertones and the quiet conversations, because I hear them, that are going on in this city. And just like it was talked about before, the attack on DEI from our own federal administration. The whispers by some that this building is too good for Black children. That maybe something more run down, more secondhand, like the Salvation Army building, would be more suitable. That mindset is not only dangerous, it's insulting. It is exactly why the Center for Black Excellence was envisioned. Our kids deserve the best and not the bare minimum. This board faced a test tonight. Do you have the courage to honor what your predecessor set in motion? Do you have the fortitude to stand on the promise made to this community? The choice is simple. Either you are with us or you're against us. That's it.
Thank you all for your testimony. Ex-Director Hollins, good to see you again. All right, let's start our board deliberations. Well, yeah, I guess if you want, this is a good time, yeah.
So I just, in response to Gary's comments, I hear you, but the difference for me with this building versus other bond projects is that it's a commercial space. There's a huge difference. It's the only one that is a commercial space and comes with a property tax bill, which, whoa, hold on, I'm not done. I checked, it's $317,000 a year. So all I want to do is, I do want to move to amend the resolution by adding a new section that reads, staff shall present to the board no later than Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, a comprehensive annual cost analysis for the One North facility, including a statement of financial responsibility detailing at minimum our staffing commitments, insurance, our maintenance budget, utilities, property tax obligations, and any other recurring operational expenses. And this is it's intended to strengthen the transparency and accountability in our process. It's a significant ongoing financial commitment, and it's essential that the board and the public have a clear understanding of what those costs are, because my biggest fear is that we end up upside down on this building with our monthly bills, and we have very, very real budget issues. We've been told it's a turnkey solution. In terms of a physical building, it's amazing. In terms of operations, it's not. We will be managing a commercial property. It's a very large one, and to sleep at night, I just need to know that we can cover our costs. And I need everybody to understand, we don't actually know that yet because we haven't seen the rent. And I just want to make sure that we see everything. I've met with Aaron. Nicole's amazing. Your Toni Morrison quote at the beginning, I felt like that when I sat with Aaron yesterday. I thought, I can dream. Like this could be a reality. So I'm very excited about it. I just need to know for sure that we're going to get the information we need from the district so that we're 7-0 in December, because I want it to succeed.
Could you?
I have a question about that. So I thought.
Wait, let's put it on the table first. Could you read the amendment again? This is.
Sure. Okay, staff shall present to the board no later than Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, a comprehensive annual cost analysis for the One North facility, including a statement of financial responsibility, detailing at minimum PPS staffing commitments, insurance, a maintenance budget, utilities, property tax obligations, and any other recurring operational expenses.
Isn't that the due diligence?
Thank you. We have a motion for this amendment. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. We have Director Engelsman.
It's a board.
Second.
We have a regular board meeting on November 4th.
So just now we can start discussion on the amendment. One thing I do want to note that I think it's important to everyone here who's very interested in things. I looked over this amendment. This amendment doesn't really change anything that the staff is going to do anyways. It doesn't change the vote in December. I want to also put out there that what really sold me on this amendment is two things. Number one, by doing it this way, it can expedite this process so that all the questions are answered by December, and so that there's no more further delays. Because that's my number one goal. I don't want any more further delays. Number two, I think that one of the things about this amendment is that it's not. The other thing that I think sells me on this amendment is that it's not necessarily targeting its staff, because the staff is doing this anyways. It is already going to be done and presented. What it does is actually it holds the board accountable, and that we establish a meeting so that when people do have questions, they know where to go and where this information is going to be presented. And I think that's very powerful. And again, be very clear, this amendment does not slow down this process, and in fact, it could actually speed it up.
That's my hope.
I have a question. So I thought that the resolution that we're voting on gives us until the end of the year. So it seems like I'm just asking a question. It's moving it up. It's allowing like 8 weeks instead of 12 weeks. And knowing the amount of work that is processed through the district, having been on the board for so long, I'm concerned that moving that date up, I understand the intent behind it. I also am very curious. I want to see the numbers. I've been looking at Portland maps the whole time, but condensing the time that the district thinks they need to do an excellent job sets us up for failure. And I mean, I'm really concerned. This is the neighborhood I live in, I was born in, and I do not want to be set up for failure. I don't want to set the staff up for failure. So the way I'm reading it, and I have a question, is you're moving the date up by 4 weeks with this amendment. Is that correct?
I'm happy to change it. I did that to make sure that we get it, because I'm acting with a sense of urgency. If you feel more comfortable with December, that's fine.
Could we then go with the resolution, which is to do the due diligence, to allow the 90 days, not the, what is that, 3 months versus 2 months versus 3 months, to do the 90 days, to do like the best job we can do. I mean, everything that we move forward with hinges on our ability to have an excellent, accountable, transparent due diligence, pro formas, rents, and some of the work is out of our control. If we're working with a real estate agent who needs to get back to their real estate agent, and I'm just concerned that that shortening that timeline sets this next step up for failure. That's my concern. I mean, maybe staff could we get an answer?
Yeah,
on,
actually,
can this be done in 4 weeks, or do we need 12?
I'd love to jump in, because I actually think that we are a lot closer in the due diligence process of some of these items. And so I wanted to call, I thought I saw Liz Large out there. Where is she? Here she is. To just speak to the possibility of getting some of these items that were listed in the resolution complete by November 4th, because I think we're on track, but I want our lawyer to answer that question.
And
Or
with the full
lawyers,
disclaimer
lawyers,
that, yes, thank you. That I'm the lawyer, not the real estate department, but I work very closely with the real estate department. And they are very capable, hardworking people who have a lot of experience in commercial real estate, including due diligence. We have, with the grace of the seller, a bit of a running start on due diligence. It formally commences entering the purchase and sale agreement. We have a data room that has been set up with a lot of information. So I think if you're looking at insurance, a maintenance budget, utilities, property tax obligations, and recurring operational expenses, I think that data will be ready within 60 days. I might get killed when I go back, but I think I think we have those are facts upon which we can build projections or deliver historical data, and I think we can do that.
Well, I don't have an issue moving it to December if you're more comfortable with that.
Director Engelsman?
Yeah, if we move it to December, then we have to move the vote date, because we can't be in a position where we're getting, we can't be in a position where we're getting the information that we're trying to digest and make a vote on the same day or within a couple of days before. We have to have the information in time to then turn questions around. I guess I'm not understanding what the point of an amendment is then, if it's not to try to get information in time for us to understand it and then have a vote.
I might
suggest, I'm sorry.
We will also be receiving updates during facilities committee, though,
Yeah,
correct? So we do not have to digest all of the information like in one bite. We'll be getting it all along as things are discovered.
And I think I would feel comfortable making a commitment on behalf of my colleagues that we can come to the next facilities meeting with the work plan and the deliverable dates and what we have to. I mean, a very detailed progress report on the work we've done and the timeline for delivering the items you've articulated here in the proposed amendment, and we will do that with or without an amendment.
Yeah, I want to double score that. I think I said that earlier, that we're going to use the next two facility meetings to bring forth information through the due diligence and make sure that the board has adequate time to dive into the numbers. We take that as our responsibility, and we'll make sure that there is the time as set out in with the next two facility committee dates in October and November. Or maybe not.
I think there's one in September as well.
Yeah,
and I
so
think
maybe the second and third. Yeah, thank you.
So I just want to be clear, is everything that is in the amendment part of due diligence? Yes, right?
It is, the due diligence is a very broad category. There are certain things that are specific data, historical expenses, the operational plan and fitness, right? That's the piece that I'm probably less able to speak to directly. But what programs go in the building in which spaces, we have people working on that now, trying to assess what's possible. The maintenance budgets, the property tax obligations for-profit tenants, insurance pieces, those are data that we can get fairly quickly, and I think we'll lead in the report out on due diligence.
So the amendment isn't really needed to get everything that's in the amendment. Is that correct?
I can just say staff is committed to getting information to the board as quickly as possible and is targeting the facilities committee as the entry point on those report outs.
So that's what the amendment does, it is moving faster?
I'm sure we'll have some of this information well before November 4th. I don't want to speak to all of the operational planning and fit for purpose. I think that's a more complex exercise in that 90-day period, and they're hustling to get it done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think my other concern about the resolution is if things like programming and the specifics around that are going to be determined during due diligence, then how can staff present a plan for what those things are going to cost before the end of due diligence?
They can't. That's not what I was referring to. I'm talking about things like any security. Like, I don't know, because we don't have that information. Like, what is PPS financially going to be responsible for providing? Because it's a unique situation. It's not a school.
Yeah, I'm just thinking things like utilities or maintenance, things like that are going to be contingent upon what the programming is, right?
We should have an energy disclosure from the seller that would tell us what it is right now. We would use that to budget against.
I think if you're talking about staffing for the operation of the building, like
Yes.
maintenance and security, that's one bucket of staffing that I think we
Exactly.
can help forecast, and that again will be out in the front part of the due diligence report outs. The other pieces related to programming may take a little longer, and again, I'm way out of my lane sitting up here.
You're doing a great job.
Can I say, so I guess the reason that I like the November date, and you can assure me by telling me, here's what I don't want to have happen. I don't want to get to the facilities meeting and have PPS say, we're not ready to present. And then get to the next board meeting or get to the next facilities meeting and say, we're not ready to present. And we're not ready to present. And then suddenly we get to the December board meeting where we're supposed to be making a decision and we've been provided all of this information just a week beforehand instead of over the course of. So that's what I don't want to have happen. And so if you are saying that at the first facilities meeting, feet will be held to the fire and you will be giving us answers so that we can feel comfortable about this, then that's great.
Right. I think what we can commit to is working hard and hustling. We know time is of the essence. We're using the data we have, and this won't be you'll hear only everything at the very end. We'll share as we go. That we will give you updates about where we are in that process in each facilities committee meeting and what is to come. That doesn't mean we'll have all the things at the first or maybe even second, but there'll be a constant flow of information as we have it and as it is useful.
I mean,
we should also just guarantee we don't have to rush a vote. If someone's not ready to vote, we can always move. We're not going to be rushed into a vote.
I was trying to wanted to say something. I feel like. Yeah, I feel as though this amendment.
I'm sorry, please. Let's deliberate.
Yeah. Thank you, but I believe this amendment just seems a little bit unnecessary, and I get the want to have this information, to make sure that we 100% have this information by a certain date. But I feel as though I trust our district people to get that information to us as they have it, and if it turns out they don't have that information at our next facilities meeting, then I feel that we need to trust them to give them the time that they need, and I trust that when they have that information, that we'll get it as soon as they have it, And so I just feel like this amendment just introduces an undue layer of stress to that, So.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a new board, it is important to presume competence of our staff and the team that is working on this. And if we get to facilities and they're not coming with the answers, then that's a management piece for us. But I don't want to start out assuming that they're not going to be able to get the job done.
So I would feel comfortable. My concern is that we don't get the information. And let me just finish. That was my concern. I feel a lot better about it now. I'm wondering if we table the motion and just do a directive. Would that make sense?
Yeah. I think moving to table?
Yeah.
Yes. So we have a move to table the amendment, so that more time for further discussion. Do I have a second?
I seconded the original. I'll second this one. Yeah.
Okay, and we have Director Engelsman seconds this motion. Let's take a vote for tabling this amendment. All in favor, please say yes. Oh, sorry.
Explain me.
Oh, yeah, let me explain. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there board discussion? Question. So tabling is basically moving this amendment off the table for potentially either further discussion. It's just a potential.
I think, can I help clarify here? A motion to table means that the motion will die, that this amendment will die. So if you table this, it's done. It won't come back. So I don't want there to be lack of clarity. If you vote to table this amendment, it is dead.
And
It's not a parking lot, in other words.
No, it's not a parking lot.
Talk
It's
about
dead.
later.
I don't need a parking lot. But I think a directive would be great. I just want to make sure that we're hitting all of our deadlines so that we're voting to close in December.
Yes.
That's what Resolution 7165 is calling for. It just doesn't have, it's got the 90-day period in it. I agree with Student Director Retorto that it's an additional layer that's not necessarily, I understand you want a deadline, and I think staff can get us an iterative conversation going forward, moving forward. The work is not going to just start tonight. It's been happening for years, decades, years since the bond passed. And so I just feel like we need to give the staff 90 days to do excellent work, exemplary work, to do the right thing. If it's done sooner, that's great. We're not going to be given something the day before to vote on the next day. We'll have plenty of time to digest information, and it's good. What you're calling for is really, it's important. And I'd like to see us allow the 90 days to do exemplary work, not just rushed telling us what we want to hear, but to actually do the deep dive that we're going to be voting on at the end of the year.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we move to vote on the table of this amendment? All right, we shall now vote on whether we to table this amendment. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion to table passes by 7-0, with student rep voting yes as well. All right, we are now back to discussion for the original resolution 7165. Is there any further board, we're now discussing this. Any other discussion points, questions? I actually have a comment, just for help to make, hopefully feel better. Ex-Director Hollins, thank you for showing up today. but him and I can tell you, we've searched so many properties, and this has been a long process, and we have not found, before today, a property that was deserving of the Center for Black Student Excellence. Things were either more costly, had deeper infrastructure issues, or just old. And I think this is a very exciting opportunity. I do want to also, as my prerogative as chair, and I want to also defer to Director LaForte as chair of the Facilities Committee and Improvement and Operations Committee. We have a facilities meeting on October 8th, November 3rd, and December 9th if needed. That these will be where the discoveries from the due diligence will be presented. So that is now on the agenda. Okay, so therefore, we can do both. We can move this along, and we can be responsible people and make sure that all our I's are crossed and our T's dotted, right? Wait. Is it 9 o'clock? I think it's past 9. Or no, thank you. So we have that commitment. It is on the agenda. Do we have any other further board discussion on 7165, the voting on the authorization for the purchase and sale agreement for Center for Black Student Excellence?
I have one more thing to say. I don't know what other board members have done in the past where there have been other projects that have not affected the same population. I want you to know that my intention is to have the fiscal responsibility and ask the questions for literally every project that is put in front. So my intention is to be here with every person who is looking at every project that's coming and asking questions, not just this one, but every one that's coming. And I'm brand new. This is the first time that anything like this is coming my way. But every time something comes my way, I will have the same lenses on. There's no difference. I just am wanting to do my job.
Thank you for saying that, Stephanie.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we'll now vote on Resolution 7165, authorizing execution of purchase and sale agreement for the Center for Black Student Excellence building. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Student representative?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7165 is approved by a vote of 7-0. The student representative Retorto officially voting yes. With that, give time people to mingle and celebrate. Let's take a 7-minute break, and especially if you have a bathroom emergency.
Oh, bathroom.
Don't leave, guys. This lobbying registration is real interesting.
All right. Our next topic tonight on the agenda is the subject of outdoor school. Last month, the Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment Committee recommended a resolution that would ask the superintendent to provide analysis of options that would add back a 5th day to the outdoor school program. Director Chase Miller, I don't know, do you want to talk about this for a little bit before we introduce the resolution?
Yeah, thank you. So we've put forth a resolution pertaining to outdoor school. Virginia, check me if I get any of this wrong. But essentially what the situation is there has been a decrease in state funding for outdoor school, which requires us to cut a day from outdoor school for PPS 6th graders. So we put forth a resolution asking the superintendent to do some work in exploring the costs associated with outdoor school, to see if costs have changed since it became a state law in, I don't know what year that was, 2016? Anyway, I guess the year probably doesn't matter.
I think so. I think it was 2016.
Anyway, the idea is looking for savings, and then looking at, if there are savings to be found, if there are potential ways that we could cover the cost of the extra day through fundraising or something similar. So that's the resolution as it is drafted right now. Virginia?
The cost analysis. So I'm particularly interested in the cost analysis, adjusting what we paid before Measure 99 passed and what we're paying after, adjusting it for inflation to see if the cost has gone up since Measure 99 passed, because I'm not saying that that's necessarily the case at all. I just would like to know, because often when there's a guaranteed source of revenue, the cost goes up. So I'd love to see if we were in a situation to perhaps negotiate.
Yeah, and I have staff on hand to address some of the question and things that may have come up, since I know some of the questions were brought forth. And so I have Chief Kafori, I have Chief Morrison, who can answer some of the financial questions. And if there are any questions regarding schools, we have Chief of Schools, Isaac Cardona.
Should we put this on the table first?
Oh.
Yeah, let's put this on the table first. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7167, directing the superintendent to provide analysis of outdoor school costs and options to preserve a 5-day outdoor school program?
I move.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have Director Engelsman moves and Director LaForte seconds. All right, ask away or present away.
Chief Kafori, do you want to open?
Talk a little bit about the political discussion that was held in the Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment Committee. Director Split brought forward some examples where she had spoken with legislators who didn't understand the cuts that were made and was unsure whether there was some ambiguity about whether the cuts actually were made or they weren't made. Yes, and I've done some research on it, and they definitely were cut. Outdoor school funding was cut by 20%, which is basically one day of the week. And in speaking with many legislators over the past month, I have been dissuaded, or they have tried to dissuade me from, or not, but tell me that the chances of getting that funding restored at the state level are slim to none. The state of Oregon is currently, after the revenue forecast that just happened, potentially $1 billion underfunded for this current biennium that we're in. And while they don't expect to come into special session to try to cut any more funds from education as a whole, I've been told by several people, we'll be lucky if we get through next session unscathed. So the chances of us getting this money from the state are not great, is what I'm trying to say. And yes, there was some confusion at the end of the session about whether the legislators were confused, but the people who signed the budgets, they were not confused.
Yeah, questions, comments?
Yes, I have questions, and I'm not prepared to support this for a couple of reasons. Mostly because having served for so long, I know that when we ask the district to go look for something, that displaces work that we actually need to kind of keep marching forward on. I'm looking at people in the audience that want to hear about seismic. I'm hearing that the legislature is underestimated. And then lastly, we heard from principals of Beaumont, Bridger Creative Science, Da Vinci Arts, Fabian, George, Gray, Harrison Park, Hosford, Jackson, Kellogg, Lane, Laurelhurst, Mount Tabor, Ockley Green, Odyssey, Rosebery Heights, Selwood, Skyline, Sunnyside, Tubman, Vernon, West Sylvan, and Winter Haven, that they're concerned about making do with what they've got already. And I got that letter, and actually I'm an environmentalist because of outdoor school. But I know that when we hear from the community that they're concerned, I also have 2 kids. One of them went to outdoor school for 3 days, and he turned out okay. He's just fine. I didn't think so for a while in high school, but he's actually really fine now. And the outdoor school experience did not impact him negatively. So I think when we're looking at very, very constrained budgets, we're talking about a constrained budget here at the state, at every level, I would rather not direct our superintendent to do this analysis, because that means that she's not doing the work that I would like to see her focus on. And I would hope that the board would want to see her focus on, even though it's a good exercise. But we've also heard from so many of the principals here that they've got concerns.
I would like to quickly echo that position, because in my view, this decision was to some extent already made, and by revisiting this issue on outdoor school, we are diverting the superintendent's that very valuable time, to an issue which I think, in my view, is unlikely that we're gonna find a perfect alternative to if we, our state funding got cut, and so maybe we can fill in the gaps with our funding. But then what gets cut on our end? Is it my teacher? Is it someone here at the district office? Like, our budget is already so tight, and I feel like, while it is, deeply, deeply unfortunate that we had to cut a day from outdoor school, it just seems like that is the best course of action, and that devoting time into revisiting this, I think, is unlikely to produce an alternative.
I do want to clarify that I believe the resolution asks us to look for solutions that would not cut student-facing services.
Director LaForte?
That's exactly what I was going to say. And also, I do think the cost analysis is really important. I feel like we often shy away from doing that work. I'd like to see us start doing it. If there's anything that we can gain financially, if we can cut less time. I mean, we don't know unless we do the analysis. So, that's where my head's at.
So I just want to present this out there, because I've talked to Director Chase Miller about potential options for how to do this. One of the things about the resolution is that it, in our discussion, we noted that this is not necessarily needed. It is the board's purview to be able to direct the superintendent to discover, to explore, discover options. So we have, one of the things I would like to propose is that instead of this resolution, that us as a board, with just acceptance, up, thumbs up, whatever, we direct the superintendent to explore the option, to perform the things that are identified in this resolution instead. And the reason there's an advantage to this as well, because in a directive, it can be a conversation. It's not, for example, as legally messy or potentially messy. For example, if there are potential other avenues that may result in a better outcome, that's something that we can have a conversation and just be a lot easier to kind of change course instead of being devoted to one direction that may not result in the outcome we have. One of the things that I really like about this direction, just in general, is that it provides an opportunity for maybe creating more awareness and therefore maybe pressuring our state legislators to fix this problem that, quite frankly, sounds like it just slipped under them without them even noticing. So, and I think that may be, by doing a directive, if that is our best option, a directive allows that, versus a resolution, we have to fill it to the T, right? And so I am proposing that instead of a resolution, we move this in a directive, we direct the superintendent to explore these options as outlined in this resolution instead.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with that too, because it allows for a little flexibility. And I mean, I'm very creative, but I'm wondering, I don't know where we would find the money. But maybe we need to look in between the cushions and shake the trees. But it sounds like a dire exercise right now. So I'm just concerned about if you're having staff do that. I'm concerned about what you're not doing. Also, hearing from the principals that they've got concerns about, a loss of funds at the building level. I also think kids would do okay with 4 days of outdoor school. I think it's better than none. It's an amazing experience. I'm really a big fan.
Director Split?
Hey, yeah, thanks everybody. I guess I just want to weigh in, whether it's a directive or a resolution. I feel like it's one of those, to me, where I hear what Director DePass is saying, and I think hearing from the principals is something that really means a lot. It hasn't happened in my time on the board so far. So I feel like that speaks volumes to how much they are concerned about us prioritizing this over potential other issues. And I realize the language in the resolution protects against that, and that's not the intent, but I just feel like concern just speaks to me, and that what are we going to get out of it is a concern, but I also am totally fine with directing staff via resolution or otherwise if the board wants to see that happen. To me, I want to go back to the comment that there's not going to be money for schools. I totally get that. It's going to be a dire budget situation for the state of Oregon, and we have our federal government to thank for that. It used to be that I was mad at the state. Now I'm mad at the feds. Just mad, I guess. But I wanted to just put out there that the type of funding that we're talking about is lottery funding, which is different than general fund, which is where those big cuts are expected to happen. And I actually think that there was a ballot measure directing a certain portion of lottery funds to go to outdoor school, and the legislature has decided to not fund at that level that the ballot measure directed them to fund at. That's the issue. And so I think we should still be considering how to remind the legislature of that ballot measure and voice our support for them honoring that voters of less than a decade ago on this issue. I don't think just saying, well, there's not going to be any money, that I hear I'm sure that's what Chief Kafori was told, but I just want to make sure to put it on the record for everyone that this is lottery funding and it's a different animal than the general fund with all the cuts and everything that are happening. I have never been more ambivalent about a vote, but just wanted to at least put that on the record about the source of funding.
Director
The reason that I was on a plane when the facilities meeting was happening, otherwise I would have been there as well, supporting it at the time and again today. The reason that I support this is this. At some point, 30 years ago, someone decided to take art away from elementary school kids. And someone else said, okay, it's better that way, it's cheaper that way, we can fill budget gaps that way. And fast forward 30 years, and we now have our public education in dire straits. We have funding among the bottom of the entire state, entire country. We have problems because at some point the slippery slope started and no one stopped it. And I think that we're at this point now with something that is a gem to Oregon and a gem to Oregon sixth graders. It's a gem that covers every sixth grader, regardless of whether they can pay for spring break trips or summer camps, regardless of whether they get Christmas presents even. They're open to a 5-day trip into our beautiful state to explore and to bond and to participate. And sure, at some level, will they be the same if they do 5 days versus 4? I don't disagree with that at all. But I think our next step will be looking at 3, because it is a way to cut budget. And then 2, and then before we know it, because it's just been 9 years since we voted on this, it's going to be gone. And so I'm here today supporting this resolution, not because I think the legislature is going to give us money, not because I think the federal government is going to change what they're doing, but because I believe that for every sixth grader out there, they deserve, and their families, regardless of what principals are saying, the families and the sixth graders deserve to all universally have an adventure and a trip together that we stand behind and we honor and we protect. Because I would be surprised if 5 years from now, especially with some of the forecasting coming and whether we have another election, who knows, maybe it'll be gone, and that's not what I want to see. So that's why I'm supporting this. There have been contracts signed over the last few months that are not student-facing that could have been directed directly towards student-facing positions and outdoor school, and I do not think that it is appropriate for us to just lie down and let them cut this from our sixth graders. It has nothing to do with the fact that I have 2 sixth graders. They're going to get a spring break trip. They're going to get a summer holiday. My kids are not the ones that desperately deserve the opportunity with no strings and with no burdens on their family to have an adventure in our beautiful wilderness. So I'll just leave it at that.
I would like to propose an alternative to that narrative. While I agree, I think there's another slippery slope that we need to be looking at. If the state continues to cut our funding for outdoor school, and we continue to make up for that, to make up for their incompetence, then that becomes a slippery slope where all of a sudden we are funding for all of outdoor school because the state just gets to cut and cut, and the voters don't see any of that. The voters need to see the repercussions of what their state legislators are doing. If we continue to fix their problems, they're not going to call their legislators and tell them, and be angry at them. They're going to go, oh, well, I guess it turned out fine. Meanwhile, we're struggling on the back end to make ends meet. We need the voters, to react and to push their state legislators to fix this problem. I think that they will. When they see these cuts, I think that they can act. But if we fix their problems, that's not going to happen. The voters aren't going to see that, and the state legislature is going to be allowed to just walk all over us. So that I feel like that is another slippery slope that we need to be looking at alternatively. And I think that also I genuinely don't believe that this is going to lead to a conversation about 3 days or 2 days, because we're not cutting outdoor school, to fix, because we are having budget problems with it. A part of it, we're cutting outdoor school because the state cut outdoor school, and that is that's in the voters' hands, and unless the voters see that change, I don't believe that, I believe that the state is going to be the one that's cutting us down to 2 days and 1 day. So I feel like, that's my position. That's why I'm not prepared to support this.
I think, thank you for speaking to that. One of the reasons I was proposed the idea of a directive versus a resolution is because from the outside face of it, how it looks from the outside, a resolution may look like, oh yeah, they're going to try to fix it themselves. We don't have to do anything about it, right? Just from the outside, just politically speaking, right? And that's not the thing. That's not the image or the direction we want people to believe where we're going. Because if we try to fix it ourselves, that just gives people more grace to cut even more from us, right? And so my goal is to create more public awareness so we can pressure our legislators to fix this problem. So therefore, I think a directive would be a better option. And then we can direct I think instead of doing this resolution, we can direct the superintendent to find the best it's late, 9:18. All right. The best options for preserving a 5-day experience. And this may be this year, maybe next year, or maybe something external to us. I think a directive like that allows the flexibility for the superintendent and even maybe the staff and even us to be flexible in terms of maybe there is a better alternative in terms of trying to restore this 5-day thing. So that's what I have to say about that.
I would be prepared to support a directive, but I really don't want us going to the operators of the school and saying, hey, let's give you 75% less for 5 days. It's like you don't bargain when you walk into Nordstrom. So their business model is out of our control in terms of, can they give us a deal, and asking them to figure out how they can do the 5 days worth of service with less budget. So also, we've had this conversation, exact same conversation about 6 months ago. We had a lot of conversation about outdoor school because people are so passionate about it. We love outdoor school. My kids came home and they were crying. All the boys were crying on the bus. And so I know how impactful it is. It's really important for children and families. I just don't want to walk into someone's business and say, what can you do for $50,000? So as long as we weren't doing that.
And I was wondering if, since we have Michelle at the table, can we just restate what number we're looking at that we would need to fund a 5th day, just so that we have that context.
Yeah, so when we were speaking about this last spring, we estimated that a day for all 6th graders is about $665,000. We don't have a current daily rate based on the Multnomah ESD, what they're charging now, but that was our most recent estimate.
It was 660,000?
665.
665 for every 6th grader for one day?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I also just wanted to mention that I talked to all of the superintendents that are on the I-5 corridor to Salem, and they are all at this point moving forward with the 4 days. And some superintendents reported that even the 4 days, they're wondering if they're going to have to help fund, because some of the funds that they're receiving in won't fully cover the 4 days even. So they're going to use some funds out of their budget to be able to make up the difference for the 4 days, just for context.
I would like to really quickly add that the state senator from my district is Senator Lou Frederick, who is the chair of the Education Committee, at least last I checked. And I would like to see his inbox filled to the brim with parents from Ockley Green and from Astor who are emailing him nonstop saying, my kid just came back and they only had 4 days of outdoor school. Why? How did you let this happen? And I feel like that is how we get our 5th day back. Not fixing, not putting because this is how I view this as a Band-Aid. I feel like this is a Band-Aid for a larger state level problem. So.
I just want to add that tomorrow morning, we have been in contact with OSU Extension Services, specifically the outdoor school folks. And tomorrow morning, there's a webinar starting at 10 a.m. And I will be emailing all of you the link to that webinar. If you can't watch it at that time, you can go on their website and find it's going to be recorded. So they will be giving their fall update as to where they are on, and I'll be listening to it myself.
Great, thank you. Take a look of approval for giving direction to the superintendent to explore potential 5-day options, the best options that you can find, obviously, and hopefully present this by.
And the cost analysis.
And a cost analysis.
For the escalation, the cost escalation analysis.
Okay, so let me rephrase this. I am asking how many of us support directing the superintendent to find the best options for restoring a 5-day outdoor school without cutting services, including a cost analysis since Measure 99.
Yeah, like if there was any sort of cost escalation when you're adjusting for inflation, did the price go up? For all that, if it applies to us, it's for every district in the state. I want to know if it changed.
I'm really sorry, I just forgot something on the point about student-facing services. I would just like to say that at this point, we've had tens of millions of dollars of cuts, and that at this point, every cut is a student-facing cut. When you cut someone at the Title IX office, that means that there's someone who is not going to get a response to their report, or it's going to take months for their report to go through. When you cut someone on facilities, that means that our bathrooms, might have not working ventilation for months, for years. And so all of the people, not just our teachers or our staff, are important to us students and do make an impact to us. So I don't want to do this at the cost of those people either, Yeah,
and I just want to clarify, this is just it's directing the superintendent to explore options. We are not deciding on anything and things like that. And yeah, you are absolutely right. We are at a point where any cuts are going to may not be direct services, but could be long-range increase in costs. And this is why I think a direction serves a better purpose, because it allows the flexibility for the superintendent to have a conversation with us, to be like, maybe magically we do find a way to find it, or maybe the option is we start our own lottery. Anyways, I'm just kidding. For example, and so, or maybe there may be things that we didn't even think about. And so I think the direction allows flexibility, and that is, I think, a key for success, if it's even possible. So in this case.
And then after October October 14th, hopefully I don't know if that gives you enough time, but at that point, then what? We get a report and then it's just, we'll be satisfied, or I'm not sure what we do after the 14th.
From there.
But it seems to me that you have had some wonderful things to say. And it's even if it's just directing, that's time. And I don't think there's any chance that anything's really going to happen. And it seems I no longer have sixth graders who are going to outdoor school, but I did have, and I know it's great. But 4 days is pretty darn good. And it just seems to me like it's giving the superintendent something to do that's just not all that necessary. Or probably won't have, well, who knows, maybe there'd be some great something come out of it, but I really doubt it.
I second that.
I'm leaning that way as well. Just whatever we ask or direct the superintendent to do displaces the work that I think we've agreed that we want her to do. So I guess if I felt hopeful that there was a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, I would be all in, but I don't see that eventuality, and I'm very concerned about what we cut. There is no money hiding in the cushions. Every budget decision we make has an impact somewhere in the system. It's whack-a-mole. When you whack here, it pops up here. And so I'm just concerned about the displacement of the work. Not that this is frivolous, but the displacement of the really big buckets of work that we need to do.
I believe there's public testimony on this issue, so I wanted to call that out before you called for a vote or tabled or whatever the next step is.
Yes. Do we have public testimony?
We do.
Thank you. All three of you. Yeah.
We have Amy Whitney.
It is late. Hi, good evening. My name is Amy Whitney, and I serve as the president of the Portland Association of Public School Administrators. So I am here tonight to speak to the resolution. I want to share with you, I'm going to read the letter that has already been shared with you that you've referenced, but I also want to share with you my own perspective. So outdoor school has been a constant thread in my life and work. I know firsthand the power of the MESD outdoor school experience, hands-on science, connection to nature, and the community building. It can be life-changing. I had the privilege of attending with my students as a teacher at George and saw the magic through their eyes. My partner, Dr. Katie Parman, taught sixth grade science at George for 12 years and is a champion for outdoor school. Both our sons attended as PPS sixth graders, our youngest returned in high school as a student leader, and our oldest worked 3 sessions as a program leader, an experience that inspired him to return to college this year to pursue a career as a science teacher. So outdoor school is deeply valued by my family and many others, but Oregonians also supported it through ballot measure 99, and it is the legislature's duty to fully fund and sustain this program for all students. So on behalf of PPS middle school and K-8 administrators, represented by PAPSA, we recognize that the state legislature has not fully funded outdoor school, and we agree that it's a beloved program with a long history of providing that meaningful hands-on experience for our students. And we fully support ensuring that all PPS students have access to the possibility, but at the same time, given the significant budget crisis our district is facing, directing our superintendent and staff to reallocate existing resources toward funding an additional day of outdoor school is not a plan we can support. Doing so risks diverting resources away from critical K-12 services, undermining our ability to implement the district's strategic plan with fidelity, and pulling focus from priorities essential to student success and learning. For this reason, we respectfully urge the board to reconsider this directive at this point in our budget situation. Assigning our superintendent and her team to this work directly impacts their ability to stay focused on the strategic plan and effectively serve our schools. Instead, We would encourage the board to pursue alternative avenues of advocacy for outdoor school funding, ones that preserve our district's core services and commitment to all PPS students. Our members would welcome the opportunity to partner with the board in lobbying our state legislature around outdoor school and other pressing funding issues impacting our schools. This letter was signed, and you already read, Director DePass, that it was signed by almost every K-8 and middle school administrator within the district. We are in agreement. We love it. It's a beloved program, but not at this time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board, what do we want to do?
Procedurally, you have a motion before you. You can vote. If you don't want to pass it, just vote no, and you can look at the superintendent and give her a direction. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you your options.
Those are options in front of us, right? Vote on the resolution? Or would someone want to move to table it?
You could either table it, or you could simply just vote no and
Okay.
accomplish the same thing
All
at
right.
this point. Okay.
I'd like to vote on it.
Okay. Let's vote on it. All right, we will now vote on Resolution 7167, directing the superintendent to provide an analysis of outdoor school costs and options to preserve a 5-day outdoor school program. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed?
No.
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 Student Representative Retorto?
No.
Abstentions? All right, the resolution 7167 did not pass with a vote of 5 to 2, with Student Representative Retorto unofficially voting no.
So then how do we do that directive thing? Okay.
And we can ask, yes, the superintendent.
Dr. Armstrong? I am particularly interested in the cost analysis. I don't negotiate at Nordstrom. I love my Nordstrom, but I do negotiate a lot of other places. And I would love to know if there's a way to close that gap, even if it doesn't happen this year, for next year, because it's just how businesses work. At the end of the day, it is a business. You know, if you have a guaranteed source of revenue, like I said, I'm not saying that this is what's happening. I'd just like to know, so that if we're in the same situation next year, maybe that gap is 350 instead of 650, and it's easier to close. Does that make sense?
Just a couple questions. Are we interested in this being a board item or an information item that's uploaded for the board for October 14th?
Because, before that, I just have a question.
Oh, okay.
Just in general, what would the time expenditure for discovering this would be?
We have a lot on our plates.
I don't, are we concerned about time at all? No, I think we're good on that, and we have access to the information through Multnomah County. Yeah, so there's no perceived barriers, and I don't think we're concerned about time for that item.
I would love that.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I support that.
So is that an information item or a board, discussion item, just so that we know how to prepare?
I'd love to put it down for board discussion. I don't know what it's going to say, and if there is an escalation, I think we'd probably want to talk about it.
Oh, so I think we may have an update. I don't know.
Sorry, I just want to clarify for staff. Is it just the cost analysis? Because I think that is something that our CFO is saying is not going to take a lot of time to complete. But if the direction is also to try to find alternative funding sources or look at ways to cut that, I don't know that we have a time for that. So I don't know we're going to have a time estimation, because that is, we are currently working on potentially a $40 million cut for next year. So that is taking a lot of time from our budget team. So I just want to clarify.
I think, a lot has changed in the last month in terms of what we've had visibility to in terms of where we're at with staffing. And, even elective options for our high schoolers. Like, I'm really worried about that, based on the last, few weeks of feedback. So for me, right now, I am most interested in the cost analysis because I feel like that piece could maybe help get us from point A to point B. I don't think I'd want to spend any more time until we have that.
Well, I'd say then maybe it's just a point of information where we have, we have the information in an email.
We can always talk about it in TLE, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe we could provide that information as soon as it's available, maybe October 14th or hopefully earlier. And then at that point, we can decide
we could put it on
what
an
we
agenda.
want to do,
Mm-hmm.
whether it goes
Okay.
on the agenda as a discussion point or just a point of information.
So just to restate, I think I heard you say that prepare, as soon as we have the information available, send to the entire board, and then at that point, Chair Wong, you'll decide where and how it shows up on the agenda?
Yes,
Yeah.
is that okay for everyone?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Looks like we have everyone's head nod, so I think that's direction.
Let me say one more thing, now that I just took a mouthful. I love your idea of flooding inboxes. And it goes for every one of us who has a legislator, a senator, a representative. We all have the same governor. Flood inboxes, and it doesn't have to just be about outdoor school. It can be about, frankly, a poor funding of our public education.
I like that. Thank you. All right. I feel like we got a good amount of stuff accomplished today, and let's move on to.
Integrated maps, seismic study, budget brief, expenditure contracts.
Here at the second reading of the lobby policy.
Is there, I guess, before we move on, is there any, I know, I feel bad asking this, guys, because I know some staff have been waiting for a while for this, but is there anything that maybe we could postpone to the next meeting? Just for the sake of time
For the sake of the staff.
and staff?
Show up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Let's power through.
Power through?
Can we knock it out now?
Yeah, that's easy.
Okay, well, let's see how we do.
That one's easy.
All right, let's move on to,
Elimination For Director Split, but that's not going to do a lot of
all right, our,
Mine's time sensitive, sorry. It should
Yes.
hopefully be
No,
fast.
I was
but
saying
has
it
to be
was,
done.
it's a quick,
Yeah.
we don't have to battle.
well, let's have
Every detail.
I hope not.
Vice Chair DePass, would you like to introduce our next topic, which is the lobbying registration policy?
Sure. So thank you. This is the second reading, so we can take action tonight on the lobbying registration policy. In January of 2025, the Policy Committee initiated the drafting and consideration of a proposed lobbying registration policy, recognizing that the board and district staff regularly engage with potential vendors or other interested parties who are seeking business with the district. The policy requires an individual or entity to register on the district's website if it's engaging with staff or board members more than 5 hours per quarter with the intent to influence a policy or expenditure which the individual or entity has an economic interest of $100,000 or more. Other local governments do this. Metro, the City of Portland, Multnomah County have similar policies in place. The purpose of the registration is to create transparency about who's seeking to obtain certain policy, contract, or expenditure decisions. And so tonight we're hopefully voting to pass this through, and it's an effort to increase transparency with people that are seeking to do business with the district.
Thank you. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7164, resolution to adopt a new lobbying registration policy?
Do we have comment?
After we put it on the table, yeah.
I'll move.
Thank you. We have Director Engelmann moves.
I'll second.
And Director Sullivan seconds the adoption of Resolution 7164. Board discussion?
I have a very quick conversation to have. I raised this at the last time. I remain concerned about why we would have a cap in a quarter but not a cap in a year, because if I look at 5 hours a quarter and I do my math, that's 20 hours a year. which is the equivalent of 1 week's work, which is the equivalent of 1 out of 52 weeks, which seems like a lot. And so I wish that this had a 5 hours per quarter or max per year. I raised this last time. I wish we had 5 hours a quarter, or if you get to 18 hours in any given year, you have to. That's my only concern.
I was actually trying to envision what 5 hours per quarter. That's like basically 4 or 5 meetings on a topic. So anyway, I appreciate the input. I don't know if we want to go back to the policy committee and add it. And we've already had we've had the 21-day period ended in August that it was open for public comment. I don't know that we received any public comment on this topic.
Do we have any public comment? Oh, no public comment?
Can we amend it without going back and having more
Like from the
public
dais?
comment? Yeah.
Yeah, I can, but it also depends on if the advantage of sending it back to policy committee is then it gets workshopped in terms of like looking at what it means and the potential consequences, some maybe unintended. So that's the advantage. I mean, I'm not saying that applies to this, but that's the advantage of sending it back.
And we also have the, we can discuss it with our legal staff if there's questions that come up. So could we move it back to the policy committee?
Sure.
You have a motion before you.
Yep.
You could do the same thing as you did before, which is if you vote and you don't pass it, then it goes back to the policy committee. It's the same effect.
Or someone can move
Yeah, you
to
can move
send it back to
send it
policy
back
and
either
we
way.
can vote on that.
I would move to send it back to the policy committee.
Wait. Can we talk about it for a second?
Sure.
I have my hand up. I don't know how else to
I'm
get
sorry.
it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that delaying this for an additional month or longer to have a conversation about this, about something that we've been working on for a while. I just want to see, is this like something, Director Inglesman, that would make you a no, or just like a concern you have and we could adopt it and then revisit it later to make the change you're talking about? If it's something that it feels like you won't support it because of this, then I think sending it back makes sense. But otherwise, I don't really see a reason to go back and delay this any further. If everybody in past meetings, we've all been in agreement on moving it forward and there hasn't been much consternation. So I feel like delaying it to me doesn't make a ton of sense, but if it's important, then we can send it back. But I guess I just want to say, before we just send it back and like start the clock over again and then have this be like a continued thing for like a third and fourth meeting, maybe we could move it and then decide after we've had it for a little while if we think there's anything we want to change and then make the change. So I'll just put that out there before we make a decision for conversation.
Thank you. I kind of had the same thought too. That's our third option, is that we can just approve it today.
Yeah, it's not
and
a
we can
no.
always amend it
So
later.
a month ago, I was even newer than I am today, and I expressed these concerns there. I think I probably was also jet lagged. I expressed them there, and I said, let's move forward. I remain concerned that 20 hours of work time a year is a lot on any single given subject matter, and it's easy to skirt around and just do 19 and a half. So it is not a no for me. I would like to revisit it like we talked about at the last board meeting. If we start seeing, I don't know how we would see it because we wouldn't get there. I'm just raising the concern that I wish that if there's a quarter cap, that there's also an annual cap considered in future policies.
The question is, you started saying you wanted to move, but do you want to withdraw that, or?
I'd like to withdraw that, yes. I appreciate Director Split's comments about moving it forward, and we have had multiple meetings, committee meetings, and several board meetings about the topic.
Yeah, but if we just move it forward, but we want to change it, then it has to go back to policy and go through this all over again, right?
Yeah, I think for me, it's doesn't need to be unanimous. You know.
I mean, I think it still works.
I'm kind of my success factors or whatever that assessment said I was future focused, and so I'm kind of like trying to move it forward.
I think I just want to rephrase. So the two options we have, and we can either move it back to policy committee and then it goes through the whole process again, the 21st and second reading again. Or we can vote on this today, and if it passes, and the policy committee can revisit it, and maybe even if they want to do an amendment, again, that would go through a 21-day, and then we would vote on it again. The only difference between these two options is that the policy will be enacted during versus not during. I think the amount of work is going to be about the same.
I think it would be a good idea to have it active sooner than later.
Right, and do we know if this is going to be an issue even? I don't have any idea. I know as a board member how, when I'm approached, I don't have any idea what staff is, but I think that this is better than nothing. We had nothing in place at all. And when it became apparent that it might become an issue with modernizations, we decided to, draft this policy, and I'm literally carrying the work from the previous board forward with this resolution or with this registration policy. So I would be happy to vote on it tonight and keep an eye on it.
Right.
Unless we just all love meetings so much. Let's have another meeting.
Boy. I forgot, Ms. Bradshaw, there was no public comment, correct?
There is no public comment received, and there is no public comment for tonight.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and vote on Resolution 7164, resolution to adopt a new lobbying registration policy. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. All opposed? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. No any abstentions? Resolution 7164 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Retorto unofficially voting yes. All right, next up we have the nomination of Director Split to the OSBA Legislative Policy Committee. Yay. The Oregon School Boards Association is organized as one general state association with up to 24 regionally elected representatives established across 14 geographic regions in the state. In odd number years like this one, member boards vote to elect regional representatives or for even number positions on the OSBA Board of Directors, and also to elect all regional representatives on the Legislative Policy Committee. Director Chrisley Split has indicated that she would like to be nominated for the Legislative Policy Committee. Thank you. Following our vote this evening, we'll submit our nomination to OSBA for her name to be put on the ballot, which all school boards in our region will vote on in December. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7174, resolution to nominate Director Chrissy Split for the Oregon School Boards Association Legislative Policy Committee?
So moved.
Enthusiastic second.
Thank you. Director Sullivan moves. Director Pass enthusiastically seconds. The adoption of Resolution 7174. Any board discussion?
This be a really bad time to joke about making an amendment. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, I think we'll be well represented, and we do need a champion, so I have 100% faith, 110 actually, that you'll do a great job for us.
Super excited about having Christy in this role.
Just want Portland to have a voice at the state table, friends. Thanks for the support.
Just really quick question for legal. Does Chrissy Split, Director Split, also vote on this?
That is a good question at 9:45 at night. I think it's probably better if she doesn't.
What? Really? I mean, I don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, you can recuse yourself. I mean, I'm trying to think of the benefit to you. It's just safer to say no.
That might be the deciding vote. That's
I
really
know.
worrying.
Great.
Unless we pass this amendment.
At least I can vote for myself for school board.
There you go.
I'll abstain if that's what Sharon wants me to do. Thanks.
I would recommend it just to be cautious.
All right. Any other discussion? Besides a big thank you for doing this, Director Split? All right. The board will now vote on Resolution 7174, resolution to nominate Director Chrissy Split for the Oregon School Boards Association Legislative Policy Committee. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Abstentions? Resolution 7174 is approved.
I'm abstained.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Abstentions, and we have one abstention. Resolution 7174 is approved by a vote of 6-0, with Student Representative Torto unofficially voting yes, Director Split abstaining. Yeah, close. Integrated programs. So next on our evening is the Integrated Programs Annual Report for the 24-25. Dr. Armstrong, could you introduce this?
Yeah, thank you. And this is a required item. The Oregon Department of Education requires that districts report out annually to the board on the 6 integrated guidance programs. That's high school success, student investment account, continuous improvement planning, career technical education, everyday matters, and early indicators and intervention systems. Providing this year's report is Dr. Kamedra Jefferson. She's our Senior Director of Funded Programs. I will open it first, though, to Howard, Christina Howard.
Good evening, directors, student representative, and superintendent. My name is Christina Howard, and I am the Senior Chief of Academics, where I oversee academics, schools, and student services. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm going to talk a little faster. I would like to introduce my colleagues, Dr. Kamedra Jefferson, Dr. Renard Adams, and Joanna Tobin, who will be sharing our presentation for tonight around the annual report for the Integrated Grant Guidance Plan, covering 6 ODE initiatives. We are required to present this to the Board of Education each year, and we wanted to acknowledge that while we are planning for the current year and beyond, in this presentation we are asking you to look back to the 24-25 school year. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Dr. Jefferson.
Thank you, Christina Howard. All right, good evening, Board of Directors, Student Representative, and Dr. Armstrong. You should all have received this presentation and the annual report. We will cover an overview of the integrated grant guidance, key investments, a summary of the annual report, and PPS continuous improvement. So a general overview, just in terms of looking back of where we are and where we've been. The Oregon Department of Education's integrated grant guidance aligning for student success streamlines the grant application process by bringing multiple state and federal programs into a unified framework. Upon its initial release in 2022, the integrated 6 programs included the Student Investment Account and High School Success. An update in 25-27 expanded to 9 programs, adding federal school improvement and early literacy success grants. This integrated application provides district strategies and funding into a single strategic plan that supports 4 common goals: a well-rounded education, which is a holistic approach including arts, STEM, and career technical education; equity advanced, which includes reducing disparities and expanding opportunities for historically marginalized students; engaged community, which includes authentic, consistent involvement of families, students, and communities, as well as strengthened systems and capacity, improving processes, professional learning, and continuous improvement. In March 2023, the board approved our 2023-2025 application and plan to secure $115.8 million in state and federal grant funding from ODE for the biennium. These are restricted grant dollars, ODE incorporated into a common framework focused on improving outcomes and learning conditions for students and educators. Clicker situation. Here we go. Okay. Sorry about that. This slide highlights the 6 initiatives in ODE's integrated grant program with the allocations for the biennium. As you can see, the Student Investment Account, or SIA, is the largest of all the grants. Grant investments strengthened our efforts to address inequities, foster inclusive partnerships, and provide differentiated learning opportunities. The plan aligned closely with the PPS Forward Together strategic plan, reinforcing our commitment to high-quality, inclusive education that disrupts racial inequities. Targeted investment supported focal student groups and schools based on needs, prioritizing culturally responsive, site-based learning, and funding decisions reflected priorities identified in our annual budget process.
Good evening again. In 2023-2024, as a part of the Student Success Act, ODE implemented requirements for every district in Oregon to co-develop with them 5-year performance growth targets for 5 key areas, which are referred as the common metrics and are shown on the slide before you. Those common metrics are 3rd grade reading, 9th grade on track, regular attendance, 4-year graduation, and 5-year completion. Governor Kotek's accountability bill will likely modify requirements to these metrics and targets going forward. We are currently awaiting more information and guidance from ODE on implementation, as the regulations and administrative rules are not yet written and set. The next slide, please. Thank you. I wanted to take a moment to compare and contrast the PPS board goals for our students with the ODE required longitudinal performance growth targets. Our PPS board for our students are rigorous targets that were set with board direction. They do focus efforts on the success of students from our different racial student groups, most in need of academic acceleration, and those that are furthest from academic justice. And our board goals for our students are aligned with both our PPS strategic plan, Forward Together, and the PPS District Continuous Improvement Plan for this current school year. On the other hand, the ODE required longitudinal performance growth targets are required by the Student Success Act. They were co-developed with ODE, and they focus efforts on a super group of students that they call the Combined Focal Group. The Combined Focal Group the Combined Student Group limits our ability to track the performance of student groups of interest because it combines 12 groups of students into one super group, including students from racial and ethnic backgrounds who have historically experienced academic disparities, students who identify as American Indian or Alaskan Native, students with disabilities, students who are navigating houselessness, students in foster care, and more. The annual report only looks at progress in 2024-2025 and includes a narrative with 3 main questions which we are required to review with you tonight. The evaluation framework ODE uses is examining the full system, not just the programs with grant investments. For that reason, our response to the narrative question reflects information that may already be familiar to you. The first question asks about progress in our outcomes and strategies. Our 2024-25 work was firmly anchored in deepening commitment to academic achievement outcomes as we were writing and operationalizing our district continuous improvement plan. We intentionally aligned instructional practices, assessment systems, and intervention strategies with our longitudinal performance growth targets. Instructional leaders and central office teams were deeply engaged in data cycles and coaching that are tied to the PPS instructional framework, high-quality curriculum materials, and achievement benchmarks. What makes this year distinct is the formalization of the District Continuous Improvement Plan process. For the first time, all schools are preparing to engage in structured improvement cycles that are grounded in shared strategies and actions beginning in 25-26. We also focused on building data fluency and decision-making capacity at the school level through the professional learning community structure, map data analysis, and multi-tiered systems of support align intervention planning and coaching protocols, all of which are driving closer alignment to our performance goal targets. Thank you, Dr. Jefferson. The second question asks us about challenges and barriers, and you need to discuss at least one outcome in reference to that. Despite these barriers, PPS continues to prioritize accelerating learning for our focal students and closing persistent gaps in outcomes. We're committed to reaching our outcomes. These challenges highlight the need for sustained focus and support. One of our challenges was a compressed calendar. The November 2023 work stoppage impacted the instructional year as teaching and learning was interrupted. This required a significant investment in relationship building, pacing adjustments for instruction, and re-engagement to minimize the disruption to student learning. The collective bargaining agreement. The new agreement brought important gains in compensation and planning time for educators, progress we fully support and endorse. At the same time, it did create additional financial pressures, reducing flexibility in other priority areas. Enrollment balancing and facilities. These equity-driven processes are critical for long-term access and opportunity. They do demand, however, careful coordination and communication to manage transitional complexity for families, students, and staff. And in terms of federal funding, as already has been noted tonight, ongoing uncertainty requires cautious contingency planning. Federal limitations are particularly challenging, for outcomes tied to our multilingual learners, where targeted supports truly depend on stable funding. And finally, for the third narrative question, it asks us to reflect on progress and discuss any shifts in strategy that are being implemented. In terms of progress, schools showing the strongest growth are those that are most tightly aligned with district priorities: consistent use of core curriculum, effective professional learning communities, and coherent and clear instruction. Instructional practices in high-growth schools relied on clear learning targets, standards-aligned teaching, and tiered supports to address gaps in student learning and understanding. In terms of data use with an equity focus, principals and leadership teams are now leveraging disaggregated student data to identify groups not yet on track, including multilingual learners, students receiving special education services, and Black and Native students. Mid-cycle instructional adjustments are being made in response. This shift reflects a deeper commitment to equity. Schools making the most progress use real-time data to identify disparities, target supports to students in need, and accelerate growth for historically underserved groups. And in terms, we know that some schools are growing more swiftly than others. In terms of support for slower growth schools, we're providing additional support to strengthen those professional learning community structures, to deepen the curricular use and alignment, and expand evidence-based strategies for tiered intervention for students that need additional academic support. Strategic shifts include integrating the district and school continuous improvement plan cycles with clear progress monitoring routines, deploying interventionists, tutors, and content leads to highest need schools, and building and continuing to build stronger data fluency so teams can better interpret their interim results and design instruction that's responsive to what the data are telling us. So in reflection, 2024-2025 marks a move from isolated programmatic changes to a system-wide culture of evidence-based planning. While gaps persist, the conditions for sustained and more equitable improvement are strengthening across PPS.
The full annual report was included in your board packet, and along with these slides, they are also posted on the PPS website.
Great. And now to a little bit more about continuous improvement. Good evening. I'm Joanna Tobin, Senior Director of Instructional Excellence and Improvement. Tonight, you've heard our team highlight integration and intentionality through the Integrated Grant Plan. All of this is in direct support of continuous improvement, a named program in the Integrated Grant Plan. While this report is really looking backwards at 24-25, we'd like to take a moment to give you a sneak peek at some of the developments around continuous improvement planning. What we have done is really built a system. You'll see on the next slide where this work bridges from the board goals. I'd like to show this slide and then go back to the circular cycle on the previous slide. As we all are familiar with, the board goals, sorry, Kemedra, do you mind, Dr. Jefferson, do you mind going to that one? Okay, so we know that the foundation is in our mission, our vision, and our core values. We know that you have set forth board goals. We know that our superintendent is guiding us in this process with a strategic plan. What we've built in is a very intentional district continuous improvement plan. We look forward to sharing a lot more with you about that in October. This is really the bridge then to the site level planning. And so as you've heard tonight, this mention of the district continuous improvement plan, this is really situated within 4 goal areas if we go to the next slide, highlighting our there we go. Highlighting our 4 goal areas of attendance, literacy, math, and 9th grade success. And so these areas are both at the district continuous improvement level and the school continuous improvement level, all in alignment with strategies and actions, as Dr. Adams mentioned. And so we're really excited about this work, building in those bridges and that stair step from the board goals to be even more intentionally aligned to the integrated grant plan, to really leveraging our resources in a very intentional way, specifically in our continuous improvement work. And with that, we'll keep that fairly brief this evening. We look forward to sharing a lot more with you in October around that work. And in closing, I would like to pass it back to Superintendent Armstrong for any closing remarks.
Great, excellent team. I open it up for the board for any questions on past work last year or future planning work this year.
Questions?
Just a comment. My comment is only that while there are modest gains in reading and literacy, and the district continuous improvement plan 4 goal areas is literacy, one of the 4, I understand that a number of schools unfortunately had their reading results cut, and despite still having students in their schools that are below grade level, the school itself didn't have enough students. And so I just remain concerned that for those individual students, the 1, the 2 to 3, that we're failing them, that we should not be pulling reading results from any school if even one student needs it. We can cut down the amount of time they get because there's only one student there, but to simultaneously say that we are looking to support every student and that literacy is one of our 4 goal areas, but then to cut from any school that has even a single student that needs support, I think those two just don't connect. And so I just want to, on behalf of the schools that I've heard from that are really disappointed that they got their reading results cut, I just had to bring that up. But thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
I imagine this will be future, but I'm really interested in seeing what happens with the students that need the extra help. I know that you've got these special times in the day for reading. You know, what's happening? Is it working?
Yeah, we can definitely share that information in the future. We have a lot of data and information to share. One of the investments that you heard about tonight was the interventionists. And we also have our Tier 1 practices, which is the high quality instructional materials in every classroom, thinking about teachers and their professional learning communities, and other supports that exist. So we can definitely share that in the future.
I want to thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed it, and having watched this work over the last several years, I'd like to hear a little bit more about the schools that are showing the strongest progress. I was really intrigued by the idea that the schools that are most closely aligned with district priorities are showing better gains. And I want to say that out loud because when I first started on the board, we had building by building adoption. And I've seen the science of reading come in. I've seen this very intentional move towards system-wide continuous improvement. And so we're seeing it here. We do have schools that are out there that have lost their reading results program, but I'm seeing like a long view of continuous improvement. And I would love to hear a little bit more about those schools that are actually seeing increases.
Yeah, and when we come back, yes, we're excited to share that. We have some embargoed data still, and we're excited to share our data in October.
Yes.
And just to speak a little bit to the reading results, we also have other supports available to those schools. We can make sure to have that in there too when we share our larger data and continuous improvement plan updates in October.
Yes, I know when people are talking about the data in October, everybody gets a little twinkle in their eye. So I'm excited to see everybody kind of does a little shimmy, and everybody that talks about what we are going to be hearing in October. So I look forward to that. I know it's embargoed, so we can't go into the details.
Right, thank you, team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, big thank you. This great presentation. Thank you for sharing the data. I mean, it couldn't have been just a little bit of work. It's pretty impressive. Next on our agenda item is the seismic study report. Dr. Armstrong.
Yeah, so as part of the general obligation bond that was passed in 2025, the resolution directed us to address critical repairs and improvements at middle and elementary schools to mitigate seismic deficiencies at schools assessed to pose the greatest risk during a significant seismic event. So we engaged Holmes and structural engineering firm here in Portland to develop a seismic risk ranking system that will assist the district in planning future projects and bond funding. So I'm going to ask our Senior Chief of Operations, John Franco, to open up this evening.
All right. Good evening, directors, superintendent, student director. The purpose of this presentation is to provide you with a summary of the results of the seismic assessment, some historical context, the process used, and then solicit your feedback, or really just hear the conversation on some next steps. Presenting with me today is Jennifer Eggers, structural engineer from Home Structures, and also Robert Joel from the Office of School Modernization. With this slide, can you go, as you can see, and again, I'm going to provide you just some historical context. So with this slide, what you see here on the left is seismic work done up to this point via the 3 bonds. So you could see there on the left the full seismic retrofits, obviously with the new buildings. And then here on the right, you see partial and roof level seismic improvements covered via the 2012, 2017, and 2020 bonds. Next slide. Again, just to give you some more historical context, we know that in May of 2025, voters approved a general obligation bond to complete a capital improvement projects for Portland Public Schools. It authorized $1.83 billion, and if approved, this measure would finance capital costs, including seismic upgrades. And on May 6, 2025, the board passed Resolution 7109, which indicated an urgent need for seismic retrofitting of high-risk school buildings, and Resolution 7110, which was a resolution to affirm the Board of Education's commitment to track and report these findings, public engagement, and recommendation of seismic upgrades through the Facilities Improvement and Operations Committee, now renamed the Facilities Improvement Oversight Committee. Next slide. So the current phase for prioritization and planning. So the step 1, just to give you a progress check, was to gather detailed seismic deficiency data at all schools. That is complete. Step 2 was to obtain priority risk scoring recommendations from structural engineers, and that is complete. Step 3 is we are going to evaluate those recommendations using PPS priority criteria. That is still to be completed. These criteria include anticipated impacts of potential school right-sizing, the feasibility and consequences of multi-summer construction schedules, and potential disruptions to ongoing programs such as summer school. This internal evaluation will ensure that project decisions do align with both operational realities and district-wide educational goals. And so I want to turn it over to Jennifer, who's going to talk a little bit more about the process that they went through.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Appreciate being here talking about seismic safety in our schools. My boys have been through a number of these schools, so I understand as a parent as well. We assessed over 90 school campuses. We broke those down based on building year and construction type at each campus. Each campus is typically comprised of multiple building parts, as it has been added onto over years. Each of these building parts have different seismic risks inherently to them based on what building, year of construction, and construction type. We developed a risk scoring system, and I could talk about this for hours, but I'll keep it brief tonight for everybody. We developed a risk scoring system between 0 and 10, 10 being the highest risk for a building part. So I'll talk a little bit about the flow chart here. I'll zoom in on the bottom left here. We started out with a baseline score that was based on FEMA and HAZUS risk metrics. So this is data-based outside of anything we're making up. We used this database and applied retrofit adjustments and deficiency adjustment based on your particular building parts. We looked through all the drawings, went on site visits, and were able to adjust based on any prior retrofits or any specific deficiencies to then adjust that building specific score. We also looked at occupancy, if there are assembly areas that would also impact the risk score. We also reported out in the shaded info, we reported out additional information that could help in your determination on where the funds are spent. But it's important to note that these do not play a role in the risk scoring. I wanted to also show you a scatter plot of your building performance. These are all your actual risk scores for all of your building parts. So again, these are current scores. 92 campuses were assessed, 410 building parts. So there are 410 dots. On the right-hand side, you can see the shapes correspond to building types. So this is type of construction, whether it's unreinforced masonry, concrete shear wall, or wood frame design. On the bottom, you can see a range of years. So you can see when a building part was constructed. You can see there's a number of concrete buildings built around 1925, for example. Excuse me. On the left side is the risk score. So 0 is the lowest and 10 is the highest risk. Also important as a reminder, each campus could have multiple building parts. So you can end up with a dot that's around a 9, along with a dot that's around a 5 on the same campus.
Yeah, so really wanted to again give you an opportunity to, so as you've seen some of this data, and again the report is also in board book. It's about 279 pages long if you had an opportunity to peruse it. But there's a couple approaches in regards to next steps. So the ballot language is really clear in regards to, and that's approach A, which is to prioritize the highest risk campuses and address all seismic deficiencies comprehensively at each selected site, treating each campus as a complete project. So it says pretty specifically 8 to 10 sites, highest risk. That is a complete retrofit. Okay, so it's definitely feasible we could do that. Approach B is, and you just saw on the scatter plot on the previous slide, is we look at highest risk building parts, right? And so that means that could encompass hitting several building parts, which means we could hit more buildings, which means our district risk score could go down if we hit those highest risk parts hitting more buildings. All right. In the staff memo that I provided, there's also, we didn't put it in there, there's also an option C, which is more of a hybrid of both A and B. And if we incorporate the hybrid, that would also give us an opportunity to access some grants, which obviously would help fund a complete retrofit of some buildings as well. So I know it's time, it's 10:20, but we were, ideally going to open it up for you and just hear the conversation. But we can also have that conversation FIO committee as well. But here are, in a sense, the scenarios that we'd want to take to you to have that conversation. Here's some feedback that then we'll take to the team. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And so really our next phase is really the execution phase. And so we'll execute the prioritized seismic improvement projects according to the standard operating procedures for bond funded construction programs. OSM will establish KPIs, or key performance indicators, related to the seismic program. Accountability and transparency will be provided through the following. We'll do bi-monthly reports to the FIO committee in a dashboard-style report that communicates the status of the scope, schedule, and budget for each identified project. Quarterly status reports to the BAC, the Bond Accountability Committee, 2025 Bond Seismic Improvement website, and then the Seismic Improvements Program will be included in the annual performance audits that will cover the 2025 bond as a whole.
Thank you for that presentation. And so this is the moment where we need to hear from you all and what feels comfortable. Not that this has to be that single opportunity, but to give the team direction on how to move forward with the different options presented.
The first thing that comes into my mind, first of all, this is incredible. Like, this is an incredible report. Thank you so much. It's almost more information than I know what to do with, which doesn't happen very often. So appreciate that. Dr. Armstrong, this might be a question for you. It's hard for me to look at this without thinking about the conversation that we're going to have this year about right-sizing our schools and making sure that we don't waste a single dollar and that every dollar is a targeted spend. I worry about, I wonder what the best way to manage the timelines is, because I'd hate to spend money on a facility that ends up being put out of commission. So I'm wondering what that looks like. I don't know the answer, but.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah, I have similar concerns. So in my mind, the way to solve that would be to build an algorithm. It would be a cascading series of questions that would be to create a decision tree, like yes or no. I mean, there's two different approaches, but we can't have this conversation in a vacuum because we've got 81 campuses, because we're going to be kind of looking at boundaries in Northeast and so yeah, in terms of approach, I would say what's the most important down to the least important. I don't think, I mean, ideally it'd be great to have every single building in the portfolio, but we're not going to be inhabiting every single building.
Right.
So
I guess I wonder.
That's my concern too.
Yeah, if there's a way to, are there buildings that it's just impossible to have the conversations separately. Do we know that there's buildings that we definitely, won't remove from, I'm just going to call it from inventory. How about remove it from inventory? Are there buildings that we know that's not going to happen to, that are in the high risk? I guess those are the kind of questions I'd be asking myself, and that's not going to happen here tonight.
Yeah.
But
no, it's a fair question, and I think what comes up for me is wondering if the enrollment would be a key factor, but we know that there's some other things that we'll consider when having the comprehensive conversation that we'll bring back to you. But I wanted to turn it over to one of our leaders in OSM and see if you had any thoughts on any conversations that you all have had about what you need from the board to move forward with the team on this.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong.
Yeah.
Just to give a little sample, if we were to get direction to proceed with one site today, we might be able to get something ready to go by next summer. There are so many different things. We have to get an architectural firm. We have to apply for the SRPG grant, which is a 6-week process. And currently, Oregon Biz, who is who we get the grant from, hasn't given us the window when we have to apply. Once we apply, during that time, we'll be doing design, we'll be going through procurement of contractors, et cetera, and trying to get it started in such a manner. And, oh yes, we have to go through permitting too, and sometimes that can be a joy. We have to be able to work with the contractors in such a manner that they can get the material they need so they can do the time frame, meet our time frame. Now, we've only been able to do our work in a summer, which is only 68 days, and each year it gets a little closer, snow days, et cetera. And most of our sites, most of our SRTP programs currently are a 2-summer program. We work 6 hours a day, 12 hours, 6 hours a day, 6 weeks, 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. We really do a lot. Ideally, what we would need most from y'all is direction on what sites, plural, singular, you would like us to do. And we will help you reach that conclusion. Jennifer is more than willing to help. Dr. Franco is also more than willing to help, and I'm willing to sit in that conversation as well. Personally, I've worked on Hayhurst, Lent, Creative Science, and I'm currently working on Marysville. So out of the OSM consolidated crew, which is the part I'm part of, I've got the most experience as far as working the projects and getting them together.
I will say too, I think back to Director LaForte and Director DePass's statement or questions around right sizing. It really needs to be in tandem. I mean, we can't retrofit obviously any building that potentially is going to be up for any level of right sizing. So that conversation has to be in tandem with that level of conversation, right? And so these decisions aren't going to be made in isolation.
Yep. Thank you. Director Split? No, Director Sullivan, I'll go to you next.
Thank you. I'm really grateful to see this moving forward. I think no one will be surprised to hear that. I think one thing I really want us to do is talk to community about how they want us to approach this issue. I think it'll be really important to set up some sort of process where we can hear from them about how we ought to go about making these decisions without creating a situation where it's like, pick me, right? So I'm happy to spitball with anybody about how something like that could work out. I'm not on the facilities committee. It feels like that would probably be the venue for it. But I just really want to make sure that that public process plays out. I also have a question that someone else in the room asked me about, and so I'll ask here. And I don't need the answer now, but one of the schools that's on this short list of URM schools, which seems like kind of an obvious place to start, right, with where we want to prioritize, is Riki, which will have a project happening on the site. And for those of you who don't know Ida B. Wells stuff super well, Riki and Ida B. Wells are considered the same property, as far as I can understand, from hearing about pulling permits and some of the land use processes that are happening there. So if there's like efficiencies of scale to be gained for tackling that one when we are already going to be doing a bunch of work on that site, especially given that it has a relatively low price tag, I just kind of want to make sure that we don't miss an opportunity to tack that on if it's easy to handle while we're there anyway, on the same property and working with the city, and them requiring us to do a bunch of things on the Riki property because the Riki property and Ida B. Wells are the same property technically. So just if we could explore that. I don't imagine Riki would necessarily fall on the top of the list for like reasons of like socioeconomic status, if that's part of the analysis. So I definitely don't want to like be jumping the line, but if it's like, hey, we would be able to save money, or we'd be able to tack this on, or we would have a land use approval that would be easier or something like that. I don't know what I'm talking about in the weeds, but if there are efficiencies to be gained, I would love for that to be flagged for us so we could maybe make a decision there, since that campus will be greatly affected during IW's construction anyway.
And I would just love to underscore that. I appreciate that point. And I know that we'll move with strategy, thinking where we have the opportunity, where we have construction already activated on sites, and where there are significant seismic concerns, how we can move in a way that's cost effective. So I appreciate that and would hope that we take that type of scenario as an example and keep it in mind. Thank you.
Director Sullivan?
Yeah, how many projects can you do in a summer?
We could probably attack, if we're doing a full retro, we could possibly attack 2. A lot of it is due to the contractor pool. If we do attack 2 full retrofits, we could only get 1 grant, and the grants are $2.5 million, which is a pretty good chunk of the overall budget. We have done, I'm trying to think, Lent and Creative Science, we did an overlap. We started Lent 1 year, second year for Lent was the first year for Creative Science, and that went pretty good, although I went everywhere all the time. Yeah, but we could do 2. And then again, if they're smaller, if they're just parts, we'd be able to do more sites, I believe.
Okay, you could do 2 full ones and maybe some part, or just...
Ideally, if
some.
we have the internal manpower as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question.
So go
I just want to clarify what you need from us. You need the board to approve some projects to move forward soonish?
So in terms of the scenarios, so there are 3 basic scenarios. So if full retrofits, I'd like to just hear, we'd like to hear some
that and the
perspective.
hybrid. Okay.
So scenario A, which is full retrofits, 8 to 10, right? Or scenario B, which is the parts, which high-risk parts, which allow us to encompass multiple schools, or it's a hybrid approach, right? Which would allow us to then utilize some grants, which, right, Jennifer?
Right.
Yeah. We want grants.
Is that approach C? Is that
And
the
that's
one?
C, and that's in the memo. It
And the
just
staff
wasn't in the
memo.
slide.
Yeah, and the staff memo, that's what was recommended, right?
That's what we would recommend.
And it applies some grants. So just going through the staff memo, I think C, hybrid, that makes the most sense to me. I also just want to just kind of shout out there that, while I am all for community engagement, I think we need to be very deliberate, because too often in our history, when we have community engagements, often the people who can show up that we hear from the most. And I just want to be just put that out there that I love community engagement, but we have to be deliberate to make sure that we focus and center equity. I also want to reiterate that, as a district, you have the big picture. Mm-hmm. And I think it's important that we really lean into you at this moment to know that, if anyone knows which schools are definitely safe from any consolidation or whatever, you would know. And also how that overlaps with the ones with the most seismic needs. And I think, I assume most people agree those would be the priorities, because, the safest.
May I wanted to say that it doesn't need to be exclusive of community involvement. Just thinking back to where we were last year in the advocacy and the new organization that formed, that really helped sort of refocus the energy on seismic. Like we can still go through that process and engaging the voices and bringing folks along while also prioritizing C and bringing more information back. So I guess I just wanted to share that it doesn't necessarily mean that we move with C, but then we don't listen to what we're hearing out in community. Like
I don't think that's
what
my assumption at all. I think it was both things could be true at the same time.
Yes, 2 things can be true.
That's what my assumption was.
Yes.
So thank you. I would love to see, I guess, I don't know how people feel, but I'm ready to say C, and would love to see what recommendations you have whenever you're ready. I pass it on to my other board members.
I have this on the agenda for FIO next week, if we want to have a little bit more conversation about it. That would be good, because I'm not sure where I'm at quite yet. It's been a long week, but Before we wrap up, let's keep going, but I do have some questions from our friends at Safe Structures PPS. They're here, and they did send a few questions in beforehand that I would love to ask the structural engineer why we have her here. So just want to make sure we don't miss that opportunity.
Director DePass?
Yes, thank you for your comments, Director Wong, about equity. I think about Katrina and think about how that city was not very well prepared for the disaster at that level. I also work in climate mitigation during my day job, and so I'm thinking about climate resilience and looking at hubs where, in the case of an emergency, where we will all be living in a park in a large earthquake, thinking about those places on a map that are accessible within a half a mile from families, and which ones are climate resilience, which ones can serve as resilience hubs in the case of a large-scale emergency. And so if we could, I'm also concerned or curious about what our mapping capabilities are here. I know I work for the city, and we have maps. We can make a map with all the parks in it. We can make maps with multiple layers of data. And so I'm wondering about whether we have somebody on staff that could do some mapping, and if not, if we could engage a consultant to do some mapping for us. That would allow us to be able to see where populations are. We can tell what the poverty levels are. We can focus on communities that are vulnerable. So we can have multiple layers of a map that allow us to make the decisions that get to the most vulnerable people, the renters, the people that have less money, the people that are higher in poverty, and also look at what we have in terms of mapping out where our assets are, where those buildings are that could be used as climate, as resilience hubs if in the case of a large-scale emergency. So I'm also curious if we think about disaster planning, as part of this, decision-making tool, not to bring on a disaster, but we know we're expecting a large-scale seismic event, and it would be good to be prepared ahead of time for what happens in that eventuality. Literally by building condition, by population, by condition of building, whether it's able to run on generators and solar power.
So do I hear that the board is prepared to declare option 3 as something to further explore, or was that more conversation in the facilities committee? Sorry.
I'm not quite ready just because I haven't spent the time with it that I'd like to. I'd love to talk about it next week if we can.
Okay. Team, any?
That's right.
No.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not ready.
And just remembering that we need to move, because like you said, because we got to start getting permits.
Yeah. If we're going to
So
get anything
we've
done
got to
next
talk
summer.
about it
So-
and not
Right.
talk about it forever.
I'm so with you.
Can we apply for a permit before we know buildings?
Yeah, I want to make sure
wish.
you're okay with this timeline. So if we have this discussion in facilities committee next week, that means as soon as that, because, facilities committee can only make recommendations to the
Right.
full board. That means that's come back to the full board on September 30th meeting, and that's when we can give direction and is that okay, a timeline, or is that pushing it?
Sorry, say that again. So facilities,
So I guess.
FIO next week.
Right.
Yeah, but that means as soon as the board can give direction would be September 30th.
Right, because at the facilities meeting, it would be discussion only.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, the sooner the better. We have some big topics
Yeah.
as well next Tuesday.
I
Are
don't know what
we?
you're talking about.
So is there any way, I work for the city, and I just had a permitting conversation today, and my head is still spinning from it, because it's, I don't know the answer to this, but is it possible to start to apply for the permit process before we actually have a project? Knowing that based on components, I know we won't have drawings, or is there any way to sort of stack
I don't
up
know
those
about
two, that
Yeah.
critical path? We're going to need permits, and we're going to need a person in the permit department that can maybe be the point person without having a specific building, or is
We
that
can't
just?
pull a permit without knowing where we're pulling it for.
I thought I knew that. Okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking of I understand that I've pulled permits too, and it's very difficult right now. I was wondering if we could pull permits based on the type of work but you need a location still, so
Well,
they
we
can do the
can
zoning.
have pre-project meetings with the city to determine what it is that we need to,
Yes.
the I's we need to dot and the T's we need to cross.
Yeah, but I'll just lean in and note that part of the permitting process is reviewing our detailed drawings and our detailed calculations and commenting on that. So we need to know site everything that has to be designed.
site specific.
Yeah, yeah. And like Robert mentioned, they're more than happy to have open conversations with us up front to make that process easier, but we need to know, project specific.
Structural.
And the same applies for the SRTP grant. We have to know what we're applying for, which is just another little tick in the system.
Right. Well, let me check in with all the board members to see if we're ready, because I know we have.
I've still got some questions from
Yeah,
our safe structures.
yeah,
Pete's
but-
over here.
Okay, but let me just check in. So, I mean, we have two options. One is facilities committee, but then it comes back on September 30. I mean, this is just in terms of picking A, B, or C, right? And, or we could pick A, B, C, and now. I just want to check in. How are people feeling?
What's the other option?
That it goes to facilities committee and then comes back to us on September 30th when we pick A, B, C. So that would be, a 21-day
And what's the
delay.
option? That's the only option right now.
Yeah, the option is now, give ABC direction, or we do it on the 30th.
Mayor Wong, can I come in with a third again?
Absolutely.
Third way. Could a third way be those of us that won't be at facilities defer to facilities to be able to give the direction? I'm not on facilities. I'm cool with C, but you'll come decide.
The issue with that
And
is I
then
think
you
it
don't have to
violates
come
our
back to us.
policy.
We
I
can't
think we
make a
can
decision.
make a recommendation.
We can make a recommendation to bring it to the full board on September 30th.
Mhm.
What the trade-off is getting started on the work for another month.
I feel like we've made it, I think 21 days. I feel like it warrants a discussion. I know that there's people that want to give public comment next week, giving them a chance to do that. So I feel, as someone who always has a sense of urgency, I feel comfortable with
Okay. But my
with
other
coming back
question,
on the 30th.
I guess my other question is, I mean, well, A, we're just talking about potentially just two buildings,
Mhm.
right?
Well, if we go with Plan C and do the two buildings plus potentially
Okay.
parts A, B,
Parts
C
of-
from 3 other buildings.
Okay, got it. And then my second question is with C, with the grants, I don't know if there's a possible guess in it, but how big are some of these grants? Or
yeah.
how much they may help?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about the grants. It's the SRGP grant, Seismic Rehabilitation Grant Program from the state of Oregon. So you can get up to $2.5 million to spend on one project. The caveat is that you need to seismically retrofit the entire building unless there's a seismic separation. So there's a nuance there. And to your point, the part of the grant is to help with Oregon overall resiliency. So it's to be upgraded to risk category 4, the assembly areas, so that you can serve as an emergency shelter after a seismic event.
All
So it'd be interesting to target those grants towards locations that aren't as close to, what do you call it? Like, what do you call like a place where you go, like an emergency shelter?
it's a
You know, like,
community resilience.
right, okay.
Climate resilience.
You okay if we move to public comment? Thank you for the information. It's been super helpful, and the report is amazing. Public comment?
Since we're not voting on anything, there wasn't any public.
Okay, there
comment.
wasn't? Okay.
But I've got some
Yeah,
questions.
some questions. Okay. Okay, that was
So I've got
confusing.
4 questions.
Okay.
I'm just going to read these, and thanks you guys for doing the hard work of sending the list. What do the risk scores actually mean? For example, what is the difference between a 9 and a 7 in terms of probability of collapse, expected injuries, or fatalities in different earthquake scenarios?
That's a good question. It's a bit of a loaded question. I'm happy to get back to them with more detailed information. A lot of information goes into the FEMA and HAZUS data, and it looks at both building vulnerability, so building damage state, and also loss of life and damage for life safety. So it pulls from 2 components, but I would need to get back to them in terms of the differences. It's a complicated answer.
Why don't I get through my list, and then maybe at the end
Yeah.
we could talk about like what, maybe you could give us some written responses or
Sure.
something? Okay. So what risk score do you consider safe to operate as is, to not retrofit or close?
Let me go back to that risk score slide. So again, hard question. We're talking about seismic risk here, so there's always some inherent vulnerability with any building, even new construction. There's no seismic proof, earthquake proof building. In generally, wood frame structures perform much better in a seismic event than a concrete building, and you can see by the scatter plot. In terms of a risk score, I think there are so many, a number of buildings that have seismic vulnerabilities that we are focused on those, and we focus on the highest risk. I wouldn't like to say that a wood frame building at a 4 doesn't need a seismic retrofit, because it does need a seismic retrofit, but in terms of comparative, we would start at the top.
Okay. Let's see. This is an interesting one. Why wasn't site-specific soil information used in calculating the risk scores?
Yeah, that's a good question. We have some site-specific data, but we found that when you dive deeper, some of that site-specific data isn't always as accurate when you look at the nuance of the exact block. And we found that some of that data has some effect to the scores, but it wouldn't completely move the number significantly. So it's something when you do a deeper dive, again, this is a high level study, when you do a deeper dive, it would be considered, but and a geotech would need to be engaged and so on for that type of study.
Two more. The report doesn't distinguish, these are hard questions to ask, like just, talking about people's kids. The report doesn't distinguish between buildings that might kill people versus those that would be unusable after an earthquake. How do we know which schools are the highest risk to preventing injury and death? I guess that's kind of the million-dollar question.
Yeah, it's, we're talking about seismic risk and vulnerability based on the FEMA and HAZUS data, like I mentioned before. So there's a lot that goes into these numbers.
Yeah. Okay, last one. How are previously completed seismic upgrades accounted for in these ratings?
Yeah, and I talked about that a little bit. In the flow chart, we took our base score from the FEMA and HAZUS data, and then we adjusted that base score based on the retrofit that occurred on that campus. So if there was a roof level seismic upgrade, that score was adjusted down a certain amount. If there was a larger seismic upgrade, that score was adjusted down even further.
Got it. Okay, that's really helpful.
Yep.
That's all I got.
All right. I think for the sake of time, I want to kind of move along, and I think sounds like everyone's comfortable with this going to facilities committee meeting for a deeper dive. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of this and answering all these questions.
Thank you.
All right. Next is the finance focus. Dr. Armstrong?
Yes, we are almost there, team. I know it's late. So tonight we have Chief Morrison, who will focus primarily on the preliminary property tax collection data, review highlights of August 28th state revenue forecasts, and share upcoming budget activities. Chief Morrison.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong and directors. I will keep it, this will be a brief budget brief this evening. I know that you have had the information available to you and have had the opportunity to send questions if you have them. I'm going to lower my hand and share my screen. Thank you, Kara. super pleased with myself because this is the first time I'm driving my own car at this show. So yeah, it feels good. Feels good. Starting to feel at home in PPS. So we have just a couple highlights that I want to hit. I know that budget is on everybody's minds. It came up so many times today, and I'm going to bring some information that is just going to reinforce how we need to really continue to focus on being careful with our resources. So we have some preliminary property tax collection information for you. I have some highlights from the state revenue forecast, and then just sharing some upcoming budget activities you can expect to see next month. So we had some information shared with us by the Multnomah County economist, Jeff Renfro, a couple weeks ago. And there are some challenges with our downtown property values. So they are lower, which means they're just not growing at the same rate they have historically. And as we prepared our budget, we projected for some limited growth, especially for our local option levy, and have budgeted for more than what it looks like we will actually receive for the 25-26 year. And I just want to bring that to your attention. It looks as if those collections will be estimated to be $5 million less than what we budgeted, and that's the equivalent of 33 licensed FTE.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to emphasize, I just want to underscore that to speak to the significance of our budget. So that's $5 million that we would have received this year that we're no longer receiving, which makes up about 33 licensed teachers that we will need to fund, that we are funding this year out of our current budget. So I just want, I know you said that, and I just want to pause and emphasize and underscore the state of our budget this year and future. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. I do appreciate that. I think when we proposed and eventually adopted this year's budget, we shared concerns that it was fragile. There's not a lot of room for movement in it, and so this is a significant factor for us.
And I think it also speaks to how important it is for those levies to be able to fund our teachers that directly impact class size. Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. Next up is our quarterly state revenue forecast. It was not positive, really negative forecast based on the impact of some federal legislation that has been moving forward. In Oregon, our income tax rules really kind of follow along the federal, and so when they make changes that impact at the federal level, Oregon is also impacted, and income taxes are about half of what we rely on for the state school fund. So this little table was directly from the revenue forecast, and there's a link embedded if you are interested in learning more. So our colleagues across the state, they gather and they discuss the revenue forecast and provide us some information. And really, this is it's time to prepare and plan, not panic. We already know we're in a challenging situation moving into 26, 27. But what they're saying to us is that this time they don't anticipate a lowered K-12 appropriation than what we already have at the state level, but it is time to start planning and being very conservative from that perspective. And for us, I think that we just need to be extra mindful. All right, we have a budget calendar and activities. My team is really working hard to prep leadership and begin those early exercises in reviewing our programming and some options for next year as we move into budget development in the spring. Here are a couple slides that are more just informational. I know that Director Engelsman asked specifically about more the history trends and kind of context around our revenue types and also our expenditure types. And so I've included some slides here. I'm happy to follow up if you guys have any questions. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time looking at pictures tonight, but I'm available and my team are available anytime you'd like to have more details. We have our general fund revenue. I think this slide is significant because we have opted to use some one-time funds for operations. You can see that trend began in the 23-24 year and has continued. And at this time, we have exhausted all of our reserves as we move through this current year. And this is a stack chart just to show you what the revenue streams are. Again, I can take these offline anytime. And this is where our costs are. So you can see salary and payroll costs combined definitely make up the majority of our budget. We are a service business, and I know people think about, oh, turn the heat down, turn the lights out, you know, yay, that's all really great. But this is really going to be impactful in terms of people and services.
And I just wanted to also underscore that because I know that there has been questions about, like, for instance, when we have a contract or when we choose to use a budget item, like why doesn't that just go towards the classroom? And so when we go through the budgeting process and departments are allocated funds, whether that's technology, curriculum, instruction, knowing that we have grants, knowing that there are bond dollars, and then the general fund where we typically pull items, just want to note that, like, all of those funding or those budget codes are diverse and go to different needs. And, you know, for an organization our size with the amount of employees, right, it wouldn't be feasible to put, you know, 95% of our resources into people. I think we do invest a pretty significant amount in people, as we should, as we're a service organization, and we still have buses to repair. We have technology funds. There's research, there's data, there's innovation, there's many other things that we believe we expend on to keep us competitive. And so I hope that in some of the other opportunities, that budget conversations, that we begin to share a little bit more about the way in which we allocate funds. And I know that there's a lot of questions around contracts and how they fall and why they may or may not be able to be reallocated to a different department to spend on humans or services.
Excellent. Thank you. We have been very careful, and you can see in this stack chart here where the red and the blue in the bottom, those are all our staff costs. Those are salaries and then all of the associated payroll costs, which include PERS. That yellow band, those are services, and that includes almost $50 million in transportation contracts. So that's the bulk of our services as you see it there. And supplies, you can see we're actually really pretty careful with our spending. So really appreciate you sharing that. I think we do a pretty good job.
Chief Morrison?
Yes.
How much of that is PERS?
Oh, somebody just asked me that question. I want to say it's out of our $868 million operating budget, about $100 million goes to PERS. All right. So again, this is just for reference. I think we're coming close to an end. Chair Wong's going, yes, we are. So coming in October, more relevant information is we'll be able to update our projections for the current year and the out years based on student enrollment, actual enrollment, and then our first full payroll for the year. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry we put this at the very end. So thank you for being, I don't know if it's being patient or taking our... Tolerant, yeah, thank you, that's the right word. All right, next up we have the consent agenda. let's do this before people start passing out. Board members, if there's any items you would like to pull for a separate vote, please indicate that now. Ms. Bradshaw, has there been any changes to consent agenda?
No.
Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Director DePass moves. Director Chase Miller seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? I assume there's no public comment, right? Great.
No.
The board will.
Are we doing 7171? Yes, okay. Yes, I just would like to make one comment, please, on 7171, which is the nutritional, yes, for Head Start. Yes, the only comment that I want to make is that it sort of ties into the nutrition options at lunch and breakfast at all schools, but certainly not at Head Start, but at all schools. I have noticed that the little green letter next to lunches denotes something that is vegetarian or vegan friendly, and that at any given good week it's at 2, maybe 3, and so that there are days that goes by when there are vegetarian or vegan kids that just have to choose something else because PPS doesn't make an option for them those days. And so in this day and age of people becoming more aware of the conditions in the farms and more the health benefits of choosing different alternatives and also the environmental benefits of leading a plant-based life, I guess I would just like to, I would hope that in this Head Start nutrition opportunity to make sure that there are options for all kids all the time that are healthy and plant-based rather than just sort of being a green leaf next to a calendar day that is not every day of the month. I'm not very articulate, but I'm hoping that there'll be more vegetarian and vegan options every day so that all kids can have lunch.
Thank you. I appreciate you pointing that out.
Very quickly,
I agree.
I have to say I trust your guys' judgment completely on this, but I unfortunately have to leave because it's 11 and my school day starts 9 hours from now. So
yeah, get your sleep.
I'll see you guys
Envious.
next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Splate, I think I saw your hand up.
I did. I actually was thinking something else was happening, but I just want to second what Director Engelsman said. Just, I know it's late and you guys don't want to hear me talk about this, but my boss has a new kindergartner and her one complaint is that they can't figure out lunch because they're vegetarian, and it's been a real challenge for them. So I'll just concur and do a shout out for my boss if you all will let me. Thank you.
Yeah, me too. All right. I'm really glad that both of you pointed out that, and it is a very important topic to me as well. Let's move to, the board will now vote on Resolution 7168 through 7173. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Chair Wong?
Yes.
It's also 7174. You forgot to say that last one. That's what's in your vote. The consent agenda includes
Okay,
71.
let's do this again. Board will now
Sorry.
vote on Resolution 7168 through 7174. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed? All right, the consented, sorry, Director Split, I don't know if I heard yours.
I'm sorry. I was going to avoid voting because I don't see 7174
Yeah, I
in
don't
board
either.
book, and I don't
74.
understand where it is, but that's okay. It
No, I
doesn't
don't
matter.
see
I
it
guess I'll
either.
vote yes, but I just don't see 7174.
Yeah, the board books is only listed
I see it on the
7173.
agenda, but I
It
don't
was
see
pulled.
it.
It was pulled. Never mind. The
Oh,
numbers
it's
on
not the
this
one
are wrong.
for
You were right.
Director
I
Split?
apologize.
Do we need to
It was the
revote?
correct, no. You
Okay,
already
'cause
voted once. You're fine.
7714
Yes. Thank
includes
you. Sorry.
73, so
Resolution 7168 through 7173?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. I vote yes.
Great. So consent agenda as amended is approved by a vote of 7-0. Resolution 7175 is to consider a contract for Presidio. Dr. Armstrong, could you introduce this?
Yeah, I'm excited to introduce this item. I know that there has been questions, and I want to make sure that we create the opportunity to answer those questions. And one of the things that I heard from a couple of people was why Presidio. And I want to make sure that I state that it is Presidio is a nationwide firm that is headquartered in Texas. We have several firms that we do business with that are headquartered either in another country or in the state of Texas. But really, why Presidio in this moment? We have 6 vacant positions in the Office of School Modernization. And so we have Sarah and interim leadership from Presidio coming in to move the work that we have around our 3 high school builds. One of the other things that I'd like to point out, or a few other things I'd like to point out, is that they are a K-12 focused firm, impeccable references in urban areas. I've already said that they're a national firm, but more than that, they are experienced in executing billion-dollar bond programs with multiple builds in the same bond measure in the same time frame. And so we are well aware that we have the largest bond in Oregon state history, and we are attempting to do something that hasn't been done in at least a dozen decades, and that's to build 3 high schools at the same time. And we're confident that we have the group to come in. And I also want to say, because I think some of you may have heard from others or received some communication that one of the things that we were looking to do was to replace the entire OSM, and that's not correct. I think you heard from a gentleman that represents Seismic. We have so much more than the 3 high school builds, and not to say that the high school builds aren't important, but we have some pretty significant projects that are happening down in the School of Modernization. I say down because they're a couple floors below. And so I wanted to lift that up and make sure that I'm on record stating that it isn't replacement of a department, but it's more of a strategy and bringing in a team that has national expertise on executing $1 billion bond program with multiple high school builds happening at the same time. So with that, I have both 2 of our leaders who can speak and answer any questions that you may have. And we also, I know another question that I had was, why not an RFP, and why a cooperative contracting procurement method? And so we have Emily Courtnidge who can speak to that as well. So whatever questions you may have, I believe the team is ready.
Thank you. Let's put this on the table first. Do I have a motion and a second to, sorry, I forgot what resolution number this is. 7175. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 7175 expenditure contract exceeding $150,000 for the delegation of authority?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Director DePass moves. Director Chase Miller seconds. All right, board discussion.
Yes, if I could start out. My biggest concern when I first read through this was like, why not a local firm? Because I value that idea of spending locally, especially on bond projects where we want the money to circulate. Voters put the money, vote for this, and my hope is that we circulate the dollars in the local economy. And I understand now that they're headquartered elsewhere, but there's also, I think, a lot of value having managed construction before in having an experienced firm, especially for this type of work. Yeah, they have K-12 experience. They can get up and running quickly. And even before we had all these vacancies, there was some deep concern about the capacity of that Office of School Modernizations. It was surfaced to us that they were worried about the capacity to carry out the sheer amount of dollars to spend in the amount of time we had to spend it. The last thing I'll say about this is I forgot because it's so late. Maybe it'll come back and maybe it won't. But the local spend was a big deal. I wanted to say, I guess, one last thing, and that's about the type of cooperative project is the city of Portland. If they want to buy paper, there's a statewide, everybody can kind of glom onto that same paper product order, and it does save in the staff time, I guess, in putting out an RFP, and every time a local jurisdiction needs paper, they have to do their own contracting versus being in a cooperative purchase. So it makes sense to me to economize that way as well.
Yeah, I guess my question is, so it looks like you want this company to kind of take over for the, 3 to 5 years it's going to take to do the high schools? Because when I read the contract, it went through December, like quite a large amount, $414,000 for 3 months, and then said 5 to 10 years.
Yeah,
be-
so this
I
is.
didn't get it.
So this is an amendment to an existing contract that we had with them, and it's been accelerated because Stormy Shanks resigned.
Yeah.
Right, and so I think we all know, and as Dr. Armstrong put, we have a leadership void in the Office of School Modernization in OSM, and obviously we have a $1.83 billion bond, and we need a single point person within OSM to help lead this work. And I just want to sum up a few of the things that, and also too, just like with what Dr. Armstrong said, along with the void left from Stormy, we also have 6 vacant positions. So having Presidio come in, it's not just having a point person, it's actually having a team of folks to help alleviate those vacant positions and responsibilities. So some of the pieces include the interim leadership with immense experience in leading bond work in K-12. Like, that's huge. And we're talking about bond work in the billions. And this person will be leading this work and also be bringing in a team. And we're talking about working with contractors, approving P-card purchases, change orders, things that have to happen in a timely fashion. Because I think we know that this work can't stall because time is money, right?
Yeah, every time we wait.
Right? I think we all have experience with those pieces. Meeting with the OSM team, we're talking about meeting with project teams, adhering to timelines. But the BAC, right? We have frequent meetings with the bond accountability team. We expect this person to be a lead on the FIOC committee, providing monthly updates to the board, leadership with bond communications, coordinating OSM with facilities and maintenance. That's another piece too, right, in terms of improving that level of communication. Also, the reality is too, the right sizing conversation is going to happen. We do expect like this person to, with the experience, to be involved in that level of conversation. And also we expect this person is going to have some specific direct reports, right? Is also, if you look at the senior director currently, has 2 directors of construction who report directly to that position, also 2 business positions that report directly to that position, and then also another finance services manager. So those are 5 very specific direct reports. And I like to think that both Tom and I potentially can fill in, but we have also other pieces that we're also responsible for. And it is a lot that is happening. And just in a short time, I would say that I've transitioned over as being in the chief of schools. We need, and I can't implore this enough, a dedicated person and team. And I can't express to you the sense of urgency that we all feel in regards to this.
6 vacant positions plus Stormy, so that's really 7. So how many?
Well, it's actually 6 with Stormy.
With Stormy, okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
6 with Stormy.
Okay, so is this a team of people coming in then? Like, or are you having this group, are we hiring more people too, or?
So,
It's just them.
so we'd have a point person very specifically, and then depending on the area of need, a team could come in or would come in. Does that make sense? So
And this firm could provide those people.
Yeah,
Right.
let me speak to that too. I want to be able to answer that question. So in the interim, we have Sarah, who's actually here with us. You can wave at us. We won't call you up. And who is a part of Presidio, and we'll have other staff from Presidio at her disposal as needed to fill in the interim post as we work through the scope and the need, and then begin to think about what we really need to bring forth to the board next month as a proposal to really keep the work moving for the 3 high schools. And so that is something that I'm anticipating bringing forth next month. Just I want to be clear about that it's not just a few months and then we're done, that this is a long-term strategy for our 3 high schools. And we will have more information as we dig in a little deeper and understand what the need is. I mean, there's so many things that I've learned in the last couple of months, and I think you all know, even for our new folks, the previous board and the push to dig deeper, to understand the way in which we're doing business and executing our bond program, to think outside of the box, to be innovative. Like, I've answered all of those calls, and I'm just excited that we are going to move forward with, we have great leadership over the 3 high schools now that the team is excited about. And so being able to support that team and wrap around and move these projects in a way that will see us cutting ribbon all within a year, within the calendar year, is exciting to think about. And so that was a lot. I think I may have rambled a little bit, but I don't know if that answers your question. Okay, yes. Director Eaglesman.
I have a lot of thoughts, but my first question is as related to the May 2025 scope of work, May 27th, 2025, that is. I have not seen, but that does not mean it has been provided, but is there as it relates to the Jefferson project, a comprehensive written summary of the existing conditions of PPS's decision-making protocols, project and construction management team structure, and oversight structures? Has that been?
You're talking about the final report?
Yeah.
No, that's scheduled October 22nd is when that report is supposed to be delivered.
We have had several briefings, and I know that there was like a 2-pager that was put out. That was just a report. That was an update to our senior director, Stormy, that was shared as if that was the comprehensive report. That was not the comprehensive report, just to be clear on that.
So that's so number 1 of the contract deliverables is not yet done and scheduled for October. An analysis of JHS, Jefferson High School project challenges and recommendations per above. Is that done? Okay. And number 3, a dedicated project staffing plan for JHS, adaptable, I gotta use my glasses, what am I doing? It's 11, adaptable to other high school modernization efforts. Has that been done?
I think that's all going to be as a part of that final report.
Okay.
So.
No, that's fine. So final report for the May 2025 contract deliverables. We haven't finished this contract yet.
Correct.
So, transparency again, it feels premature to me to be entering into another contract, especially one of the significant value that we're looking at right now, and the length of time. I also have large concerns with going outside Oregon, or at least outside the Pacific Northwest or the West Coast. We are entering a fiscal crisis. We are entering an economy crisis. We are entering a job loss crisis. Why are we looking at sending jobs outside of Oregon or outside of the Pacific Northwest or the West Coast, all of which I will also say are politically aligned with Oregon and certainly with PPS's, which, no offense to those sitting in the room, the Texas politics are not, and so it makes me uncomfortable to be looking that far. I also am concerned that working with a firm in the Pacific Northwest, Washington, Oregon, certainly are going to understand our climate, our weather. It's unique. How things are affected is different than they're in dry Texas. They're going to know our natural resources really, really well. They're going to know what to use and what not to use. And they're here. So I think that I would feel comfortable. I mean, I certainly want to see our first contract realized and followed through with before we enter into a second contract. And so this feels very premature to me, all of these other concerns aside. And so I would like to see an RFP or at least some kind of bidding that happens that opens it up to firms that I understand are located close or here to give them an opportunity to.
I would love to respond to that. First, it is an amendment to a contract, increasing the amount because of the departure of one of our senior leaders, right? So we have lost our chief operating officer, who was originally up through the Office of School Modernization, and now Stormy. And so one of the reasons why we've made this shift to increase the amount and extend the time is because of that departure. And the only other thing that I wanted to point out is that we have two other firms that do work with us. The first one is AECOM. They're a national firm. They're headquartered in Dallas. Back in 2023, we entered into a 5-year contract for up to $5 million for on-call project management services. We also have Turner Townsend, which is also a national firm that's headquartered in the UK. We entered into that contract in 2023. It's a 5-year, up to $5 million on-call project management services. So that's been going on for the last 2 years. So I know that if we were to quantify it, we have about already 33% of our work in OSM being directly serviced or handled or managed by firms that are contracted out, and the ones that I mentioned, the larger ones, are not headquartered in Oregon. And then I also just wanted to correct, because Presidio is a national firm and they do work on the West Coast, so it's not like they're only in Texas wanting to, start business in Portland. They are in other places, and they have a K-12 focus. So I just want to say, this is a national, repped firm, and I just want to make sure that I am putting the correct factual information out. And if we were to look at the contracts and the firms that we do business with and where they're headquartered, it's not a majority in Oregon. And I also want to just take this opportunity to say that Portland, as you all know, we're the only urban school district in the state of Oregon. Seattle is the only urban school district in the state of Washington. So that's 2 states, only 2 urban districts. I will tell you that Seattle has not passed a $1 billion bond where they've built multiple high schools on that same bond measure. So if we were to think about firms in Oregon and Washington that can come in and do what Presidio has done in other places, we're not going to find them. And then the other thing that I want to say, and I really hate to put this out there, but what I've been told and what previous board members have been told, and what we know to be true from folks who do business with Portland, is that we have a reputation that we need to repair that make it attractive for folks that want to do business with us. Well, we're excited about the CMGC that we have from Jefferson, and I do believe that Colas Hoffman is the right firm to do the work. Note that we only had one company that put in for a CMGC in one of the most expensive high schools that will be built in the United States. That's rare, that's unlikely, and I think it speaks to some of the work that we need to do out in the field on how we make sure that businesses aren't failing because of some of the procedures and the process that we have in Portland Public Schools. And I'm happy to provide any and all the information that I've received on that. So, I mean, I just want to make sure that if we're talking about a firm, that we're truly doing justice, because I know folks' reputation is at stake. And I know that I appreciate the work that we have going on with AECOM and Turner Townsend, despite them being, headquartered in Dallas, Texas, or in the UK. And I would hope that that wouldn't, lead to a conversation of discontinuing services just because of where they may be headquartered and how some of those beliefs may not align with ours. And I also just want to note that Presidio is a minority-owned firm and significantly committed to moving work in Portland. So,
thank you. That was a lot to respond to, but we want to also kind of grow your own so we can have the firms, so we can, but we need to start somewhere, like the chicken eggs discussion. We need to get the buildings built as per voters want and not dilly-dally. And I know, I'll take on full responsibility. A lot of our delays are because of us. We cause them. And so I just hope that we can be conscious of this moving forward. There is a ton of work to do, and we can either move it forward with caveats or skepticism, or we can sort of just say, let's kind of get it going. The delays make us look bad and can contribute to not being the district of choice for people. If we're not saying what we're going to do when we're going to do it. So I'm going to take that on, just that personal responsibility for, I don't want to delay anything anymore. I've been on the board 6 years and I've seen a lot of delays.
Let's go. And I wanted to pivot over, just because I know I heard the RFP and the cooperative contracting procurement method, just to see if there were any thoughts to offer on that.
Hi, Emily Courtnage, Director of Purchasing and Contracting. Yeah, I'm here to answer any questions you may have about the cooperative contracting process versus an RFP process. The cooperative contract is a result of an RFP process. It was just conducted by another public agency in a cooperative procurement group. And then those of us who are members of that cooperative procurement group can access that contract, and that is permitted under Oregon law as well as our own PPS public contracting rules.
And then just to emphasize that this isn't a new procedure. So since 2015, specifically in the Office of School Modernization, not including Presidio, we have 18 other cooperative contracting procurement method agreements. And we have even more if you were to look at nutrition, technology, for furniture. So I think I had saw a suggestion as if this is some new thing that we're doing. And for the last 10 years, we have been using cooperative contracting procurement methods for to save time and to vet and make sure that folks are qualifying through a cooperative.
Let's have Director LaForte and then Director Split.
Okay, so the final report on Jefferson, it sounds like it's due October 22nd, is that correct? Will we have that before we're voting on a larger contract?
Yeah.
'Cause
Yes.
You said something
yes.
about voting on something next month.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that we see that before any further votes.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
that's one of my questions. Okay, so I've got a couple. Just want to say that I have no issue taking big swings and changing things if they're not working. I do. When I was looking at this, I actually love this board because we really do look at everything from a different angle. I was looking at it was a required summary of the 5 highest value similar projects. And there was one that was in the close to $2 billion range, but it was actually 2 bonds. It was a $1.2 billion bond and a $750 million bond. The rest were much less, it was 387, 75 million, 342, 104 million. These are actually significantly smaller than the other bonds that we've implemented at PPS. So I was actually curious about why Presidio versus, I mean, I wasn't seeing that there was and maybe it's not in here, this is kind of why I'm asking, that there wasn't experience managing $2 billion bonds in multiple school districts across the country. I wasn't seeing that in the paperwork that they submitted. So I'm just wondering, experience-wise, do they? And is there any outside of Texas? Because everything in here is in Texas.
I was going to ask if it's a cooperative purchasing, then are they working in Oregon in other places that you know of?
Not in Oregon.
Okay, but
we
we're on
know
a
like
purchasing
Arizona. Yeah.
for the state of Oregon, this cooperative purchasing. I would think that maybe they just bid on it so they have the ability to do work in Portland. But do you know if they have any other work in Portland or in Oregon as part of that cooperative agreement?
But let me say that the cooperative was not done, it's not an Oregon specific, it's a national cooperative purchasing organization.
Okay, thank you.
Go with Director Split, and then I'll go back to Director LaForte.
My question did not get answered.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, answer the question.
So my question was, does Presidio have experience managing $2 billion bonds? Because what I'm seeing here is a 1.2, a 750, and everything else is much smaller. So we've had much larger bonds consistently. Most of these numbers are smaller than the bonds that we've managed in-house. So I'm wondering if they have that experience.
It's just the high school.
I think we can pull that information, but I would say for our high schools, our high schools are just above 1.0 something. I got to look at the actual math. Our total bond we know is 1.82, but that also includes technology, includes some of the seismic and some of those items. And so in terms of looking at, one of the things that was really important to the team was looking at a firm that had executed multiple builds with a bond issue that matched ours, which would be $1 billion for the high schools.
I'm wondering if there's more than that. Like if it's just this, I've got one example in here in the materials they submitted that it's a 1.2, that's the highest one. Is it the only one?
We can get that information.
We can
get that information.
Okay.
We'll bring that back.
So that's one of my questions. Have they implemented school bond work outside of Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where?
Definitely Hillsborough County in Florida.
Arizona.
Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Arizona.
Okay. I was just asking because they weren't included in the materials that they submitted, so that's why I'm asking. I think you answered one of my other questions, which was why 487. It's multiple bodies, which explains that. It's not just one person. And let's see. I was just curious why you chose to negotiate an hourly rate versus a flat rate. It looks like there was a choice in here, and I was just curious why we chose the flat rate.
I'm gonna the team. Any thoughts on that?
I'll have to review the contract and get back to you, though.
Yeah.
Happy to look at that and give you a good answer.
And then I think Steph touched on this a little bit, but is district leadership considering a full RFP process for any future scope?
No. Would use the cooperative agreement.
Okay.
Director Split?
I've been on like a Zoom call for a really long time, so feeling like I might be losing it a little, and I can't see any of you. Can you guys hear me? Am I still on the call?
Yes, you're all good.
Okay, I just
We can
lost.
hear you.
Usually I can see you guys and myself, and now I'm just seeing multiples of myself. Okay, great. So I plan to support this motion today and move forward with this contract extension. But I just want to say a few things and make a few recommendations. So I share the concerns that I'm hearing and the questions that I'm hearing about whether it's, you know, an out-of-state business that hasn't worked in Oregon before, regarding sort of process and concerns about, you know, sort of outsourcing instead of hiring local folks into positions with the district, and that being sort of a thought on a possible or likely long-term path here. So I was thinking about some ideas toward mitigating risks and concerns so that we can demonstrate that this contractor is leaning in on Oregon and getting to know Oregon and Portland and what makes it unique when we do have this conversation down the road about potentially renewing and extending their contract for a longer period of time. What if, for example, they can meet with labor? The places that you just mentioned, Florida, do we want to talk about Texas again? Arizona, don't have the same requirements, I'm sure, regarding prevailing wage and labor requirements and potentially some of the minority contracting rules that we have in Oregon that I know a lot of us are really excited about and support. And I'm really glad that they're a minority-owned business because they'll probably be pumped about that stuff. But I think it'd be great if, when we do have this conversation again, to mitigate the risk, mitigate the concerns for ourselves and for others. I mean, I think we all are aware that there's been some press on this. So I think we can do a good job as a board by having, or as a district, by having, when there is that next conversation about moving forward longer term, having some of those concerns we've heard and like what we're doing to mitigate those risks or concerns. So I gave one example. Another one for me is like, I've been relatively new to the DAG for Ida B. Wells, and it was obviously closed down for a little while, but there's deep institutional knowledge and relationship knowledge and awareness of neighborhoods and communities that has been formed over these really robust processes across the 3 high schools. And if we lose staff that have been working on that to this new model, you know, that to me is concerning. So what's the plan for making sure that we retain that institutional knowledge? Or is there, oh, I know I'm tired because I immediately started thinking of like, sort of like a metaphor of like, we have like a robot human hybrid. We've got the contractor, but also the Portland Public Schools staff, and they're working together and not one or the other. So I'm just throwing out a couple of ideas that I think could be considered for when we do have this conversation again, to show the district's listening. We hear the concerns from the board, we hear concerns from the community, here's how we're addressing them. They could come visit the Bond Accountability Committee when they meet in October. Things like that I think could be done to just like make everybody feel more comfortable before we make the big decision down the road. So I will just leave it at that. And thank you very much for listening to me from afar with some ideas.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one last comment, and I think we have public comment. All right. Just really quick, it is a real thing that things are more expensive for Portland. We do have a reputation that we need to repair. This is something that I've known. I have friends who are contractors, contract Portland, and things are more expensive. I think it sounds like this is also an opportunity where we have to now start come in with different kind of experience that we can also learn from, right? And it presents a cool opportunity to help change things. It is also a real thing that unfortunately, PPS boards are famous for, the waffling waving. That does also increase costs a lot for us. We are kind of a metro island. It's very difficult to find people with this kind of experience in this area. So I see this as an opportunity for trying something different. We do need a change. Things are getting rapidly expensive, as you know from our last bond. There was a lot of discussion why things are so expensive here. This is part of it, right? And so I think this represents an opportunity to kind of try something new, different, and learn from it. It is getting late. I know a lot of people had comments and questions. I just want to respect time. Typically, people are, if you remember Robert's Rules of Orders from the OSBA, you're supposed to, 2 questions is what is expected. I will allow a little bit more, but I do want to get to public comment first, and then we will pull to the vote.
We have Keisha Locklear, who's here in person, and then we have Paul Weber, who is virtual.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board, and welcome to the new members. I really hope to continue working with you. My name is Keisha Locklear. I'm a senior project manager here in OSM, helping lead the Jefferson Modernization team, and it has genuinely been the highlight of my career to do so. I'm a licensed architect with almost 20 years of experience, and I am here to provide important context and guidance towards to 7175. A few months ago, Presidio claimed that they could cut up to 12 months and $100 million from Jefferson Project. Anyone in this building with the expertise to engage such a consultant would have known that that was impossible and would never have hired them. Instead, against our former director's cautions, leadership insisted that they be engaged for full program management services, and they are almost 90 days into that original contract. So in that time, they have only attended 3 already planned Jefferson team meetings, one of which was our very first meeting with our new contractor. They did not call any other meetings with anyone in our department, any other department leaders, directors of construction, senior project managers, no one. And as of last week, a consultant hired for bond program management has not met with a single staff member to understand what it's actually like to manage this work within the district. How can they assess performance or help us if they haven't spoken to the people doing the work? Requests for one-on-ones with us only began in the last few days after our entire department was called into a meeting last Tuesday and told that Sarah from Presidio would now be leading OSM. And from that moment on, anything that was in our previous director's court was now in hers, and she is already working out of that office here in the PEC. Before you have even approved the amendment, and despite not coming close to meeting any of those claims of their original proposal. There was also no attempt at transparency or collaboration with our department. Multiple members of leadership flew to Texas rather than take the elevator down a few floors to troubleshoot their concerns with the people who actually do the work. Reminder, OSM already has oversight. The Bond Accountability Committee is the impartial expert body that evaluates bond projects, and it's in its July audit, they indicated that we need support, but also that leadership's direction to pause projects to chase an unachievable $100 million reduction has already increased the risk of further delays and increased our inflation costs. So please do not distribute any authority that would make those findings worse. The board must intervene to empower our department to implement BAC recommendations. To date, we have not been permitted to do so. Our previous director made multiple requests for staffing support and was denied. Do not undermine our department by allowing outsiders, unaccountable to the Portland community, to be the ones to define how successful OSM is in serving Portland's children. Also, the director of OSM is responsible for a multi-billion-dollar, multi-year program. And as these events have shown, I would suggest this requires a cabinet-level position so that there could be more transparency and accountability between leadership and the bond program. I also encourage leadership to take this opportunity to correct this mistake and work with our department to rebuild the trust that has been broken. Please do not pass 7175. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any more questions?
I have one question, only because I have completely lost the plot because we've been going for almost 7 hours. So would this amendment be voting on giving over $400,000 more to a contractor that hasn't finished the original expectations? And I guess the other question is, why can't we just see the report, this extensive written report that's supposed to give us all of this? Why can't we just see that and determine whether we like the work that this contractor is doing before deciding to engage in additional? Can we just wait until we get this written report?
Yeah, I'd love to answer that. So I think 2 things. The work that they were originally asked to do was to come in and provide some support and an assessment of ways that we can find further cost savings with the Jefferson project and perhaps even speed up that timeline. And so with the transition, and I know we've heard some quick timeline and shifts, As you know, the team found out just a couple weeks ago that Stormy had chosen to resign. And so what we're asking for now is a larger contract so the team can come in and provide staffing augmentation and support around the bond programs for the three high schools. And so what would be at risk is I hear the report about Jefferson High School and knowing that they perform the duties that were expected. I mean, to our belief, and as we've been given multiple verbal updates and have had multiple conversations, we're pretty confident, which is why we bring this item forward to you today. I think the only other thing that would be at risk is a hard pause. And what that would look like is pausing on the work that we have going on and looking to, if we weren't going in the direction that we're going with Presidio, it would be looking to hire an internal person and going through that recruitment process, and then also recruitment for those team members in a process that Portland has used for many years, and we'll probably get the results that we've gotten. So it's an opportunity to be creative and innovative and utilizing a firm that I'm pretty confident in as superintendent of Portland Public Schools and doing the job that you all have charged me to do.
Director Wong.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have one more public comment.
Am I allowed to start?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Weber. I know it's late, and I will try to be as brief as I can. I want to be clear, I was not going to invoke the name of my company as part of my comments, but because I'm here as a PPS parent, taxpayer, and a concerned citizen, but in response to the superintendent's comments, I feel I need to clarify. I am with AECOM, and we are currently a PPS master contract holder with past and active contracts. But I want to clarify our K-12 PM-CM group is actually headquartered in Los Angeles, not Texas, precisely because of Texas politics. And we do have an active, robust Portland-based office. We are an industry leader for K-12 bond and program management. And just in California alone, our annual billings are over $20 billion in bond support. We are the national leader in doing K-12 bond and program management. But that's not why I'm speaking here tonight. I'm speaking because I am a parent. And I'm going to come to you from that perspective as a parent, taxpayer, and industry professional. I'm not trying to sell our services. So as a committed, engaged PPS parent, we put all of our kids through PPS, Hayhurst, Robert Gray, IW Wells. Our last student is a sophomore at Wells right now. As a family, we believe and are committed to public education and expect engaging and modernized facilities out of that. And that's why, as a 20-year property owning taxpayer in Portland, we have voted for every bond measure from 2012 on up. We even supported the 2025 bond, even though we had grave concerns about the way PPS has performed and their lack of stewardship on the previous bonds, the overruns. But we still believe that it was necessary and that these modernizations are desperately needed, and that any investment in our collective children's future should not and cannot be deferred. The third perspective I'm coming to you from is a 30-year career industry professional. I'm an Oregon registered architect. I'm a K-12 program manager. And I understand and I'm informed and competent about the goals, demands, and challenges that PPS faces in modernizing their whole inventory of facilities. But I'm also aware of the district's problematic approaches, their questionable decisions, and their failure to learn from past issues, and to keep repeating problems in every new bond. And I think it's time that the district try to improve the delivery process, safeguard the programs, maintain quality, preserve budget, and deliver projects on time. They also have an obligation to meet stakeholder and community expectations. PPS is at a critical crossroads, and they need to handle what's going on right now with professionalism and responsible stewardship. After 13 years of modernization and construction management that have tended to overspend and underdeliver, it's critical that this bond gets done right to achieve the optimal needed results and to rebuild trust with the community. A review of the proposed agreement with Equalis Group Presidio raises real questions about their ability to lead the modernization work of the district. It also begs the question of why the district isn't seeking a more honest, constructive, true advisory peer in order to become more accountable, more organized, committed, and successful. Some of the obvious questions that come up from this is why are they hiring Equalis Presidio? It's a firm that has no business presence or business license in Portland. They're a firm with no K-12 bond management or owner's representation experience in Oregon with any school district, or with very few on the entire West Coast. The conditions surrounding how Equalis Presidio even attained their original direct work contract is worrisome, and the quality of their report, which costs $74,000 per page for a 2-page report, is also questionable. And this calls into concerns why this is even being pursued through the cooperative contract, which bypasses the typical, fair, full and open RFP process, especially given the critical nature of this bond to get it right.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you please finish up? We're at time.
We're almost done.
Thank you.
Lastly, I want to know how we can trust this move by PPS when the contract was already in place before the senior director resigned. And now, immediately following her resignation, you're allowing the installation of a Texas-based consultant, not to augment, but to lead PPS and OSM. They know nothing of the community, nothing of the school district, nothing of the OAR and or the revised statutes or administrative rules. They have no contact with the local AEC market, no relationship with COVID-certified contractors.
Can you please finish up your last sentence?
Bond projects take years to complete, and if you make missteps now, you're going to be paying for it for years to come. So I would encourage you to not move forward with this rushed, uncompeted, actually dubious award just for the sake of efficiency. Put it out and do it right and give PPS the success it needs.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask them one clarifying question? Thank you, sir, for the correction. And we did note that the K-12 entity was in a different location. How many from the team that you currently have for AECom here?
We have one person under Darren Lee, and we have bid on the bond management and contract positions for program manager and project manager, but they were all rescinded last November because they had a problem with the RFPs and they were supposed to be put back out and they never did. So we have 20 people right now waiting to support PPS and nothing has come out.
But currently we have one individual on the 23 through 28 up to $5 million bond. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
All right, thank you for your comments. Any other board questions, comments?
Comments are that I can't unhear what I just heard.
Me too.
The whole thing. I feel like going into problem-solving mode right now, knowing how critical it is to get back on track. But I can't unhear the last two testimonies. And we do need to get this right. And all of the other comments that I heard up tonight, I was like, okay, let's just get this through, and then public testimony. And this is the beauty of it, is presented counterpoints. I'm curious what it would take to have a consultant that doesn't have a financial stake in the outcome, a professional firm to come in and tell us what we need to do.
So I just want to reference that we had Cobblestone. We had opportunities to hear a review from Cobblestone back when we were considering the cost reduction and the framework from the board and some of the things that we needed to do. We heard all year, or at least all through last fall and winter, how we needed to relook at the way in which we were doing business through procurement, through CMGC, and even the execution of the Office of School Modernization and the amount that we were spending in admin costs. And so I know that Chief Kafori and I, specifically Chief Kafori, as I charge this as one of her leading priorities, is to really get out there and find ways to do things different in a way that is going to save us money and to get our projects going. And look, I know it's an awkward and a tough conversation. You know, we know that they'll, I mean, I'm not going to deny the fact that there won't be some staff changes, right? I mean, that's hard. And I mean, and that's real. So, you know, I'm confident that Kafori can offer more words on that.
I would just offer up that we did an extensive background check on this firm and called multiple people who've had direct contact with them, talked with people whose projects they have run before, and the results, I didn't personally take those calls, but the people that did those said that there were stellar recommendations and no red flags that they had.
I find it very, very difficult to understand how we could shave $100 million off when we've been just shocked by the large amount that we're spending on Jefferson. I'd like to see some proof of that. Like, where are we going to save? We're talking about mass timber and all of the bells and whistles, and how are we going to even shave $50 million off? I mean, we couldn't. Cornerstone didn't. Their report wasn't even that robust, to be honest.
So I love that question. Michelle, one of the things I'd love to say, Director DePass, is I think you've been to some of the same community meetings that I have been, where we know that we have our design firms who are still grappling with some decisions that need to be made by us here at PPS, decisions that probably should have been made a year or two ago, right? Are we still having a conversation about mass timber? One of the things that I've learned is for us to do an all-electric high school, potentially it's going to take 2 years to even receive all of the equipment to make sure that we can power the school. Like our timeline to get these buildings open by 2029 is moving every day. And you know, we've made some pretty bold commitments and statements about what we're trying to do to make sure that all of these high schools are open by the fall of 2029. And I mean, I just want to emphasize that these are those uncomfortable, awkward moments when we're going to need to make some tough decisions about the way we do business and have confidence in leadership that are bringing you the proposals that we believe is going to get the work done on behalf of our voters and ultimately on behalf of our kids. The other thing that we learned is the amount of money that we pay in taxes by not getting to the expenditure part of the bond program that could be used to go back into other schools. I don't think in any conversation that I've had since I've been in the seat as superintendent where I've heard us talk about the timeline and the work that's needed to even get the equipment to power 3 all-electric high schools. I haven't heard not once any conversation in this boardroom on the tapes that I've watched in the past or in the last 13 months about the amount of money that we can recoup through taxes and interest and put that into other projects that will benefit. Like, there are so many things that are coming to light, came to light in the last couple of months with Presidio's leadership that we had never had conversations about. And I'm not, judging previous leadership. I'm just simply saying that we're at the table having the conversation. And that's what you all hired me to do as superintendent.
For me, I'm just going to jump in here. I would like to see the report before I make a decision. And their current contract runs through October 22nd. I have concerns about the size of the bonds that they've worked on. I'm interested in the testimony that I heard. I'm not sure, would there be any harm in postponing the vote? I mean, we have new information here tonight. You know, we have some questions. I admire I don't mind, like I said, I like the big swings. We just have some questions. I feel like Stormy leaving was a little bit of a surprise. And
I think the only thing that you would be aware of is that we are missing that position.
Mhm.
And it is a key position in pushing these 3 high schools forward. It's a,
Can I just say we have the staff that can supplement and fill that position? There's so many people here who have decades of experience working here and have the institutional knowledge and have the relationships with existing contractors.
I'm sorry,
No,
are
I'm
we
sorry,
in
yeah.
protocol? Because
Yeah,
I didn't, I think
I'm sorry,
public comment has
So-
ended.
Thank you. Yeah, public comment. Yeah, can you just answer the question? Is there Director LaForce's question about can we postpone and what is the consequences?
Again, so it is September 9th, October 22nd, so it's over a month. And I think we all know, I mean, you've all seen what Stormy can do and the immense knowledge that she had. And again, so in terms of, and this is why we're advocating for this immensely, is we're talking a $1.8 billion bond, just the 2025. We also have 2020, and we also have 2017, right? There are multiple things that are happening. We need a very specific person with immense experience. The great thing about this interim piece, it's not just one person, it's a team approach coming in. And I can tell you, as the new Senior Chief of Operations, having that level of support as somebody who's not just oversees OSM, but who oversees athletics, who oversees facilities and maintenance, who oversees, technology, safety and security. Like, we need a very specific person in a team. And not to say we don't have these pieces, but I tell you what, like this, it's go time. There's no other way that we can say it, because time is money. We can't wait a month and a half, because and I just expressing immense concern about waiting this long for you to see the report to ultimately make a decision.
Well, I would say what's at risk is like I don't feel comfortable with some of the things that we're fully staffed for and we can move forward. But I will tell you, as superintendent, knowing what my responsibility is to execute and make sure that there is leadership to ensure that these 3 high school builds are off and going. There's some things that we're going to have to pause that I don't feel comfortable with without leadership in place. And I feel very strongly about that.
I have a very difficult time knowing that there is potentially a vote coming towards us next month that doesn't have a full RFP process around a piece of business that would be a multi-year piece of business. For me, I would have a very difficult time voting yes.
I think I'm just going to say I support this strongly. I think one of the things I want to also reiterate, it is a 1-year contract. If it doesn't go well, we have a chance to revisit this at the end of the year. It is also a lot less expensive than 6 FTE. Just saying, right?
Yeah.
And so I think the risk of delay and the risk of rising costs is much greater than the risk of approving this. And Director Sullivan?
So in the meantime, you're looking for people, though, to take Stormy's place. I mean, are you looking, while you have this company working with us now, are you also looking for permanent people?
That's the plan, correct.
Yes.
That's the plan.
Mhm.
Okay.
That was a question I had too. So it's a stopgap measure. Do we have a are we looking at what's going to be performed? Like what tangible, what are our look fors if this isn't working out?
Yeah, so I think that's another piece.
Or is it just a contract end date? What are we expecting, what are the key performance indicators we're looking for right now? And I'm going to support it too, because I feel like we do need to do business not as usual. But I'm really curious.
Yeah, so I think there are very specific KPIs that we are going to map out for this next 3 months. So So, I mean, obviously, we've heard throughout the course of this meeting, there are several, like seismic, for example, like there are some very specific things that we're going to have to outline, tangible things that we're going to have to report, right? So those are things. We have ongoing things with BAC reports, quarterly reports, those types of things, FIO committees. We're going to be presenting at FIO committee next week the 3 comprehensive plans for the high schools, right? And so that's a big deal. And so it's not just the presenting of the plans, that's the first initial piece, but then we got to get things rolling on those types of things. We need a dedicated person and team to help lead that work. And so, and then I will say also too, this is a great opportunity to have outside perspective actually come in and look at the systems and the processes to look at any level of efficiency, what we're doing well, and any level of redundancy. I think we're doing that across the organization. I think that's a very important thing that we have to do, regardless, right? And I think that now is the time. It's a great opportunity to do that. And if you actually listen to the gentleman from AECOM, he came in, he was talking, about, the importance of getting it right, because the work that was done in the past wasn't done right. So it's like he was talking about one thing, but yet he's saying
use him.
It's because
he made all the points.
Yes,
yeah.
he was proving our point.
Right. And I just, the last thing that I want to say to wrap this up, because I know that it's getting late, is I would just turn to the board and ask you, and since, maybe you've been elected, or even in this last academic year for the start, are you able to name any bond project that has happened since July 1, or since January 1, or since September? Can you name the site? Do you have the data? Have you referenced the data dashboard? Like, are you able to pull down, knowing that we have now since May $3 billion of bond funds when we look at 17, 20, and 25? Like, what can you name that has been executed in the last 6 months, or any project?
Didn't Presidios, when did they start? June or May? So
I guess what I'm alluding to is we have a lot of work to do. Mm-hmm. And I wish that I can name off a ton of things that we're feeling extremely proud and successful about. And I know that there are teams that are working hard, and that's not to dismiss or diminish, and we know that we have work to do still. And like, both things can be true, right? We want to wrap around and provide support to a team. And it's uncomfortable for me to say as superintendent, because I believe in our teams and our staff. And I also know that sometimes that means that you may need to make tough decisions to move the work that you need to move. And I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a public meeting. We talk about business. I mean, here it is. I'm not dancing around. I'm not sugarcoating it. I mean, we have work to do. And I know that this time next year, I want a board to be able to say, I can name 5 projects that has happened as a result of 2017, 2020, or 2025 bond. Like,
I also cannot unhear what I heard. It's very powerful testimony. And I guess I am struggling to understand why, if a firm came in and promised to knock $100 million off a project, why we wouldn't wait for the report to see if we like what they're saying.
Yeah, there was never a promise to knock 100 million off, and I don't know what communication came down for the team. Like I said, there's the leadership transition. I think there may have been some communication woes. I mean, we had Dan Young, and then from Dan Young we went to Stormy, but there was never a promise. What I asked the team to do was come in, assess, and make some recommendations on ways that we can speed up the Jefferson project and identify missteps and some of the other things that we heard after reviewing the Cobblestone report. And we heard about some practices and things that we can strengthen to be able to move forward at a greater speed and perhaps save money along the way. So we have received, like I said, we've received a few verbal reports and conferences already.
And you will see at FIO, when you see the comprehensive plans, you will see Jefferson a $25 million savings.
And can I just finish what I was saying? Sorry, I didn't quite finish. I would like to wait for the report, and it sounds like if someone's working out of Profit Center right now, that would give us 6 weeks of getting to know someone and seeing what kind of work they're doing and how they work with the staff and how they work with the team. For this to, frankly, to become a yes for me, I need to see a report, and I need to know that staff is working well with this company that's coming in from out of, rather than extending a contract for a year, which is a very long time, without seeing this. I mean, like, the contract is so clear. It doesn't say, give us a two-page report. It says a comprehensive written summary of the existing conditions. I mean, it's so I don't know why we would extend it. And so for me to get to a yes, I would want to see a report. And so I guess I'm moving to talk about this after we see the report in October. Like, what harm is there? Someone can just give us a new contract in October rather than September 9th. And then we see a report. And all the work keeps going because they're under contract already, right?
The current contract we have is specific to Jefferson High School, not to come in and provide interim staffing and leadership for OSM. So it's a different ask. But yeah, I'm happy to take direction from the board on the contract in terms of leadership of OSM and what we need to do. I think we have a plan.
Yeah, I'm gonna, we need to get to the vote. Are you moving, I just want to clarify, are you moving to postpone?
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion?
I think I already said everything.
Go ahead, Patty.
Well, I'm, as one of the 3 board members who kept putting things off and trying to learn more and costs going up, I'm feeling like we just have to respect what our superintendent is doing and go for it, because we just, I feel we can't keep waiting. It's being, we paid for it last time, trying to be perfect.
Director Chase Miller and then Director Splay.
So I'm also really concerned about the testimony that we heard. And our job as the board is to supervise the superintendent. Like I said earlier, as a new board with a new-ish superintendent, I want to presume competence. I'm really concerned about the delays. And it's a year. I have so much respect for the staff and what they shared, and this is a really difficult decision. But I mean, I think, Dr. Armstrong knows she's going to have to own this decision, however this goes. And, I want to trust in her making the decisions that she thinks is best for the district.
Thank you. Director Splay? I think you're on mute. Start over again? Now we can hear you.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, the last couple times I've tried to talk, I don't think it worked. But glad to be here now. I'm ditto everything that was just said. That's where I'm falling to. I think something got maybe a little confused along the way too, and I just want to clarify, and maybe just in the interest of time, correct me if I'm wrong. But I think that the what we're doing is extending the contract to expand the scope of work temporarily. And so I'm comfortable with that. And then I want to see what has come up tonight, taken very seriously and addressed before we have this next conversation, so that we can see that this Presidio has done these things that we've been talking about before we move forward with a longer term agreement with them, or even discuss in facilities or elsewhere, wherever we need to discuss it, if we really need to see like an RFP or some sort of process like that to feel comfortable to move forward with such a big change. But I think today all we're doing is that, like, oh man, Stormy left and we need to keep going, and to keep going, we can grab this person who's already here, that's already working on stuff, and they can expand their scope of work and bring in some friends and just keep things going in the meantime. I'm comfortable with that. And I think just making sure everybody's on the same page, it's not like, it's just expanding their scope of work, not a part two that follows the work that they've done. It's like they're in the middle of part one, and we're just expanding what part one looks like, is what I would say, if that's helpful, Frank.
But that part two that's coming will not have an RFP process.
I don't think that has to be decided today.
I agree, and if it's over $150,000, it would still have to come to the board. I'm ready to move forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree as well. We are actually now voting on whether to postpone or not. That has been moved on the table and seconded. So again, this vote is for whether we will postpone Resolution 7175. A yes vote means that this contract will be postponed to a later date. A no vote means that we will go back to voting on Resolution 7175 today. All in favor of postponement, say yes.
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 All opposed?
No.
No. The move to postpone did not pass by a vote of 5 to 2. 2 to 5. I gotta say it right. Thank you. 2 to 5. All right, now we are back to Resolution 7175. Let's go ahead and vote on this. We are now the board is now voting on Resolution 7175, expenditure contracts that exceed $150,000 for delegation of authority. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
I'm having a really tough time deciding. I'm going to vote yes, but just know that without a full RFP for the next round, it's a no. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. Resolution 7175 has passed by a vote of 6 to 1. Because of the sake of time, there's some things I want to share with the board in terms of me checking in, but I think for the sake of time, I think I'll save this for next time. All right. Thank you. Get some sleep. This meeting is adjourned.